Hello, everyone, and welcome to the TNLG RCQ here today. We're going to be finding out one player going out to Dreamhack Atlanta today. We have 30 players playing Modern. I am your host, Mason. I'm joined by my co-host, Ryan.
Hello.
Ryan, how you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
I'm doing good. It's exciting. Modern's my favorite format. This is the store I grew up playing Magic in, and it's so cool to see somebody get to fulfill a dream today and go play the RC, essentially a Pro Tour.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. I'm excited today. I've been out of the loop for Modern for a bit due to the COVID stuff, but I'm excited to get back in it and see some pretty sweet games today.
Yeah, Modern's an exciting format. I'm sure viewers at home have played Modern. You're going to know what's going on. If not, don't worry. We're here to help walk you through all the intricacies. But Ryan, we have 30 players today.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. They're all going to be playing today. We got five rounds of Swiss with the cut to top 8. We got cash prizes on the line. First place gets $500 today alongside the invite. So it's pretty exciting. A lot to play for.
Exactly. And it looks like we're going to be jumping down to the match. I believe we're going to be seeing Living End from James H here versus 4 colors, typically what Sage plays. So we're going to have to wait a moment and see exactly what's going on. But that is our prediction. And it looks like, from what I can tell, it is going to be that matchup. Sage has presented Yorion, the powerful companion that allows you to play 80 cards in exchange to have it in your deck. Ryan, have you seen much of the 4-color deck? It's kind of the menace, the scourge, if you would.
So I've heard about it, but I don't know much details about it. What are we looking for in this match?
So the 4-color deck, essentially a good stuff, all kill spells, and eventually win the game deck. It's a very classic kind of, hey, I'll trade 1-for-1 with you for a while, and then I'll pull ahead and win the game. So this deck's actually historically very bad against what James is doing here on Living End. So Living End tries to cycle and very quickly put a bunch of creatures into play and then win the match in a turn or two via combat. So Sage is going to have to aggressively mulligan for cards like Teferi, which will not allow the Living End to actually resolve due to the way Cascade works. And hopefully, Sage will be able to present something there, but typically 4-colored players know this is their worst matchup, and they bring 10 to 12 sideboard cards. So we're going to have to see if Sage is prepared for the post-board games, because I think we're going to see a swift game 1, and then some slobberknockers for 2 and 3.
Makes sense. That sounds pretty exciting. What cards would he be bringing in the sideboard, do you think?
Typically, Chalice of the Void is the biggest card that comes in these matchups. You can play it on 0 really quickly. You also see things like Flusterstorm, Veil of Summer to protect their other things. And then you'll see cards like Endurance, which are just hard graveyard hate cards. So that's typically what you're going to see from Sage, and it looks like Sage is aggressively mulliganing. This is a matchup that I'm pretty familiar with, and typically the thing we tell players is if you don't have a Teferi in your first 5 mulligans, keep going for it, because you won't win without it. So
yeah, is that basically his only option is to get Teferi or lose game 1?
Yeah, in game 1, he can have Counterspell, but typically Living End players will not go for it unless they have protection from the Counterspell if it's up. So it's one of the hard spots of, like, you have to leave up 2 mana the whole game, I get to keep doing my thing, and you'll eventually fall behind and lose. So you have to kind of mulligan for Teferi. That way, when you Cascade, the spell is actually being cast at a time which Teferi doesn't allow it to be, so the spell fizzles. So Teferi is your only real out in this sort of situation.
That makes sense. And a lot of the 4-color decks issue is going to be is a lot of their cards are probably not going to be useful, if I had to guess, because if they're 1-for-1 cards, Living End is not going to care about that at all.
100%. The only thing that they can do that's a little tricky is they can evoke some elementals in response to a Living End in order to get some creatures in their graveyard and hope that the Living End player had to mulligan and has kind of a weaker hand. And sometimes you can steal games like that, but typically it's not how we're going to go. And we're going right into game 1 here, and it looks like Sage is on the play, has kept a 5 with Supreme Verdict. So that is one of the few cards that some people play in the main deck that can steal the game from the Living End player. It's not lights out like Teferi, but it is something that comes up.
It makes sense. So the Living End players, if I'm not mistaken, his game plan is to cast Living End, get a full board of creatures, and then kill on the following turn. Is that correct?
Yeah, so Living End is full of creatures that this cycle, which is discard from your hand to draw a card for like a single mana. So most of those creatures are typically 7, 8 mana for the sake of limited, where you don't want to get those cards stuck in your hand. Unfortunately, us Modern players have found devious ways to get around that and just put in a bunch of 5/5s on turn 3.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and that's going to be like we already discussed. That's going to be difficult for him to deal with.
Yeah, some of the 5/5s and creatures even have hexproof or evasion. So even if you have kill spells, some of them just don't die very easily, where they have ETB effects that kind of swing things in your favor. So it's a really powerful and hyper synergistic strategy that is the real only check on the 4-color deck in the format. So if you're James, you're very happy to see this matchup. And we see Grief getting evoked, which is one of the big additions to this deck, letting them kind of clear the way. And we see Supreme Verdict, Coatl, Traverse the Overwhelmed, and Breeding Pool in the hand for Sage.
If life totals change, just be sure to let me know.
Sure. Can do. So he's probably going to take that Supreme Verdict. Yep.
Yeah. Supreme Verdict is kind of a hate spell against the Shardless agent, since you have to cascade in your main phase. You can't get an attack in. So it's the only card that really matters here. Sage, if the game goes super, super long, might get some value out of the Traverse the Ovenwald, but honestly, that's not something James is really worried about. If that happens, he's probably already lost.
Yeah, that makes sense. That means his game plan is not working. So
Speaking of super long, we had Sage draw the main deck Emrakul the Promised End. One of the bigger cards that kind of has been an innovation in the mirrors to go over each other, since they're all just 1-for-1. Playing an Eldrazi Titan like that is actually something that comes up. So not a good draw for Sage here, and kind of not the thing you want to see.
for sure.
We see Iceman Coatl flash in here on the instep just to try and hopefully find this Teferi for turn 3 here. This is Sage's biggest turn. If he does not find a Teferi on this turn, he is going to be under the gun from a Living End for the rest of the game.
That makes sense. What turn typically does Living End want to go off?
Ideally, turn 3, if you had a really good start with a bunch of cycle creatures. Turn 4 is the more realistic turn most of the time, but turn 3 is kind of what you're looking for if you're kind of wanting to bingo your opponent. And we see Sage with a Mishra's Bauble targeting James. Kind of an interesting play. One of the cool tricks about this deck is you can actually bobble yourself with a fetch land, like Sage has in play here with the Fledstrand, and then you can kind of control your draw step. But it looks like Sage is trying to figure out, hey, is there a Cascade spell coming or not? And hopefully for Sage, there is not.
So it seems like to me that even if he gets the Teferi at this point, he still might be under the gun. He only has 2 cards left in his hand, and the only 1 creature out. Is there other threats that the Living End deck can put up besides just the Living End itself?
So it does have what I like to call the kind of we get in the streets plan, and it starts hard casting its big creatures. So most of the creatures we mentioned are 6-7 mana, but there are a few of them like Grief and Curator of Mysteries, which we just put in the graveyard, that are 4 mana like 4/4s, and they're not very good. But when your opponent's already mulliganed a bunch like this trying to find Teferi, it actually can kind of limp across the finish line and kill a Teferi, and then you're back to holding up the Cascade. So that is going to be what James is going to have to rely on if Sage cannot find a Teferi here. But it looks like from what Hippo's doing, he does not have a Cascader. Otherwise, he probably would be doing it unless he's just waiting for Sage to finish shuffling here for a little, game state stuff for us on camera. But this is typically the spot where if the 4-color players tapped out, they do sometimes play Counterspell, and you would just go for it now. But looks like that is not what what James is trying to do.
That makes sense.
We're seeing it.
Never mind.
Interesting. Okay, so James might be thinking that the opponent has Force Negation, which is a pretty common card, and so he didn't want to do it on his turn when he was tapped out, knowing that there was a blue card there. So now we get the fun part of Magic, which is cascading. You get to look at all your cards. None of them really matter, and we just have to find the one card we hit every time.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, wow. How lucky. I can't believe he hit that card. It's got to be really lucky to hit that Living End there. And it looks like Sage does not have anything. That's going to mean all of these creatures come back, including the Grief, which means we're going to get to discard a card from Sage again. So if Sage did draw a Supreme Verdict, another one, we're going to be in a bad spot. Ooh. Looks like we just have Yorion, the Emrakul we mentioned in the Traverse from before, and yeah, you know what? Believe it or not, James doesn't care much if you have a 13-mana spell in hand. He's going to let you keep it.
Yeah, even if he draws the Supreme Verdict here, he doesn't even have the mana to cast it at this point. So looks like we're probably about to go to game 2, if I had to guess.
Yeah, Sage is, picking
there
them
it
up.
is.
Not much you can do with that much power on board, and that is typically how the matchup goes. I have played a lot of 4-color and played in a bunch of events, and you basically always lose game 1, and anytime you win a game 1, you're just like, wow, this is my tournament to win. I got so lucky.
Yeah.
And so we're going to have to see what happens here in game 2. My guess is that Sage, from the building of the Traverse deck, is going to have about 11 sideboard cards. So he's going to have the Chalice of the Void we mentioned earlier. He's going to have Endurance, which he can tutor up with Traverse the Ulvenwald, like we saw in that matchup, if it had not been discarded. And then it's going to have Veil of Summers and Flusterstorms, just counter spells and protection spells to try and get those things to resolve. And honestly, the matchup gets way, way better when you have 11 more cards in your deck, even at 80 cards in deck.
Makes sense. Does he have ways to tutor up any of those cards, or is he just relying on hard drawing them?
Traverse the Ovenwald is a tutor. You need to have Delirium in order to do it, which is the 4 different card types, which can be a little tricky when it's that quick. But often, thanks to cards like Chalice of the Void and things like that, the opponent's going to bring in a bunch of hate cards. Like James is his nickname, a friend of mine. James, he is going to bring in 6 to 7 cards, and he's going to be trying to guess what are the most commonly played answer spells from Sage. And so we're going to probably see things like Force of Vigor, Brazen Borrower, things like that, just to remove those cards temporarily in order to stick a Living End. So Sage will have a little bit more time, but if Sage doesn't have an answer spell for the Living End, he will not be able to really use Traverse to find the one Endurance in the deck. Endurance, if you just haven't played for a while, is a creature that you can evoke for a green card or cast for 3 mana, and it puts target player's graveyard on the bottom of their deck. So it's really good against the Living End because they try to put all those creatures in the graveyard, but it isn't a permanent answer because it actually will put more Living Ends back in the deck. And one of the strategies is try and beat the 3 Living Ends they have and then win the game from there. Once that you've beaten all 3 Living Ends and they've been countered, there's no real problem. So it's a card that is very good, but it has a little bit of risk involved in it, and we are seeing the players here sideboard a bunch as to be expected. It's really interesting from James's side of the table because the 4-color decks obviously have a lot of colors, and that means they have a lot of options available to them. So I've mentioned some of the more commonly played 4-color hate spells, but there are a bunch of other things. There's Lavinia, there's Force and Negations, there's weird cards like Relic of Progenitus, Soul Guide Lantern. So there are a lot of things that player can do, and James has to bring in the right cards for those problems, and if he does not, he will just lose, which is sometimes part of the problem with the Living End deck is you bring in the wrong sideboard cards and your opponent has something like a Lavinia and you have no creature answer spells, so you just can't do your game plan.
That makes sense. Looks like they just finished siding, so they're getting ready. We'll get to see if Sage actually draws any of his outs. I'm guessing he's going to be hard mulliganing for that. Do you typically, if you only see one of the sideboard options, do you typically keep that hand if you're still on 7, or do you mulligan it?
Yeah, so my typical rule is that if you have one sideboard card, but you have something that's kind of good, like Traverse later in the game, or an Omnath, which sometimes actually can stabilize you enough to win if it dies from a Living End. If you keep those kind of hands on 7, that's fine, but typically you want to go all the way down to 5 looking for 2 answer spells. And you count Teferi 3 as an answer spell only when you're on the play due to it being 3 mana. So it lines up poorly with the Cascade cards, but not if you're on the play. So that's one of the cards that is actually stronger in game 1s and whenever you've lost. So that's a card that Sage might get tricked if we go to a game 3 here and end up keeping, and Hippo will just respond to the Teferi and put a bunch of power in play, and that often is enough. And we see Sage here actually mulliganing the first hand, it looks like. So probably looking for that first hate card, just didn't have any, which does happen. 80 cards is a lot of cards. With 11 cards in your deck, the math works out to be the same as about 8 sideboard hate cards, which is typically enough for any matchup in Modern. So it should equal out, but sometimes variance is a thing.
Yeah, it's hard to say, and it's not like you can keep a hand without it because you're not going to win the game. So you've kind of just got to go in and hope you get there. Hope luck's on your side.
Yep. That is one of the things about the 4-color deck is that you have to be willing to take some lucky hands. A lot of times the 4-color deck looks like that last hand that we saw where it's just some lands, a kill spell, and a creature. And, he might have known James was on Living End and then by such kept a hand of Supreme Verdict hoping that they would line up right. But often, you just have to keep those hands and hope your opponent's playing a fair deck. Which luckily is what most of Modern is these days. It's a big change that we've seen in the format. It's just moving towards these all fair decks all the time. And it looks like Sage does have a Teferi 3 in hand. Along with a Solitude?
What does the Solitude actually do? That's a card I haven't learned yet.
Oh, so Solitude is an evoke creature, much like Endurance. So you can invoke it for pitching a white card, and it exiles a creature your opponent controls, and they gain life equal to its power. Kind of like Swords to Plowshares,
okay.
but on a creature, yeah. So the
That
cool
makes
thing
sense.
about that is you can invoke it in response to the Living End because it has Flash. So that way your Living End actually brings back something, and it often will kill 2 things in combat. So
he's got the Chalice.
he does, and James did not have the Force and Negation. So this is going to be a big moment. And James looks like he did draw the Grief. That is something that sometimes can trick you. You know, you might have something like Counterspell from Sage, and you want to back up the Chalice, but then you get Griefed on turn 1, and then you're very sad. And now we're going to see a pretty long game. So if you're a big James fan or a Living End fan, you're going to want to see James sort of work towards building a Living End and then answer the Chalice of the Void in just one turn with something like a Brazen Bar or an Odawara, which is a bounce land. And if you do that, your opponent will be down for one turn, and you can just kind of put enough power in play and hope that your main game plan is good enough. And that typically will work, but we're going to be here for probably 10 minutes while James tries to set up that thing.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then so obviously Sage wants to close out the game before James can do that. What tools does he have to try to close out the game and keep the Living End player from getting his game plan off?
Well, that is the other problem with the 4-color deck. It's closing games is something we don't do very much. We kind of take our time normally. So the best thing Sage can do is probably jam an Omnath Locus of Creation on turn 4 and just hit for 4 for 5 turns. It's not much, but it's about as fast as this deck can go. And if you have, a bunch of Chalices and Teferis and Counterspells, more than enough to cross the finish line. But sometimes not enough, and you're going to have to see. And it looks like Sage does have a hand that's just lands, an Abundant Growth, and a Teferi. So looks like we're going to just be kind of trying to draw into that pressure. But you can also play cards like Yorion from your command zone later on in the game and kind of take over that way. So it's going to be interesting to see what Sage does.
Yeah, makes sense. So what options does James have in the meantime? Like, he's going to be setting up obviously, but if his opponent tries to start beating him down with the Omnath or any other creatures, well, how does James respond to that if he still doesn't have the answer to the Chalice?
Once again, we get in the scrappy mode. We start casting our creatures just as 4/4s and 4/3s, and honestly, that plan sometimes does stifle the Omnath deck enough because they're not going to use their counter magic on that because they're trying to protect their sort of house of cards. And then you can get those in play, and that will block the Omnath or get in the way. And typically the trick is from the 4-color deck is to make room for the 11 cards. They sideboard out all their spot removal that is not Solitude and Fury. Since those creatures are creatures, they come back with Living End, so they kind of cheat the removal badness of the matchup. But otherwise, just big bodies is a big part of this matchup. And we're going to have to see James sort of try to do that here in the next couple of turns. And cycling cards like Architect of Wills is actually a huge sigh of relief from Sage because while it is just another creature that goes to the graveyard, that is one of the weaker bodies. So if something goes wrong for Sage, he might be able to actually survive a hit or two, which is not always the case.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He shocked it in order to cycle.
That's what I thought.
Yep.
So we're going to see James cycle here on end of turn, then untap and draw for turn. And once again, James is really looking just for anything to answer the Chalice and the Cascader, but he wants to do it on the same turn. That can be kind of the problem in this matchup is you find the answer for one half of the hate pieces, but you didn't find the Cascader in time or vice versa. And it looks like James did draw a Force Negation. So if that is the card in his hand, it might be a Subtlety. He's flicking them pretty fast there. This Teferi 3 won't resolve, which is big news for James. He wants to make sure that no more of these House of Cards kind of set up. And it looks like he is flicking something to the front here.
Looks like he's holding Street Wraith to draw an extra card.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I want to make sure we have all the options available to us. You don't want to discard some pivotal blue card to counter this, and there was just some stinky one on top. And it looks like we do have Subtlety. So Subtlety is along the lines of Solitude and Endurance of the new Evoke creature. So by discarding a blue card, you can return a creature or a planeswalker that's on the stack to the top of the bottom of the deck, the owner's choice. So it's only going to buy James one turn, but it looks like that's all James has, and James has the hope to draw into another Force Negation, another Solitude, or have the answer to the Chalice here and just instantly bring those things back. So we're going to have to see what James draws on his next turn. It looks like, James does have Boseiju in hand, the new powerful land from Kamigawa. You can actually discard that card, Ryan, to destroy an artifact.
Oh, okay.
So that is one of the tools that James has, and if he can top deck a Cascader, we're going to see a lot of creatures interplay.
Am I thinking that because it's a land, it won't be counterable, correct? So it would just be able to just immediately remove it, and he won't be able to do anything about that.
Yeah, so it has the ability Channel, which is essentially casting a spell, but it doesn't use the stack. So even if Sage had some counter spell here, it wouldn't be effective. And one of the new powerful tools that we've gotten in the last year in Modern that has really changed the dynamic. Sage's deck probably plays 1 or 2 Boseijus himself. You just have it for a myriad of matchups, and sometimes this happens where it's part of your mana base, and you just get lucky and draw at the right time for a very low cost on you. And this is a big draw step for James. Not only does that Boseiju also kill the Chalice, but since Sage chose to get the land off the Chalice, that means there isn't Teferi on top of the deck anymore, which is big news for James. That means he might be able to actually spend some time setting up a protection spell for his Cascader.
That makes a lot of sense. I don't believe, I don't know Sage's full hand, but I don't believe he has another one of his 11 outs in his hand currently. So he's definitely vulnerable at the moment.
Yeah, I think this is a moment where if Sage does have something, it's just the Solitude, and that might not be enough to stabilize the board here. It really is going to depend on what James has in James's graveyard. I think, though, James might only have 3 creatures. So if that's the case, we can maybe get into a scrappy game, or if we draw an Omnath, Omnath plus a fetch land is 7 life a turn. That invalidates most attacks. So it's going to be interesting to see what James has here. It looks like James preemptively fetched. We saw James like to go for the Cascade in the opponent's upkeep, so if he has that ability, he might choose to do that. And it looks like he's, main phasing it right now, maybe wanting to play around Counterspell since he doesn't know the opponent's hand like in Game 1. And we have found the Living End. James is at 15, I believe, and Sage still at a powerful 18. With the Solitude in hand and this just about 9 power on board, Sage is probably going to actually be able to flash in the Solitude and just answer it. But James does get to do Architect of Will's ETB, which is a funny little thing where when it enters the battlefield, you get to rearrange the top 3 cards of your opponent's deck. Something that comes up a lot in Limited, not often in Constructed, but in these sort of spots can be backbreaking because now James knows, okay, Sage is drawing the worst card, and he won't get something like Teferi for another 2 turns.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Would Teferi even be good at this point in time, considering he's already gotten the Living End off?
So this is one of the awkward parts of Living End. So he's going to want to draw another Teferi because this amount of pressure isn't lethal. It's lethal over 2 turns, and we do have that Solitude in our hand. So Solitude's going to kill one of the creatures, probably block another, and then Solitude itself has lifelink. So we're going to be stabilized with about 1 creature on board, and we're going to want to set up a Teferi so that there isn't a second Living End, because the thing about James's deck is it's all cards that draw cards, lands, and Living Ends. So James is going to be able to do this again, and James might even be planning like, hey, I'm going to Cascade now, do this, get you to use your stuff, and then if you have something like a Verdict, well, don't worry, I have another Cascader in hand, because we do see James has Grief plus, I believe, a Shardless Agent.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So he's basically just set up for if Sage takes care of this board, he can just immediately slam jam another one.
Exactly, yes. And it looks like we are seeing Sage fetch down to probably 15, maybe 17 here. Kind of depends on if Sage has a basic planes. It does look like it was still a neck and 9 in hand, and we're going to see the Solitude come down.
Oh, okay, sorry.
And so that is going to make James go up to 18 since all the creatures are 3 power, and we're probably going to see a block from the Solitude, but we could see Sage get a little frisky and actually just start attacking since it does have lifelink, and you can start pressuring James and then work towards Yorion flickering the Solitude in order to get rid of another creature. So a lot of play here from Sage, and this is part of the problem with the Living End deck. We saw James have to go for it early because there was enough pressure from Sage off that mulligan, and now James is like, okay, I need to find all these big creatures so I can do this again and actually have it matter.
Yeah, and you might not want to block, too, because it would send the creature back to the...
James drew Mystical Dispute for the turn
Oh.
and was just able to hard cast it, meaning Sage lost the ability to Solitude and is now in trouble. And we see James discard his last card to Grief. Sage has nothing in hand, just 2 lands, and Sage is at 9 life with 9 power on board. I'm no mathematician, but this does look to be Sage's last turn if he doesn't draw something big like an Omnath. And it looks like Sage
handshake.
just drew a land. And that's going to be it for round 1. James Haranis making quick work of Sage, taking it down and moving on to 1-0. And once again, with 30 players in the tournament, you really want to get those first 3 wins because you can put yourself in a position to draw into top 8. And that is such a huge thing. And with James, he might even choose to play one of those rounds since you have that ability if you start 3-0 in such a small tournament and then be on the play for top 8. And with this deck being on the play in game 1 is huge, like we talked about with 4-color. 4-color is probably the most popular deck in the room today, so it's going to be a great spot for James if he's on the play in all those games.
Makes a lot of sense. Very well played by both players, I think, today. So it'll be interesting to see what ends up happening.
It will be, yes. And, like you mentioned, Sage did the good stuff. Mulliganed aggressively for hate cards, found the hate cards, but just unfortunately things did not work out for him. And sometimes that is what happens when you play the 4-color deck. You choose to play such a powerful deck against most of the field, but sometimes players are going to come with those targeted answers to you. That is going to do it for us this round. We're going to go on a quick break. We probably have about 30 minutes left in the round. We'll try and see if we can get someone between games and come back in here, but if not, we'll see you all very soon for another round of Magic.
All right, thanks, guys.
Hello and welcome back to round 2 of the RCQ for Dreamhack Atlanta here at TNLG. I'm your host Mason, joined once again by Ryan.
Hello, hello.
And we are about to start up another exciting round of the tournament. We just finished round 1 a minute ago, and it looks like we're going to be having Devin versus Christoph here for round 2. Devin, a local guy, plays a lot of red-green Ponza, so that's a land destruction strategy. We're going to be blowing up all of the lands. We don't quite know what Christopher's going to be playing, but we'll have to see. It's going to be pretty exciting.
Should be pretty interesting. Ponza's a strategy from back in the day, so I kind of know Ponza a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Ponza deck has gotten some interesting tools, yet still plays all the same bread and butter cards from before. And looks like we're going to be getting a fetch in a turn, and it looks like Christopher has a Misty. So literally nothing to be known. It's like the most popular fetch land. And Devin kept a hand with a bunch of Furies. This is the interesting thing about Ponza these days, is that it has Blood Moon still, and it has some Stone Rain type effects to blow up lands. But for the most part, kind of plays out like a big mid-range deck, just in the red and green color. So, sometimes you do kind of cheese people and blow up their 1 or 2 lands, but other times you're just kind of, playing value creatures. So it'll be interesting to see how this game goes, because Devin kept a very slow hand for the first 2 turns, but luckily did draw an Arbor Elf.
Nice. So besides like the land destruction, what creatures are we expecting to see? Like you said, some mid-range creatures. Besides Fury, what's the other ones that we expect to see?
Young Pyromancer, Seasoned Pyromancer, is the biggest one. It's one of the new cards from MTG that lets you create a little bit of a battlefield and refill your hand. Some players play things like Questing Beast from Standard just as a way to beat up on the 4-color decks. You also see things like Clothis. You're going to see a bunch of just different threats. Honestly, it varies so much. There's so much different play to it. One thing that is starting to become stock is the new enchantment Fable of the Mirror Breaker is starting to break in these decks. And that is, 2 2/2s for 3 mana and has some marginal upside, but that's really, the deck is kind of just sort of like, yeah, we're going to try and scrape across the finish line, but doesn't have too much. And Devin has been playing this deck a long time, lots of good finishes with it, so it'll be curious to see exactly what he's doing as his threat package. I know it changes up a good bit, and we're seeing Christopher fetch a Breeding Pool in the next turn and just put another Misty in play. Not much to be thinking about there.
Yeah, just holding up probably a counterspell if I had to guess, but who knows?
Yeah, it could be anything. It does look like a counterspell, and looks like Devin's just going to attack with his elf and move on to sort of waste the mana. But Devin does have, and looks like Endurance in his hand, so it looks like he's main decking that one this weekend. And we might see Devin flash it in here in response to the fetch just to make sure it gets out from underneath the counterspell. But he might hold it just in case, Christopher is playing maybe something like Living End and just didn't have any 1-mana cyclers. That's the only other thing that seems to be playing Breeding Pool and Forest, but sometimes we see some spicy decks. There's been a Wilderness Reclamation deck running around in Modern recently. It's, Aspiring Spikes and promoting that, so that's kind of exciting.
That'd be pretty cool. I'm interested to see if he is playing Living End, the main deck Endurances are going to be pretty rough.
Yeah, it's going to be brutal, and it is Living End. We see Waker Waves here. This is like a cycling card, except you get to look at 2 cards and put 1 in the grave and 1 in the hand. So pretty powerful card there, and Devin maybe knew this. Maybe he didn't. You might have seen him invoke something like a Fury just to get in the graveyard like we talked about last round from the 4-color player. But if this is Living In, which is looking to be much like that, Devin's going to have a pretty reasonable matchup here, especially if he just takes his time and just beats in for 1 every turn and holds up the Endurance.
Yeah. What outs does Christopher have to Endurance in game 1? Does he have anything?
Do it again.
Yeah.
Run it back, baby.
Yeah.
You can. There are some weird things with Endurance, like Endurance resolves and will get rid of the graveyard. And then when that happens, with the Living End still in the stack, you can cycle a few more times and get a couple creatures in play. That's typically pretty mana intensive and goes into late game. But if Devin doesn't present a real clock, hey, that's something that can really happen here. And it looks like Devin's played a Utopia Sprawl and probably named Red there, so now his Forest in the middle there can make 2 mana. And we're just going to see 1 by 1,
Yeah, and unlike the last game, even if Christopher gets a few creatures out like we saw last time, Devin will probably have some mid-range creatures that he could contend with that pretty easily, if I had to guess.
Yep, and it looks like we went for the Living End on just the Waker Waves, and we are getting everything put on the bottom, and we get to keep this sort of board pressure too, because unlike in the last matchup where we talked about invoking it a bunch, we're just hard casting it. So we actually have this body too. So Christopher is going to get the board wipe off the living end, but now the next time we living end, we're going to get that body back again. And so it's a really interesting place to be. Devin does lose all of his creatures because living end resolves. It is a thing where Christopher can choose not to cast it if he doesn't want to. So Christopher might be wanting to just let these creatures stay on the battlefield and be like, oh, okay, that's fine. We'll get rid of this later. And we're getting griefed, and it looks like, oh, Nelly, we have Pillage, 2 Furies, and a Bolt. So Christopher is under the gun.
Yeah, he's going to have to pull something out here pretty soon. It seems like he's got him on a pretty fast clock here.
Yeah, and this is one of those interesting spots, too, with Grief where, if you take the Fury, that means the living end will bring back the Fury. So you're kind of not even allowed to choose that card there. And that means, well, what am I going to do? Am I going to take this Pillage and try and save my mana, or am I going to take the Bolt and try and buy a turn? So it's a really hard place to be with Grief in this sort of deck where it isn't quite, take whatever you want. And it looks like, I think Devin drew Clothis, which is a god from Theros that will exile a card from an opponent's graveyard on each upkeep. So not good for Christopher.
Yeah, that's really bad. It seems like this is a terrible matchup for Christopher, at least in game 1. And as you said last game, the living end deck really wants to win game 1 a lot of the times because then the sideboard comes in game 2 and game 3.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like we're having Devin just hardcast the Fury, sort of putting Christopher on lethal on the next turn. We do have that 1 Bolt that we talked about before. So Christopher's at a pseudo 6, and Fury does have double strike. So we are presenting a lethal attack here. And, oh, interesting. We're evoking the second Fury to play around living end, so we'll still have a lethal attack on the next turn.
Ah.
Oh. Okay. So Christopher is channeling the big turtle. I don't know its actual name. I think it's Skylander Turtle or something silly like that. It essentially lets you either unsummon a threat or return a card from your graveyard to your hand. So, we could have seen him put the living end back in hand or the channeler back in hand. But it looks like he just returned that Fury to hand to keep it out of the graveyard to prevent Devin from having a lethal force here. And it looks like we got Waker Waves, and since we didn't pick up a living end card, I have to assume we're going to see another living end here. And this might be a brutal turn for Devin.
Yeah. If Christopher doesn't have living end here, I think it's game over, but I think we're about to see that. Yep, there it is.
Another Cascader into living end. And interesting, Devin did have the Clothis. He could have pitch casted in order to get it in play, but I guess with things like Waker Waves, he just wanted to, maybe just hope to hard cast it, but Grief might take it here, so we'll have to see. This might be Christopher stealing game 1.
That's impressive because it was looking for a minute like he had no shot, but he might have pulled it out here.
He did. And the reserve to not cast the living in before as a board wipe is really paying off. Otherwise we'd be seeing the Elf and the Endurance come back, and sure, maybe not the biggest board presence in the face of the 7/7s, but is a thing that could have gone pretty poorly.
Yeah, it's pretty sad for Devin to lose this game 1 considering the amount of main deck outs he had to the matchup. So that's pretty rough.
Yeah, it looks like Devin's actually just conceding with the Fury taken. He doesn't think he's going to do anything, and we're going to have to see what happens post-board. This is one of those things that I assume Devin has a decent number of sideboard cards for, but like we mentioned, kind of already has a bunch in his main deck. So we might see Devin just bring in a couple cards like Unlicensed Hirsch or something like that you have from Murktide that overlap in this matchup.
That makes sense. Does Christopher have any options that he's going to be siding in against what Devin already has?
So the living in deck, like we kind of talked about last round with 4-color, they have a bunch of tools to answer certain hate cards. And that's basically all their sideboard is. They're just kind of being like, hey, my game 1 plan is what I believe to be good enough. I maybe have 1 or 2 cute cards that I bring in for certain weirdo matchups. But for the most part, I just have a bunch of artifact, enchantment, hate cards, and I kind of hope to line them up at the right time. So I would guess that Christopher probably has something along the lines of Force of Vigor, or maybe a Foundation Breaker, which are both essentially just destroy enchantment or artifact cards. He's going to bring those in, and worst case scenario, he kind of can assume that Devin is on probably a Blood Moon strategy after seeing so much of game 1. Arbor Elf's a pretty big tell typically for the Blood Moon decks.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to see exactly what happens in game number 2 here, but my guess is both players are probably bringing in 3 or 4 cards and just trying to think, is there any weirdo card that Devin could be playing? And maybe I'll bring in an extra hate card for that just in case. And sometimes that comes back to bite you, but sometimes it saves you. So really a weird nature of the Living End deck.
It makes sense. And one card that Devin has that's a little bit weird for this matchup is the Clothis, because it can't be destroyed. So does Christopher even have an out to that, or does he just have to play around it and hope that one exile a turn just isn't enough to affect him?
A little A, a little B. He does have cards like Brazen Bar, which we talked about in the last game, for things like Chalice of the Void. So maybe he'll bring that card in or leave them in, depending on kind of his deck configuration. Just because he did see the Clothis in the last game, off of the Grief there. So he'll know that's there, and he can assume things like, Blood Moon. He might even, Devin might be really hard targeting this matchup along with the Rhinos and have his own Chalice of the Voids. And if that's the case, then we would definitely see something like Brazen Bar come in. Obviously, all those things are artifacts and enchantments. So they, don't line up super great against Force of Vigor and Foundation Breaker like we talked about before. But Brazen Bar is kind of a universal answer and is just, a 3/1 flyer. So sometimes it goes the distance.
Yeah, it makes sense. Gives you other options too.
Yeah, it really allows you to play a diverse array of game plans. That's my content creator answer. Was that good? Did you like that?
Yeah, it was pretty sweet. I liked it.
Yeah. You say a diverse array of game plans, and people go, "Oh."
I was like, "Oh, this guy knows what he's talking about."
Wow, Mason is really good at Magic, and then that's kind of what happens when you have a diverse array of game plans. And so it's kind of like, "Oh, I have these 2 1-ofs. Why do I have them?" Well, I have a diverse array of game plans on my deck now. You see.
It's like, ooh.
Exactly. So a lot can go on with the Living End deck, but this is the kind of thing, and it looks like we have a couple Living End players in the tournament today, so this might be a popular matchup that we'll see in top 8. It is really a deck that is saying, like, hey, my thing's good enough, and I have things to make sure my thing's good enough. So not a lot of innovation goes on in those decks outside of, what what answer to a hate card do we have today? We have seen some fun things in the past, like they've played Crashing Footfalls, which is the Rhino card. So to completely avoid all the graveyard hate, they cascade into 4/4s and then just make some 4/4s. But typically speaking, cards like Chalice and Teferi are such universal parts of the metagame right now. We don't see that anymore. But there have been cool innovations like that, which have just done some exciting things.
That's pretty cool. I imagine if you're not expecting that, just randomly getting getting a bunch of 4/4s in play would be a little bit of an issue.
I have seen it happen to some blue-white control players that like mulligan to 5. They get their rest in peace hand shaking. They cast it. They're like resolved. They're like, okay, I'll cascade, and they're like, yeah.
Yeah, it's like you're done. It's like, nope. Here's a bunch of dumb 4/4s.
Yeah.
It's like, oh no.
Yeah, and you know what? When you take out all your spot removal spells, 2 4/4s, it gets the job done.
Yeah, especially against like a control matchup. Like, whew.
Yeah. But we're gonna go on down to game number 2 here. It looks like the players are mulliganing. It looks like Devin has decided to keep his hand, and Christopher is taking a big think. Are this a good array of answers and cyclers? That is kind of one of the things about the Living End deck is you see a lot of your deck and you move through a lot of cards, so your hands often don't really look like hands. You kind of have just a bunch of cards that draw a card, and so sometimes mulliganing is a really hard challenge. And we do see a subtlety turn 1 here, discarding a Shardless Agent to get rid of, I believe, an Arbor Elf from Devin. So Christopher's really trying to slow Devin down and hope that he is most likely turn 3 combo is good enough, because subtle thing in the Arbor Elf is a tempo positive play, but not a play that goes well if we go 3 or 4 turns more in this game.
Yeah, so if I'm Devin here, I'm thinking that he already has the Cascade card and is trying to do it turn 3, turn 4 at the latest, and is just trying to slow me down.
I agree. And we see Devin here has Relic of Progenitus.
Ooh.
That's a good one. It's going to answer the graveyard slowly, but it will be enough to kind of make it so we have those small living ends like we saw from James in the last round. And, those small living ends, like we mentioned, sometimes they do go the distance, but often, they can get answered, especially with a deck with way more creatures like Devin. And we also see in Devin's hand, he has Utopia Sprawl, which when combined with Arbor Elf is going to jump us ahead on mana. So this early subtlety play, maybe it's going to pay off for Christopher if he has exactly turn 3, but otherwise Devin's going to have so much more mana than he's going to know what to do with for the rest of the game.
Yeah, even if he has early turn 3 with that Relic out, I'm not sure if he'll even have enough creatures to pose a big threat.
Yeah, he's going to need a bunch of Street Wraiths so he can cheat the mana system a little bit and get more things in graveyard than he has, but also Devin might just leave up 1 mana for the rest of the game, and thanks to something like Utopia Sprawl, that's really easy to do when you have that huge burst of mana when combined with Arbor Elf to untap the Utopia Sprawl land.
Yep, and Devin's deck is able to put out a decent bit of pressure, so it's not like Christopher can just wait around forever and hope that it does it.
Yes, yeah, and Modern is used to be a turn 3, turn 4 format, right? And that's something that, pre-pandemic and pre-Modern Horizons, we would see from a lot of players turn 3, turn 4 kills. Nowadays, there have been so many answer spells that this fast game plan that Living End is presenting is actually very fast relative to the rest of the format. And it looks like Devin has played a Bloodbraid Elf. And so he has cascaded into a Pillage, which is destroy target land. And we see him blowing up the basic just in case he finds the Blood Moon. And now he gets to just swing in for 3. And, we talked about Christopher needing a turn 3 play and making a bunch of tempo positive plays. Well, Devin is also doing that. And Christopher didn't have any cyclers on the last turn. So his hands either all lands or, all Cascaders. Just like not much going on there.
Yeah, Christopher needs to do something here quick because with the fact that Bloodbraid Elf swung in last turn, he's got him on a clock here. And as we mentioned before, he's got the Utopia Sprawl, so he's going to start casting some bigger creatures and getting in there.
Yeah, it looks like we have 6 mana now thanks to the Arbor Elf untapping. So, anything you want to play from your EDH deck can come on the table right now.
Yeah.
And speaking of which, we have Bone Crusher Giant just getting played as a 4/3. And, I wouldn't be surprised if we just see Devin attack for 3, untap the Utopia Sprawl land, and then just be like, all right, I have Relic up.
Yep, it looks like that's the plan he's going to be going for here.
Oh, it looks like Devin also has another Bone Crusher in hand, so he can pop the Relic and Stomp. So a little bit of a backbreaking combination.
Yeah, he's also with that Bone Crusher in hand. He's representing lethal in the following turn. So Christopher really needs to do something here.
Yeah, and we're gonna see an upkeep activate Relic. There's some lands in the graveyard thanks to some fetching and land destruction, so not as powerful as normal. And it looks like he just passed back, which.
That's probably game over, right?
Yeah, Christopher might have Brazen Borrower and have a diverse array of game plans available to him.
Yep.
But unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be enough to even win. What we're going to do, unsummon the Bloodbraid Elf and then have it blow up another land?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like the strategy you want to be going for here.
The Colossal Sky Turtle doing its best Brazen Borrower impersonation. Return the Bloodbraid Elf.
Oh.
And we're going to see what happens here because, Christopher is down to 3 and Devin's in an unenviable position. He has this Bone Crusher Giant that he can just stomp Christopher's face and turn off all the fetch lands. Looks like he's just going to play the Bone Crusher Giant just to try and present lethal. And then have the Bloodbraid Elf in case, there's a living end. And then boom, we'll have a lethal attacker there. So a lot of different plays available to Devin. And Christopher, not much you can do. This is the problem, right? We mentioned Christopher's deck. It comes and says, hey, what I'm doing is good enough.
Oh, and that's it.
Yeah, and that's game 2 going over to Devin. Probably won't see much sideboarding here. This is one of the cool things about Modern is typically play or draw matters a decent bit, and you can see different sideboarding there. Unfortunately, in such a binary matchup, unless Christopher saw some card in that game that he wasn't expecting, probably going to see a pretty quick check the sideboard and get back into the action.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
But once you fall behind like that, your deck can't present other game plans. Your deck only does the one thing. And so with that being the case, it's like, ooh, well, I'm behind on board and I can't really living in. What do I do? And I guess I die is the answer.
Yeah, and the thing we saw that game was Christopher tried to play the tempo game plan where he tried to tempo him out, and it didn't even matter. Devin got better tempo from him even with him using the Solitude, so it just didn't matter.
Yeah, tempo is such an exciting, fun buzzword in Magic.
Oh, yeah.
What does it mean? Describe it in 10 words or less. I don't think you can do it. But typically it means mana advantage, right? Like that is what we're looking at. And Devin's deck with Utopia Sprawl actually just cheats the mana system a pretty good amount. So while Devin does have some draws that don't do anything because his hand's all lands thanks to doing that, he also has those kind of games where he's, we looked at him on turn 4 there, had 7 mana available to him. He can do anything he wants in his deck and probably multiple things too. So a really unenviable place to be.
Yeah, for sure. And while he's ramping, he's also blowing up because we saw him get an attack in with a haste creature and blow up a land in the same turn and just completely crush his ability to counteract that.
Yeah, and one of the cool things about Devin's deck is, his Bloodbraid Elf kind of cascades for value, right? So it has things like Arbor Elf, it has things like Utopia Sprawl, which you're not excited to hit, but sometimes, that's fine. You just kind of draw them or whatever, get them out of the way. But there are other times, like you mentioned, Pillage, Blood Moon, Endurance, other relics, right? Like Devin might only have one relic, who knows, but he might have 2 or 3, and if that's the case, suddenly there's 2 relics eating at the graveyard. Now you can't even like do the thing we talked about where you get them to pop a relic and then you living in and respond and like, all right, pop again.
Yeah.
And, it's like, okay, well, good games, man. I hope good luck in the rest. Shake his hand and go get a soda. But not much else you can really do. So, value cascade is the way that Garfield intended it, and is very good when it's good. So we're going to have to see what goes on here for this next game. It looks like both players are actually changing up a few cards. Maybe Devin has some card that's a little clunky on the draw. Like maybe he cuts a Bone Crusher Giant when he can't slam it on the play to attack and is having to hold up more cards. We'll have to, find out here in game number 2. It's one of the more interesting things about, Magic and Modern in general is the mana system and posturing, you get to present sort of like, hey, I could do a lot of things here. Do you want to go for it and buy some turns when you might not be able to? And vice versa. Your opponent might have the answer spell, but they're like, oh, I can wait a turn and get another mana, and try and do this and end up losing from the bad judgment call. It's a really exciting kind of game of chess or golf going on,
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah. Do you think that was the first time golf was called exciting?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, Tiger Woods and us. That's the 2 times,
Yeah.
And it looks like we are resolving some mulligans right now. So let's see if the gamers have some good 7s here. Looks like Devin had all lands, but all of his cards are red and green. Magic really likes to make the Gruul cards look red and green too. So I don't envy any commentator that's looking at this and is like, yeah, it looks like he had Stomping Grounds or spells. I can't really tell.
Yeah, it's like he's definitely got some red and green cards. Oh, he's throwing it away.
Okay, it might have just been all lands then. We might have been right. And it looks like Christopher did keep, Christopher had to decide first since he was on the play. And I'm curious if Christopher will have a card like, last game we saw him keep something along the lines of Subtlety, Street Wraith, lands, and a Cascader. So not the strongest hand in the world, but, sort of good enough to beat certain hate cards, like the Clothis that we mentioned before. But will he use them aggressively early after what happened last game? I don't know if it was strictly, a wrong play. It was just a line of play to take, and it might be very good with, Devin on the draw instead of the play. That's a pretty big difference.
Yeah, and like you mentioned last game with the Teferi, going second with a card like Clothis isn't as strong because you don't get to slam jam it before they get the chance to do their whole cascade.
Yeah, Clothis is kind of a card that is really good for forcing them to go for it.
Yeah.
And once they've gone for it, not being able to go for it again. And it looks like we do have Clothis, Utopia Sprawl, Arbor Elf, Pithing Needle, interesting, Pillage, and Forest. Probably Pithing Needle, our good friend Colossus Sky Turtle, or maybe a Boseiju. You can name that channel. And looks like we're pointing out Clothis here. Maybe, making a little joke about how it hits the graveyard. You wouldn't play that against me, would you, bud? Devin says, if you don't fetch, I'll play this Pithing Needle instead.
Yeah.
And, we can maybe get a little thing there going. But this is an interesting take here because we saw Christopher in game 2, Subtlety the Elf. Well, we can Grief the Elf right now. That's a permanent answer. But then we're leaving Clothis behind. So it's kind of an interesting, what do we do? We also have Utopia Sprawl, which is essentially a land. Maybe Christopher has another Sky Turtle to bounce the elf or a Subtlety for the elf, and then he can take the Utopia Sprawl, and then now Devin's on Forest. Go.
Yeah.
Not much can happen from there.
It looks like he's maybe not. I don't know. I might take the elf here and just hope to brick his hand because like the Clothis is strong, but if you can't cast the Clothis, then it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, and like we were mentioning, right? Clothis is a card that takes time to really matter.
Exactly.
Oh, and it looks like we're just gonna put our Utopia Sprawl down to make sure we get out from underneath any more griefs or anything like that.
And he drew, I believe that was Fury for turn, so that's not going to be doing all that much for it to fix his land problem here.
Yeah, we might actually see the Clothis die to the Fury's, vote cost just to make it so we're not getting living ended and dying immediately.
Yep.
Looks like Christopher might have an interesting hand because, typically with this deck, fetching's pretty easy. You grab a breeding pool, and then from there you can grab basics against a Blood Moon deck. But he was taking some time, so he might have a hand that's a little low on cyclers and high on lands. And he's like, okay, should I actually just grab a basic here in order to beat a Blood Moon in case Devin draws it? Because if Devin drew a land for turn or a Blood Moon and then draws the other piece on the next turn, that's turn 2 Blood Moon, and Christopher won't be able to living end through that. So we'll have to see what's going on here. And we also know Devin, has Boseijus to counter some of the channel lands. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens exactly here. And it looks like Christopher.
He just passes back.
Yeah, it's funny if Devin had tried to get him with a Pithing Needle on Misty, it would have worked for this next land. He would have been stuck. But looks like we are going to see a fetch and response. And oh, it looks like Devin drew Bloodbraid Elf.
Oh, that's not going to help you much when you don't have the mana to cast it.
Yeah, I am curious to see, will Devin go for the tempo play of Fury just to make sure this Living End isn't that bad? Because honestly, if Devin Fury's here, he'll kill one of the creatures off the Fury, dealing 4. The Fury will come back. It can block pretty well. And then, most importantly, that Arbor Elf that we discarded instead of Utopia Sprawl will come back. And that means Devin will be on 4 mana.
Right.
So it's actually, our grief is coming back to get us a little bit by going for the Elf instead of the Sprawl. And so, might not matter if we're able to get a big enough graveyard, but if Devin, draws an Endurance or draws a Relic and we have to go for it, we might end up getting got.
Yep, I think Christopher's on a little bit of a clock here to get it before Devin gets off the ground, because I think if Devin gets off the ground, he has enough firepower to probably put up a significant problem for Christopher here.
Mm-hmm. Looks like Devin wrote a bunch. My guess is there are 2 options here that are really most common. One is Colossal Sky Turtle. We've seen that happen a bunch in this match so far, so it might be on Devin's mind. The other is Beseiju, just, to stop you from being able to channel that and answer any problems. Looks like Devin's thinking about discarding Klothys here, but he's going to ultimately go with the Pillage. And I kind of like that. Klothys, if you draw a land, probably won't take over the game, but might gain you enough life and stabilize so the second one doesn't win the game from the opponent. And this sort of play leans to that. So I kind of like the way Devin's approaching it here. And, Ryan, we've talked about how consistent the Living End deck is.
Yeah,
we've talked about how it
exactly.
does its thing all the time. There's a secret thing that happens where sometimes you're never lucky.
Yeah.
And you have a lot of cards that draw cards and a lot of lands in your deck. And sometimes you're, discard a card, draw a card. That's going to be on just a land. So, we don't know exactly what Needle's naming, and we've top decked the Stomping Ground. So we are in on the Klothys if we want it. Maybe we can get someone to run out there and ask what the Pithing Needle is on. I'm unsure. Awesome. Yeah, it looks like we've got, a grunt on it as a Waker of Waves. Oh, interesting. Okay, so Waker of Waves is one of the bigger creatures, so that means Christopher might actually have that in his hand. It might be the reason why nothing happened before. And, we've been mentioning over and over how Klothys needs time. If Christopher's stuck with, a Waker or 2 in hand and, maybe a couple lands, this Klothys might actually steal the game. Klothys, not a card that a lot of decks play, but when first previewed was very hyped up for its potential in decks like this where, the mana part of it is really nice and the getting rid of creatures from the graveyard is super important. So the graveyard's one of the biggest resources in Modern right now. And, oh, interesting.
Ooh.
It's a creature on the stack, so we can sell to it. And we got rid of a, looks like a 3/3 cycler.
Yeah, not really much of a choice here. If I'm Christopher and I don't have the setup yet, you've got to get rid of that Klothys to buy some more time.
Yeah, and we're seeing Devin decide, do I want it top or bottom? And it can be kind of hard. We've mentioned over and over how you need time for that card to matter.
Yep.
And so it's like, hey, if he cascades here, will this even matter? But I think given the graveyard, like we mentioned so much, that just putting it on top is the best thing you can do for a game you're actually going to win. If he has a Living End, you're in big trouble either way, so you need to fight through it. And the Elf should actually be in. There we go. We grabbed it as well. And, now Fury can actually shoot down one of these, creatures. And we're going to see a lot of different abilities go on the stack here. We have Grief to hit the hand. And we have Chancellor. I don't know. The 3/3 looks at the top 3 cards of the deck again. The flavor text from last round.
Oh,
Last time I knew it, I said off the top of my head, and this time I couldn't. And so a fun little fact here is Devin's ability will resolve first, since he's non-active player, and then Christopher's stuff will resolve. So Christopher will know which of his creatures are going to die to Fury before getting to look at things and before griefing. Now, Devin only has 1 card in hand, so that's not going to change many choices there. But for the top 3 cards, if your flyer's around, you might bottom a Bolt versus, if it's like, oh, my creatures are all going to get blocked anyways, who cares? So we'll have to see here.
Makes a lot of sense. You could theoretically leave the Klothys on top if there isn't going to be, if they don't bolt something important, and you might be able to put out enough pressure depending on what your hand is.
Yeah, and I think one of the cool things about Living End is at these points you kind of get down to brass tass magic, attacks and blocks, and it looks like Devin's got a 3/3 first strike, 3/3 double strike. Sorry, so he is going to be able to just kind of And it looks like they're asking a judge to make sure what the order is. Active player, non-active player doesn't come up a whole lot in Magic in these sort of weird situations, but when it does, it does. So, yeah, it looks like the judge is talking to them. That being the case, the Fury is going to kill the Flyer most likely, and then the board's going to be locked down. And so we might see the Klothys have to get put at the bottom of the stack because there's just going to be no pressure. If you're living it again, it's like, oh, cool, whatever. Now you just have that 1/3/3 back.
That makes a lot of sense, yeah.
It's going to be a really awkward spot, and it looks like they've talked to the judge, and they're just double-checking that, Devin will have to announce the Fury, where's it going, and then you get to look at the cards. So pretty interesting, all things considered. And let's see. So everything enters. And, okay, there was a Blood Moon in hand. Ooh. That's the secret layer Blood Moon. That would have been pretty actually game overing. If the Grief was just another, like, let's say 3/3 body or whatever, then we would just have no mana for the rest of the game since we have no basics in play. And believe it or not, we would find a way to win in our deck that has Blood Moon if our opponent can't cast spells. And looks like we are seeing some rearranging. It looks like Klothys did quickly go to the bottom there. Pretty fair to be all things considered. And it looks like Devin is just kicking back like, hey, what's up? And then now the Fury should resolve. Looks like he is going for the subtlety since it has flying.
Makes sense.
Oh, and it looks like Christopher's last card in hand, I think that was a Living End. A little confused as to what's going on.
Did he not target the Flyer?
Oh, well, he's trying to subtlety. That's not how that works. We should probably go get a judge involved, yeah. I think there's some confusion about subtlety. It's a weirdly worded card where it looks like you could probably do it on a creature that's already in play, but you cannot. You have to do it on something that's on the stack, kind of like a soft counterspell. It's not counterspell and Mana War. Actually, when the card was first previewed, a lot of players were like, oh my goodness, it's a split card for those two things. That is broken. And that would be, to be fair. But looks like, some minor confusion. And this sort of thing happens. A bunch of cards are moving zones. And also, cards are worded so thoroughly today. I think it's a good way to describe it.
Yeah, they're very dense.
Yeah. The theory of words is really getting put to the test these days. There used to be an old joking thing that if your card makes you have to squint, it's probably good.
Yeah, exactly.
And so that's becoming less and less the case. It looks like, they're talking to the judge, but the judge is probably just, clarifying to the players to make sure the game stays clean. And it looks like the subtlety was going to die. Oh, that might have been what was happening with Christopher. Christopher might have been wanting to put his creature on top of his own deck in order to cycle it. That's probably why he picked up the one creature that one time.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And that's why we're confused because it just doesn't work that way.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like, oh, it's interesting. He's just killing the 3/3 instead of one of the ones with the keyword ability, but maybe Devin has a plan. And we're going to see a little bit of a race begin maybe. It's interesting. Like we mentioned, Devin has a double striking 3/3. So this attack is going to leave Christopher open. And, Devin's going to fall to 15. And then if Devin wants, he can attack for 7 and put Christopher to 9. And Devin will win that race. So, yeah, it looks like Devin's not even wanting to get into combat. Like, hey, I have 7 power, you have 6. I'll win this race. Interesting that he did not do anything else. And, oh, it looks like that was Chalice of the Void.
Oh, he is playing Chalice of the Void. That's pretty rough. Oh, he's got the respond Living Dead.
Yeah, interesting. So you see Devin's choice here not to block the 3/3 kind of paying off because now there's just a 3/3 on the other side of the table. And, now we have Chalice of the Void in play, meaning we probably won't see another Living End. And we know Devin does have Klothys 2 cards down. So Devin will have a couple draw steps in order to actually get back in this game. And we'll have to see exactly what happens. And, if Devin draws a card like Endurance, that's a 3/4 reach. Believe it or not, Chalice is on 0. Apparently, we don't have dice. That's okay.
Yeah, I would think if you were playing Chalice of the Void, you'd at least bring some D6s, but, guess it's not required.
I played a GP once with humans, which is a very counter-heavy deck, and I brought 1 dice.
Oh.
I had faith in the community to back me up.
Yeah.
And they did until one round where my opponent was also playing humans with no dice, and we had to use paper like that.
Oh, no. That sounds awful.
It was not fun. But a fun story. And
there's that Klothys.
Yeah, and so Klothys, we've mentioned it a bunch of times now. It's going to be able to drain from the graveyard, And when it does that, he's going to gain 2 life, which means the subtlety is now slowing down the clock significantly. But as long as, Devin remembers his trigger, which seems like he did, he's going to go up to 5, down to 2, up to 4, down to 1. So he has about 3 draw steps to hit something important. And if he doesn't, he will die to the subtlety just sort of beating down. But looks like there's some – okay, we're just, discussing life totals here.
Yep, and as we've mentioned, yeah,
Oh.
Devin's got a lot of good creatures in his deck. So
Yeah, he drew Magus of the Moon. So now Christopher drew Odawara. So he did draw his 1-of Island in his deck. So now he can attack Devin down to 2 and then return the Klothys to the hand, which means it won't gain the 2 life, which means Devin loses a draw step. So really exciting. Looks like Devin might be playing around something like a Endurance here. Looks like we're seeing when this thing triggers. I believe it triggers at the beginning of the pre-combat main phase. I think it has one of the weirder templating. So Devin drawing his card there, pretty standard practice. And it looks like Christopher might be like, hey, in your draw step, I'd like to try and get you. And, looks like Christopher's just going to play around it. This sort of line is a little safer than the line I'm suggesting. If Devin drew something like an Endurance, now your subtlety isn't dead and you're not left with anything versus like, hey, you have a draw step to do something.
yeah, makes sense.
And we're going to see Devin hit in for 2. And it looks like Devin drew, I think that's a land, but I could be mistaken.
It must be because he didn't play it. I think of most cards you'd play in this situation.
Yeah, the only other one I guess you wouldn't is a Chalice of the Void for 0 since, it would just
Yeah.
get countered.
Right.
But it looks like we're going to see some draws happen here. And now, Devin has gone up to 3 and put Christopher to 8. But the subtlety is still going to kill, and the Odawara can kill any blockers. Oh, chat seems to think it was a Boseiju. So a land that we definitely want to keep in hand.
Yeah, definitely.
And it looks like we drew an Arbor Elf, so we might just be dead here because, we can attack for 2, go to 6, but then the 3/3 just attacks. And
Yeah, I don't see a way out of this. That's surprising considering that Christopher was able to pull that out.
yeah, the only way I can imagine Devin winning here is he cycles Boseiju and targets the island. And then Christopher decides, I don't want to Odawara.
Yeah.
And then, or does Odawara something crazy. So that's going to be the round. A really exciting match there. 2-1 for Christopher, moving on with living in. 1 win away from the elimination rounds, being able to draw in there. It's pretty exciting. And we're going to have to see Devin, not new to the space, play a lot of tournaments like this. He's used to, kind of being 1-1 and battling up, and we're going to have to see what happens in the rest of the rounds. But that's going to do it for us here in round number 2 from the TNLG RCQ for Atlanta. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back very soon with some more Magic the Gathering.
All right, work here, guys.
Hello, welcome back to round number 3 of the TNLG RCQ for Dreamhack Atlanta. I'm your host, Mason. I'm joined by Ronnie now in the booth. Ronnie, how you doing?
What's up? I'm doing well today, man. I'm doing well. It's been a busy day, but it's been good.
Yeah, it's been an exciting, busy day, and we're into round 3 right now. We've got our players shuffling up in the moment,
Yep.
and this is a win-and-in situation. We have 30 people here today, so it looks like they're going to be able to double draw whoever wins this one and lock up their spot in the top 8 if they want.
How many times have you been bubbled out on something like that?
Not often, but only at big events. I got
Yeah.
like a 9th at a GP. I've got a couple
Yeah.
of those situations. The local ones, I got my math down. good
Yeah,
on
I'm
that
not
one.
very good, so I always get on the bubble. I'm like the 9 on small events like this.
Yeah, you're
so.
the one who hates the draw
I
system.
hate the draw system.
Yeah,
That's exactly why.
An unfortunate side effect of prizes being a big part of it. But
Yeah,
hey,
sure.
a fortunate side effect is we get some money. Just like today, the player's playing for $500 for first place, and it looks like we're gonna have an interesting matchup. I know that historically here, Ryan plays Hammer Time. I saw him actually lose his 1-8 for the Card Monster Games 10K last week, and he was next to me. He lost his 1-in playing Hammer Time, so I'd be really surprised if he doesn't run that back today. It's really hard to miss out on such a big event and not change your deck. You're like, oh, it's going so well. Why would I change it? I own it.
Sure. Talk about that. So what exactly is Hammer Time's strategy here?
Yeah, so Hammer Time is one of the more aggressive decks in the format. It tries to put Colossal Hammer onto a creature, which is an equipment for 1 mana that, when equipped, gives +10/+10 to a creature. Now, the catch is it's 8 mana to equip.
Oh.
So it's very expensive, but the deck has lots of ways to cheat that sort of thing.
Sigarda's Aid and stuff like that.
Sigarda's Aid, Pure Steel Paladin. There's even some like weird cards like Core Dancer that can equip an equipment. So there's a lot of weird things the deck can play as like one-ups and stuff. And we're starting our match right now, it looks like. And it looks like Jason is playing a controlling 4-color deck. We can see the Yorion just off screen underneath the 20 life total. And this is a matchup that when the 4-color deck first came out, Ronnie, this was part of the reason. When I was first playing the 4-color deck back in November, you played it to beat up on Hammer Time when they had
Specifically
Lurrus.
this deck.
Yeah, you would beat Lurrus decks, and you would beat the other control decks, and you were pretty good against Murktide. And things have changed, though. So an interesting thing is, as the 4-color deck has become more and more of the metagame, Hammer Time has become less and less and less. Yeah. And as such, a lot of 4-color players have cut some of their key cards in the matchup. They don't need them, and they need more stuff for the mirrors. So if Jason's built his deck preparing for a lot of mirrors, this what used to be a buy matchup and one that Ryan might not be happy to see is actually going to be really hard for him to win. And a lot of that comes down to deck construction. We're going to have to see how the cards line up here as we're seeing Jason fetch up a Triome here of the Teamer variety.
Love that. Mm-hmm. So are there any other equipment in Ryan's deck besides the obvious Colossal Hammer?
Yeah, typically you'll see 1 Shadow Spear in the deck, which is a life-linking trample equipment for a single mana. You can tutor that up off Urza Saga, so that's a good way if your opponent has a bunch of chump blockers, you can hit in with your big hammer. And then nowadays the decks play 1 Cauldron Complete. So the deck plays Stoneforge Mystic and can put in Cauldron, which is, if you don't know, a 7 mana 5/5 artifact with basically every keyword. And
it's real hard to remove.
Yeah, it is basically unbeatable once it hits the board. Jason's deck does have some outs to it. They can actually remove the germ from the table, so that weirdly gets around it.
So is this deck fundamentally what the Jeskai, or I guess blue-white variant of the equipment builds has turned into? Because I know back in the day I played like a control deck that was blue-white, had Jason, stuff like that. Obviously I haven't played Modern in a little while myself, but I've seen a lot of these cards that are very similar, except for the fact that it wasn't running the Colossal Hammer package.
It's kind of, so that deck was more controlling. You were really looking to use things like Remand and Mana Leak and Bolt to kind of keep the game in place, and then you get your equipment on your Stoneforge and slowly beat in. This deck plays out in some ways like that, but for the most part is just actually using the Stoneforge and those kind of cards for the same protection and consistency reasons that we saw from the Jeskai deck then.
Sure.
Akin to that, so viewers who haven't played Modern in a while will see some similarities in that, but this deck is typically much more proactive.
So no batter skulls.
No batter skulls these days. No. We've seen some players do that during the burn because the burn can be a bit of a hard matchup, but typically it turns out if you put a Shadow Spear on something with +10/+10, you gain a lot of life.
Yeah, you're probably fine. Fine.
It gives you a diverse array of game plans, you see.
There's that phrase.
Yeah. It is round 3 here if you are watching this at home. I know at the top of our screen it says round 2. A little oopsie-poopsie, if you would. But it looks like we're going to be playing Teferi 3 on the battlefield. And this is one of the more interesting cards in the matchup. So Teferi 3 doesn't allow your opponent to play at instant speed. So the interesting thing about that is that you can't use Sigarda's Aid to put a hammer on
Right.
after you're attacking. So it makes you kind of play much more proactively instead of reactively, which is one of the big strengths of the hammer deck. You know, a lot of times in this matchup when they win, they've got a couple little creatures and they're sort of beating slowly, and then you go for something like a lightning bolt or an unholy heat, and they say hammer, take 12 instead. You know, and that sort of dynamic can be really backbreaking. But with Teferi on the board, it's a card that doesn't do much to stop that, but that play pattern is pivotal to this matchup. So something you'll see kind of stronger 4-color players knowing to do, and it looks like both players are taking care of life totals, and it looks like we might have just a double threat from Ryan here.
So I might have missed it. What did he bounce? Did he bounce the Stoneforge back to hand?
He bounced the Giver of Runes.
The Giver, okay.
Yeah, because the Giver of Runes gives protection, so you can't really go after the Stoneforge.
Yeah, I guess that's fair, yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty easy place to get up there, and then he Furied because it looks like Ryan chose to give it pro-white to play around Solitude, but the one of Fury came in, yeah. And then, we have
Pure Steel Paladin.
Pure Steel Paladin coming down. This is one of the more explosive cards in the deck. So Pure Steel Paladin lets you equip equipments for free if you have Metalcraft, which is 3 artifacts.
Okay.
So
in this case, that's not the case.
Not the case right now, but now we're starting to kind of get in and sort of present that Metalcraft.
What's the artifact that's on the top there?
So that's Paradise Mantle. So Paradise Mantle, when you equip it to a creature, it allows your creature to tap for a mana. It turns it into a Birds of Paradise, if you would. Yeah, so it's a little thing that these decks, since they play Urza Saga, they're able to get so many one-of artifacts that, some players choose to have this instead of Springleaf Drum because it does draw a card off the Pure Steel Paladin like we just saw happen there.
Yeah. It's 0 mana. I like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting little feature that the decks can play. And it looks like Jason here is sort of, setting up well so far. We've got our Teferi in play. We've kept, everything at bay, and now it's kind of coming down to, all right, can we just make sure the Pure Steel Paladin stays off the board? And if we can do that, we can probably take over the game. And it does look like we have the Bolt for the Pure Steel.
Can't do anything about it. Just goodbye.
Yeah, the fun part of Teferi is you have to awkwardly wait there while your opponent thinks.
The worst.
And you're like, okay, yeah, but you can't do anything, right?
Is that card? I mean, obviously they would have banned it already if it was too good. But is it too good? I mean, the card is very good.
The card's really good. It's one of those cards that maybe if I was in charge of the ban list or on the team, it would be a thing that I would look at answering simply because of fun and slowing games down.
It prevents a lot of game strategies.
Yeah,
I feel like.
I think right now it does a good job hosing enough things that it's probably going to stay around for a little bit. But it's definitely something that we could see happen later on. And we do see Sigarda's Aid into Springleaf Drum, into Reality Chip. Reality Chip, one of the new additions to this deck, really allows the deck to go off. And it looks like now we can actually use that Reality Chip to equip a Colossal Hammer and attack for 11.
So what does Reality Chip say?
So Reality Chip is one of the new reconfigure creatures. So they're like an equipment, but also a creature. It lets you look at your top card of your deck at any time, and then also if it's equipped to something, you can play the top card of your deck. So later in the game, it's like
pretty good.
Yeah, it's really good at doing that sort of thing.
Oh,
and it looks like
also gonna give it.
Yeah, give it the birds. Oh, I see what's happening. So he's attacking and just hitting the Teferi down, wanting to save the Colossal Hammers maybe for next turn when he can present 21 damage.
What was the reason? What was the reason for attaching the
reality
birds thing?
Oh, the bird. It was just free mana.
Oh, okay.
He just had a mana laying around, so he was just like, I might as well do this. Probably never comes up, but if it does, yeah. And now we see Omnath hit the board, and this is an interesting thing. We saw Ryan have 2 Colossal Hammers in hand, and he didn't choose to play one and remove the Teferi. So now we're still stuck in that same holding pattern, and if Jason drew a fetch land, those 2 hammers aren't lethal anymore. Because we can gain 4 on our turn, gain 4 on their turn with a fetch.
Because of the Omnath.
Exactly. And so Ryan's kind of walking a line here where, he's making it so that he's strong against a card like Solitude, but really weak against, this sort of play.
Is Solitude a 4 of in the 4-color build?
Yeah, it's a pretty stock 4 of there, and Fury is actually a 1 of, so Jason getting to use his Fury like that was pretty beneficial. Jason here playing his Misty Rainforest, and,
gaining 4 life. Man,
yeah.
So good for a fetch land.
Yeah, and now, we might see Jason play something like a Yorion here, looks to be what he's thinking about. But we can also see him just fetch in Ryan's turn and go up to 23, and then even if we equip the hammer, it's not lethal. We could also see a Yorion here in order to block that Inkmoth Nexus. You might see the Inkmoth in the lands and think that's why Ryan's holding the hammers to try and diversify his threats.
Yeah, and the reason why that's possible, obviously, is with the landfall trigger number 2 on the Omnath, giving him 4-color.
4, yep.
There, plus the one that he's going to have untapped here.
Yeah, Omnath, a card designed for Standard that has some interesting ramifications for Modern.
Yeah. Well, it turns out when you're fetching and you're having multiple land drops, it's pretty good to have something that says landfall on it.
Yeah, especially something as impactful as this, which, we played the Omnath this turn and we got all of our mana back.
Yeah.
So it was
very
like it was
good.
a free spell.
It's just free. It's a free 4/4 body that also has upside because you gain 4 life, and
Draw a
also
card.
what's the third ability? Is there a third
deal
ability?
4 damage to
Man,
each
that card's so
player and
good.
each opponent and each planeswalker.
So is this what the Elementals build kind of turned into then? I'm
Yes,
guessing?
yeah, this was kind of the evolution, and we do see Prismatic Ending answering the aid. That is a huge play from Jason. So now that we have no aid, we have no equipper, and Ryan has the lethal setup in hand, but he's going to have to go for it on his main phase due to the Teferi 3. So we talked about how we played around the Solitude and things like that, but in reality, maybe we've played into the Solitude a little too hard now, and this is sort of the weird line that this Hammer deck has to walk. And the Hammer deck, very strong, very hard to play efficiently, but when you do, its rewards are massive.
I mean, it is kind of glass cannon, though, yeah? I mean, so the reality of it here is that in this moment, he has to kill him in, 2 turns, I would assume?
He top-decked the Pure Soul Paladin off the Reality Chip. So now we're getting it. It is a 2 turns for him to kill somebody. You are correct in that. And this is really the only matchup where you're kind of glass canning because they're the only deck in the format outside of blue-white control, but that's for the most part pushed out. Yeah, they're gaining life, and they have a lot of exile removal things in the 4-color deck. Against a lot of other decks like Murktide Regent, you're actually hyper-resilient because they can't actually remove your pieces. So it's interesting how the deck takes multiple different roles and multiple different matchups. We're seeing Ryan considering animating his Ink Moth here and then equipping the hammer to it.
Ink Moth has Infect?
It does have Infect,
That's
yes.
right.
So
And flying.
well,
No, not flying.
It does have flying, but Colossal Hammer, you see, they had flavor text on it. You can't be a flyer and hold a hammer that big. So Hammer removes flying. It's one of the secret launch attacks. Yeah,
that's fair though.
Yeah,
right?
we can't have a bird holding a hammer like that. Not that birds couldn't, but birds don't get to in Magic. So we're seeing an interesting thing here. This is also a thing where Jason might just forget that he loses flying. Like I mentioned, that's kind of flavor text.
He did.
He's conceding even though he could block with the Omnath.
Yeah, he could.
Yeah, and
that's amazing. So how many games come down to that where you accidentally win because people forget?
A decent number, I would say. If you play a 15-round tournament, maybe once a tournament, it's one of those things where Ryan's not even trying to get Jason, right? He's just like, I have to do this play. I have to kill you. You have to chump block. The Omnath beats me. And, Jason has decided that I would rather die than lose the value from an Omnath. And I can respect that. You got to be addicted to value some way.
I don't know. I think probably it's just missed.
Yeah. I think it was just forgotten. It was, it's one of those confusing things that can happen. And like we did mention, right, like Colossal Hammer does have the flavor text.
Right.
And that flavor text almost never comes up, but that is one of the weird times where it does.
Ryan got that one.
Yeah, so Ryan did win.
Player 2.
Due to infect damage. So
that's right. Due to his opponent conceding, really.
Yeah. Well, it was lethal. If he didn't block, it does do 10. It does 11 poison, more than enough to win a game.
But he could block.
He could block.
That's the thing. He could block. I mean, I understand. I get it. I just it's interesting to me. I'd be curious how many games get
decided like
that.
So
whoops.
Yeah. So it's an interesting thing. By the way, in this matchup, sideboarding is pretty easy. Ryan brings in a bunch of resilient things. Jason brings in a bunch of kill spells. Not much to talk about. But you bring up an interesting point where it's like, how many games do come down to little oopsie poopsies like that? I think a lot of games do, but not always in such obvious ways like that. In the last round, we saw a Grief hit an Arbor Elf instead of a Utopia Sprawl, right? And so then when the Living End happened, the elf came back and it was a problem.
Yep.
And ultimately he overcame that problem. But if he had taken the Utopia Sprawl, then Devin last round would not have had red mana. He would not have had 2 mana, and then when we Living End, it would not have been a problem.
Yeah.
So like little things like that could come up where it's totally likely in another universe where Devin just has an endurance and plays it due to the elf.
Right.
So lots of little things make and break Magic tournaments, and that is the thing that typically separates
good
the upper echelon from the good players.
Absolutely. Not to say that Jason's not a good
No,
player.
of course,
he just didn't see that. And I'm honestly, if it were me, I probably would be the same person. Oh, okay, I can see because you just got me with 10 impact.
Yeah, and it happens all the time. But that's why I made sure to clarify there. Like,
sure.
The difference between like someone like Reed Duke and that is the small things, but those are the things that matter. All the small
totally.
things. especially if everyone's just a good player, then there's got to be an edge game somewhere.
Which is also why this game is so great.
Yeah.
Like, it really is, because the reality of it is that it is accessible for people that may not know that kind of thing. But also, it's like high-level intelligence, high-level interactions that obviously that's not what just happened, but the point is that there are little nuanced things that really matter, like the sorry, not Arboreal Grazer, the Arbor Elf there, that really does end up mattering sometimes. So it's awesome.
Yeah, and sometimes it's a lot of games of like giving yourself that 0.5% to draw out of it, and that is the difference sometimes with 0.5%. And we've seen both players show up here. So good news for Jason is even though we lost, we are on the play, which is a pretty big difference in this matchup. You really want to set up something like the Teferi, like a Ren and 6, like an Omnath, and giving your opponent one less turn to have been proactive.
So Ren and 6 in this deck because it picks off the little guys?
Ren and 6 minuses and kills the X1. So cards like Esper Sentinel, Midnight, things this deck's kind of flooded with in order to make its synergies function, just kind of fall over.
We might see that here.
Yeah, it looks like we do have a Ren and 6 in hand.
We have two, we have a Esper Sentinel, maybe even two. No, it's a hammer.
Definitely at least one Esper Sentinel, the sketch art version. And, Esper Sentinel might die here too of Ren and 6, but it will trigger. And, as long as Ryan remembers his trigger, seems like he definitely will.
One mana, 1/1, draws you a card, seems pretty good.
Yeah, even if it does take their turn there.
Sure.
And the interesting thing is sometimes, Jason's deck will do things like keep 2 landers with a Ren and 6 because that is essentially 3 lands, right?
Yeah, right.
And so here, we might kill the Esper Sentinel, but maybe we needed that land drop and, having to take down again on the next turn. So a lot of tricky things can come up, and it's why, the 4-color deck so strong, but does have some issues. And it looks like maybe Jason didn't have it or doesn't want to give Ryan the card. Jason might have enough cards that he thinks, hey, I actually can beat what Ryan has, but not if Ryan draws 1 or 2 extra cards. And so I'm going to play around that. And it looks like Ryan does play an Urza Saga here. Interesting thing about Urza Saga is actually puts a trigger on the stack before it can make mana. So if Jason had a card like March of Otherworldly Light, we could blow the land up.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's something I didn't know about for sure.
Yeah, definitely a weird thing that comes up.
How does it tapping for colorless affect this deck? I mean, obviously this is a monocolored deck, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Does that matter or ever come up? I know. For instance, I played Jund pretty regularly myself, and I had Urza Sagas in there for a little while. I didn't enjoy it because it's a 3-color deck, and so I found myself having to fetch and kill myself very aggressively because I was having to overcome the Urza Saga having to tap for colorless.
Yeah, it is sometimes awkward. We have like a lot of white cards, like maybe you have a bunch of Esper Sentinels, a bunch of Aids or something. But for the most part, the fact that it tutors up a hammer and then makes 2 bodies makes up for that sort of downside. So, you'll see here how most likely Ryan's next turn is past the turn. And he'll make a body.
Dude,
yeah, and then from there, on the next turn, he can make another dude. And then since Aid's in play, the hammer will automatically equip to a creature when we tutor it off the Urza Saga. So
Which is pretty good on something that also gets +1/+1 for it coming into the battlefield.
Exactly, yeah. So we'll have like an almost lethal threat. So
that's pretty cool.
Jason has about 1-ish turn besides this one to sort of answer things. And we saw Jason has an Omnath in hand. So from Jason's perspective, he might want to try and find an answer. Here we go.
There it is.
And one of the fun facts about Teferi is it returns enchantments.
Yeah.
And since Urza Saga is an enchantment land.
Somebody did that to me the other day. I was like, no, that's not how it works. Like, yeah, that is how it works.
That is how
whatever.
That would work. It's
Salty.
fun. It's one of the interesting things, too, where, Jason could actually uptick and then pass to Ryan and then return the 8 on Ryan's turn. Because now we're back in the saddle where the same thing's happening. But if he does that, the hammer's in play, yes, there are some constructs, but they're not being equipped with the hammer. So
at instant speed, sure.
Yeah, it's an interesting line where Jason maybe, has another Teferi or something like that where he can solve that problem later. But right now it looks like we're just going to develop, Omnath, the best card there is.
Talk about the decision making about why it's important to make a construct and when the time is to do that, because I think that was one of the struggles for me when I was playing this card Urza Saga here. That I found myself like not knowing exactly whether or not I should use my mana efficiently or I should just make a dude because the dude gets to be a 3/3 pretty easily.
Yeah, it's interesting where in this deck typically it's kind of matchup dependent, where there are some matchups where Urza Saga is just like a hammer on suspend 2, right? In 2 turns, I got a hammer. Happy about that. And you just play your hand. There's some matchups like this where you really want the bodies. And, having multiple bodies out of one card is what matters
Yeah.
because it's so much about you just getting
That's fair.
one thing across the finish line. So in this deck, it's one of the strengths is it gets to do that wide variety of game plans, whereas in other decks it won't do that. So we're seeing Jason here actually opt to not play Omnath and instead play Wrenn and 6. And Jason's probably thinking, oh, I get to play Omnath on the next turn. I
Right.
get a fetch land. I get the mana burst.
Yep.
It is one of the more interesting plays available to this deck because Jason doesn't have the Omnath in play, which means the Omnath isn't pressuring Ryan.
Yeah, notably Ryan didn't have another land until just now. Obviously, he just top decked that because he didn't have one last. Oh, no, he did have a land last
He
turn.
had a
He
Saga.
played the Urza
It's hard to
Saga
sell.
second
Yeah,
time. Sure.
this is part of the interesting thing about Urza Saga in the deck is that it does in these early turns, if you don't have something on the board, really slow you down to get that value.
Right.
But you're kind of forced into the value, so it's an interesting dynamic here. Now, what I imagine is going to happen is Jason is going to play his Omnath, play a fetch land, and then play something else, and kind of hope that's good enough. I do wonder if we had played this Omnath last turn and got some pressure going, if how different things will be, because every turn you give Ryan is pretty
Right.
impactful for him up until a certain point. So we're gonna have to see how Jason wants to play this because Jason does have basically everything as availability. He can fetch and put Yori on his hand and play a card. He has all the mana every turn for the rest of the game, and so
So you think Jason was concerned about removal for Omnath then?
I think Jason. I think a lot of players. So listeners at home, I play a lot of the 4-color deck, and I've done a lot of the innovations in the deck. A lot of the things that you see are from my finishes. And
Love that.
one thing that's very interesting about the deck is when I started coaching people is they would always play their Omnath on turn 5 because you can play the fetch, you get the mana back. Whereas there are a lot of points like this in certain matchups where your opponent's deck is very light on removal. They maybe have one card.
Right.
So if you play it on turn 4, instead of having 4 free mana the next turn, you get 9 mana, which
Right.
lets you do a lot more
Right.
things like expressive into bigger spells or pick up your Gorion and play it. And if they have the one card, well, they're going to kill your Omnath either way.
Right.
There's no real point in kind of playing around this. So what's happening now is we're seeing Jason actually fetch in response or at the end of turn with the construct here. I imagine we're going to see Jason kill this construct. That way he doesn't get attacked for 11 off the hammer. And it's an Odawara.
Oh, wow.
Interesting. So
that just bounces it. I mean,
yeah,
it bounces it,
it
but
bounces,
it's gone.
which
Yeah,
kills
yeah.
the construct. Yeah, an interesting play there too because we did shock, which implies that we maybe have a bolt in hand, and also once again we could just remove the aid because right now we can make a construct, get the hammer, put it on there, and we're
Right,
presenting
yeah.
on the next turn. So I'm going to assume Jason has a bolt since he did shock in the steam vents. Or he just is trying to make the sickest bluff of all time on Ryan.
So talk about why he can dig into his deck and put.
So Urza Saga is a saga, which means every turn it moves forward on a chapter. The third chapter in this one is you can search your deck for a 1 or 0 mana artifact. Exactly those. It's not 1 or less. It's 1 or 0 mana, and then put on the field. And so now we're going to search for the hammer.
And it
then-
says put.
yeah,
just
it says put
notably,
it. Yeah, so it
'cause-
gets around counterspell and things of that nature.
or specifically to Teferi, in this case.
Yeah. And another interesting thing here, Ryan's opting to get Springleaf Drum. So I think Ryan trying to play around the bolt that Jason was representing and is saying, hey, I don't really need a hammer right now. I've got this construct. I've got 7 cards in hand because I haven't done anything in the last 3 turns. I think we can just play some Magic, my friend. And we're going to see how Jason responds to that because Ryan, does have a lot of play available to him.
Notably, though, I mean, Bolt still takes care of the construct, right?
It
So
does right now, yeah. So one of the things that's interesting is post-board Ryan brings in a bunch of Blacksmith Skill, which is a 1-mana white spell that says target permanent you control gains indestructible and hexproof, and if it's an artifact, it gets +2/+2.
Oh, okay.
So against
He had it in hand.
Yeah. So he had the hammer in hand, so he's just going to equip it this way. Interesting. Jason was just
And he
trying to
didn't-
bluff
yeah,
him with
didn't-
the
didn't
bolt.
bolt him. Wow.
Interesting, yeah. So hopefully that 2 life doesn't matter too much. Omnath sometimes, especially with the Wrenn 6 going, we're gaining 7 a turn if we want. So it should probably be fine, but sometimes it comes and gets you. Interestingly, our Teferi is on 3 loyalty, so
Right, could bounce.
we can now bounce the
Construct, yeah. While Mason dies, I'll take over for a split
A
second.
small death. Yeah.
He's good.
The rumors on my end have been exaggerated. But yeah, we're looking if you're Jason to draw a card like Beseiju here.
Ah,
Oh, interesting.
prismatic ending for 1.
Yep. just killing the construct. This is an interesting line of play, and it kind of dictates the rest of your game, right?
Why wouldn't he bounce something there, though, right?
Well, he wants to keep the hammer in play. Well, he wants to keep the Teferi in play, so he can't get hammered at instant speed. So he's choosing to do that and basically value.
Oh, okay. I'm misremembering Teferi. I thought Teferi's -2, but it's
no,
-3.
It's -3.
Okay,
yeah. So he'd have to and sometimes you do make that exchange. What's a little interesting to me is that he actually chose to prismatic ending the creature and not the hammer. So now, the hammer is going to, be on the board for the rest of the game. So we play Pure Steel Paladin. We can re-equip it.
Right, sure.
We would have to have beaten the construct, but, we do have a 4/4. We have a lot of cards in hand. We have expressive iteration.
Oh, so yeah, that would have
so
been infinitely better. You're right.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it really matters on how you choose to play the game from here. Because now you need to be a little bit more defensive in the later turns versus, defensive now.
We're looking at a long game here, it looks like, because, there's still at 20 to 18.
Yeah.
I guess that's not true because, in theory, Ryan can just smack him and then smack him again.
Yeah.
And it can be over.
So it's probably going to be long because Jason, like we mentioned in round 1, the 4-color deck just takes forever to kill its opponent.
Grinds. Yeah, we've gone to time in both of the 2 rounds that we've had before us, and the player that was playing was a 4-color player. So
Yep. Playing some pretty grindy matchups too, and that is some of the things that happen. We did see Jason here choose to add Yorion to hand and then cast Expressive Iteration. A little bit of probably a tactical misstep, but nothing too big. You kind of don't want to play your draw spells before you use your mana, just to see, most of the time nothing happens, but maybe you top deck something that's better than Yorion. Unlikely, but it's going to work out. And I think Jason has basically kind of turned the corner here. Yeah, and Ryan's picking it up. I don't even think Jason played a land that turn.
He didn't.
Yeah,
he didn't. Because I was wondering about whether or not. Because let's go back to the conversation that we had earlier, which was that should he have?
Sorry, yeah, you keep talking.
No, should he have played the Omnath earlier? Right. That comes down to what we just saw. I believe.
I agree. Yeah, I think one of the things that
could have just won a turn earlier.
Yeah, well, also,
maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, well, one of the things that's interesting about it so often is, when I hear Magic players talk about games, it's, they made this mistake or this mistake would happen. Very rarely are these things mistakes as much as they are tactical decisions, right? And it's like sometimes Jason's decision is way better. You play around removal. Maybe Ryan has the Dismember. Maybe Ryan accidentally said something about Dismember when they were boarding and Jason's thinking about it. Or maybe Ryan accidentally dropped his hand and we didn't notice and Jason saw Dismember and so he chose to play around it. Things like that kind of happen, like maybe in sideboarding, right? But typically speaking...
Well, that's the difference between people that have reps on a deck and people that don't, right? I don't have reps on this 4-color build, so I have no idea what to expect or how to play.
Of course, yeah. But it's just one of the things I think players in general... are so quick to say mistake when often it's just decision. You know what I mean?
That's the right way to say it.
Yeah. I always try to tell people, it's like, listen, when you didn't attack for lethal, that was a mistake.
Yeah, I remember
that was wrong.
I remember a time at FNM. You were probably there at that point. We were playing at a different shop, and I remember playing a control-y build. I think it was blue-white or something like that. And I literally just sat on Snapcaster Mage in my hand for it had to be 8 to 10 turns. It was ridiculous. And finally somebody at the end of the game when I inevitably just lost.
Yeah.
He was like, "Why were you just sitting on Snapcaster?" I was like, "Well, I just was making sure that I had the counterspell because I had no other counterspells."
Yeah.
And he was like, "Yeah, but it represented 2 damage every because he was just top decking nothing." And I was like, "Wow, that's the difference between a good player and somebody that doesn't know what they're doing." Right?
Yeah. And winning the game is highly underrated by players and very good. And
it turns out.
Yeah, that's one of the things too about the Omnath too. There, where it's like when you're on the play and there's no pressure coming. Slamming it there makes a lot more sense than maybe if you're on the draw and there's some pressure set up. So it is one of those things where heuristics sometimes get you.
Yeah.
But either way,
Game 3.
Yeah, we're in Game 3, and Ryan is going to do no business about not wanting to win. He came with Hammer Time, and he is going to be like, hey, I value winning.
Yeah,
kind of go in.
Turns out.
Once again, a quick reminder: this is whoever wins this will make top 8 of our event, assuming that they do draw, and it looks like we didn't have many draws in the tournament, so it should be fine. And we're seeing in Ryan's hand shuffling around. He has a Steel Shaper's Gift, which is search your deck for an equipment and put it in your hand. He also has a Stoneforge Mystic. So Ryan set up the Giver of Runes. If this lives, then our Cauldron might actually hit the board off Stoneforge Mystic, which is game over. Looks like we have the Bolt, but sort of the secret around Giver of Runes is yeah, you killed me, but did you have enough to kill the next one? And oh, interesting. So Ryan had Urza Saga, so he could have played Saga into Stoneforge and just been like, hey, if you kill my Stoneforge, that's cool. I'll make Saga tokens. If you don't, I'll make a Cauldron, and I'll figure it out.
Why wouldn't he?
Yeah, but it looks like he's wanting to play a little bit of a slower game, which I respect, and he's grabbing the hammer. Oh, do you know? I think I figured it out, Jason. He's bluffing Ryan. Ryan is bluffing Jason because he has the Steel Shaper gift, which can search for the Cauldron. And so
okay.
he's like, hey, I don't have Cauldron.
I don't have Cauldron. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I'm just going to flash in this 1 mana equipment.
Yeah.
That feels good, actually.
Yeah, it's going to really get. I
Love that.
think Steel Shaper's gift is actually an instant as well.
It's a sorcery.
It's a sorcery. Okay,
Yeah.
I was going to say, you can do the old trick of activate your Stoneforge Mystic and then search.
Oh, that'd be dope.
Yeah.
That would be so cool.
It's one of the cool little things you learn in Legacy.
So what you're saying is he should be running Teferi in this
Exactly.
deck.
If he had Teferi. We actually saw some Hammer players do that, and looks like Jason didn't have anything with the Stoneforge Mystic or just forgot about Cauldron. And let me tell you a secret about Cauldron. You forget about it one match, and you never again.
Yeah.
And this
It's
deck,
going to be hard to beat.
it's really hard to beat. It has Indestructible, it has Haste, and it has a weird keyword, or essentially where anything it blocks that it doesn't kill in combat, it exiles. So it is essentially just a Lava Axe every turn. 5
Wow.
damage, 5 damage, 5 damage. And Jason's deck can beat that. With things like Teferi, you can actually return the Germ.
Yeah, I was wondering.
So you're able to beat it, but it is another problem where it has Indestructible, so it's on the board the whole game. And if a Pure Steel Paladin comes
Sure.
down,
Oops.
bingo bongo, you're equipping it.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have to see how Jason maneuvers.
Why is
through
it
this
tapped?
Cauldron. Because it's attacking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
It's got haste?
it has haste. Cauldron
Jeez.
swings.
Good
Yeah.
grief.
Yeah, it is.
First strike, trample, indestructible haste.
Yeah.
It's going to be a quick game, maybe.
Yeah, I remember when that card was first previewed, people were like, "Oh, that's pretty good, but maybe we'll play
7
one
mana,
and
yeah.
one. Like we'll have a Battle Skull and that, but
Yeah.
like Battle Skull gains 4 life. That's a lot. And then when players learn pretty quickly from playing is the thing we talked about where winning the game's underrated. They learned really quick that Cauldron wins the game in like 3 turns.
It definitely does.
So, an interesting thing, this deck, by the way, the Hammer Time deck ported into Legacy these days.
Really?
Yeah, we're seeing it play there. So, it's an interesting. And, Jason here choosing to play the Coatl at the end of the turn, draw a new card, try and figure out his answers. But now he has, a chump blocker for the Cauldron. So, we've bought another turn, and maybe Omnath can invalidate this Cauldron, but it's going to be hard.
Another turn. Yeah, okay, because we get to
chump
play it
block
next
with
turn.
this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. I was like, how does he get another turn? Yeah, no. Can't play that this turn.
A little blocking, if you will.
Yeah.
And it looks like we're in Abundant Growth or Island.
What a weird deck, man.
Yeah.
What a odd deck. The fact that we're playing enchantments that make your lands tap for more colors and also draw you a card. And
Yeah, Yorion does some crazy things so far.
well as the snake that draws you a card.
It's interesting.
Every once in a while has Death Touch.
Yeah, on a blue moon it becomes Baleful Strix. When it dreams really big.
Yeah.
We did have this Windswept Teeth in our hand already. We could have Abundant Growth that in order to save a life. And then that's a whole Cauldron attack. So that's one of the weird things that you do see from the 4-color
Wow.
deck is the fetch lands turning into
Wow.
lands.
I would have never thought of that.
Yeah. I've gotten some judge questions asked on can you do that? And the judge is like, yeah, you can enchant any land.
And then you can also
You can fetch,
fetch
with it.
if you wanted
yeah,
to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely just played it and then later fetch with Omnath.
Yeah.
Or you Yorion and flicker it off your fetch land onto another land later. Lots of little tricks that can go
That's
on with this
awesome.
deck. Yeah. And we're seeing Renin 6 come down. We do have the Omnath in hand, and we're going to pick it up. So, if Jason can chump block this Cauldron, not get pressured by any hammers, we're going to see him be able to start stabilizing, but Ryan still has a handful
Untapping.
of cards.
I think he does have a hammer in hand as well.
He does. He
Yeah.
searched off the Stoneforge, his bluff, if you would.
But it doesn't have the ability to instantly attach. So
Yeah.
that doesn't matter.
Yeah, we do have.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that one.
Yeah, we do have Urza Saga in play on Chapter 2, so, we might just have, attack for 5, make a construct, and we have a bunch of zeros in our hand. Looks like we have 2 Ornithopters and a hammer. So on the next turn, we might just put a bunch of, +1/+1s for our construct in play, essentially, and just attack.
Right.
So we're going to need to see what Jason does here. This is a big moment, too, for Jason. Probably needing to main phase the Omnath next turn if he doesn't have any impactful plays. so that he can gain the full 7 life off the fetch land.
Right. I mean, there's a lot of pressure right now, and I think it's probably just that Jason doesn't understand that. We know that because we know that he's holding Ornithopter Plus.
Yeah.
And so it represents a lot of damage here with the constructs.
It's interesting. I wonder, Ryan's really going in the tank. Makes me think maybe he's trying to figure out if he wants to play the Ornithopter on his turn. And, he's attacking the Wren insects. That's huge for Jason.
Yeah.
That is
he has another.
That's
another
a whole
turn.
other turn. Yeah. So now if Jason decides to play around something with the Omnath,
Do you think that Ryan might have thought that he was a little bit mana screwed at this point?
maybe because the way he played it, where he didn't put the fetch land in with the
Right.
abundant growth,
Right.
probably Ryan, like I mentioned, lost his win for a 10K of a big tournament last weekend. Definitely knows what's up. He might be thinking my opponent's heavy on spells, light on lands, and so I'm going to
Sure.
take one turn to do this. And he probably thinks, well, my opponent kept a land light hand. What's going on? They probably have a Solitude, right? That's a
Right.
pretty easy assumption
Yeah.
to come to. So that's why we also didn't see the Cigar's Aid come down earlier. Now, we could have played the Aid and attack for the Stoneforge Mystic, and that would have, threatened, to kill him, and he probably gets the free block with the Coatl. But, it looks like Ryan's choosing to play a different game, and we have a lot of different options available to us. We have, activate Stoneforge Mystic here, and
So
make
he's
our thing a 10.
furying.
Interesting.
Yeah, this is
Yeah, and
it's not going well for Ryan here. I feel like maybe I'm wrong.
So Ryan's in an interesting spot where with the Aid, he has a lot of pressure. Because we all know he has a hammer in hand, right? So, like, that with the 2 Urza constructs, I think what's going to happen is Ryan is going to search up Shadow Spear and then equip that to the Cauldra via the instant equip and then be like, hey, the moment you try to kill this thing, or the moment you, tap out, I'll hammer it, kill you.
Right.
And he still has those 2 constructs in this timeline. And you see Ryan very quickly untapping going for this.
Did Jason pass?
Jason played he furied the 2 creatures. He played a land and passed. He might have pitched the Omnath to the Fury. It was a little hard to see.
No, it was expressive iteration.
It was expressive?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so Jason not putting the 4/4 in play, and
Weird.
he looks like he's going to – the way Ryan's moving is I think Ryan's thought of this Shadow Spear line and is just going to go –
Oh, no, another hammer.
Okay, it looks like Ryan might play around Solitude here, hammer up the 1 construct.
Right, sure.
And then, that way your Cauldra is still lethal in 2 turns, and you have the hammer on the Cauldra. So now both these attackers are lethal if you choose to attack with the creatures. And looks like hammer is going on Cauldra. Makes sense, just like it's the indestructible one, and, losing the Urza construct is a problem, but you can still flash it in. And it looks like we're going to move to combat, and both these creatures will be lethal due to the hammer in hand that everyone knows about. And, if Ryan has that blacksmith
And so does Jason. Jason knows about that second hammer.
everyone's heads up about the hammer. Interesting.
What's he waiting on?
I'm not sure what card Ryan. There's something going on.
Seiju.
Oh, interesting. So, this is an interesting moment. So when Ryan equipped the Aid, he let this happen and move to combat. Jason was waiting so that way he can do this and survive another hit, it looks like. Because the Cauldron itself is indestructible as well.
Correct.
It is a weird enchantment. It's a weird artifact that both has it and gives it. So Beseiju blowing up the Colossus Hammer now solves the problem. But, as I was saying, you could have blown up the Aid in response to all of this. So when the trigger on the Sacrum Urza Saga happens, blow up
and
Aid.
then just jump block it another turn.
Exactly. And now the hammer in hand has to get played, else it won't have any equipper. And looks like Jason's just choosing to play that longer, grindier game. And, it has benefits to both. And it looks like Jason didn't
just forgot.
block.
He just
and
forgot.
Got hammered, yeah.
He must have just forgotten.
Yeah, interesting. Well, sometimes that sort of thing happens.
Yeah.
And, it was going to be a hard game for Jason to win either way. He was in definitely a tricky spot. And, these things do be happening.
So Ryan won that, actually.
Yeah, so Ryan won, Jason lost.
Yeah, Jason lost. It's all good. The game table doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So
And, yeah. So that is going to do it for us in
Yeah.
this round. It was an
That was
exciting
a fun
match.
round, though.
Yeah, it was a
That was
fun
a fun
round.
round.
That matchup's really interesting to watch on both sides. There's a lot of tactical decisions you can make on both ends.
Yeah, so I mean, we have a little bit of time. Talk to us a little bit about this 4-color build. So if you guys don't know, Mason's a competitive Magic player. He won
Dreamhack
Dallas. So we're grateful to have him on commentary today. But he, as he mentioned earlier, he's kind of pioneered this whole 4-color build. So talk to us a little bit about it. Why did you choose this deck, and why is it so representative in the field? It seems like today.
Yeah, so the 4-color deck has gotten more and more popular. When I first picked it up, it did well on a Magic Online event from, I believe, Kellen Pastor, who is a former Platinum Pro. And then I played it in Dallas. I'm sorry, I played it in Vegas, got 9th. And then from there, players, we've all been kind of moving forward and forward and forward with the deck. And it has just been one of the most consistent decks. And essentially what happens is that, in Modern, typically it was a combo format in the past. It was
Sure.
big mana, big advantage format. And that is cool and all, but that became harder and harder to do with the Modern Horizons cards. Force
Right.
Negation, Prismatic Ending, and Holy Heat.
All the elementals that
Exactly,
came out too.
all
sure.
of them, they all changed the format and made it much more fair. And so when things became fair and decks like Murktide rose up, it kind of became like, well, how do we beat Murktide Region? How do we sort of beat these fair decks? And 4-color gets access to all of the fair cards, gets access to the grindy element, so it can outgrind anyone, and then has a really dedicated sideboard for combo matchups.
Sure.
And so it's kind of just saying, like, hey, I lose all the game 1 in combos, but all the fair games I win. And you can't really go over the top of me. And you just get so much card advantage, and you get so much play to your deck, too.
Yeah.
Like we mentioned all those turns, there's so many options for
Right,
Jason every
right.
turn.
Which
And-
so you can't fault them. I love
Yeah.
I love the way that you articulated that, because a lot of times we look at like a play and you're like, well, that was just a mistake. And I mean I'm guilty of that myself. But I like the idea of it not being a mistake. It's actually just a different choice than what you would have made.
Yeah, it's just a tactical error. And sometimes there are hard mistakes, like
Yeah, absolutely.
not blocking the infect
Totally.
creature. That's a hard mistake. But not choosing to play Omnath on 4 versus 5, that's a tactical choice, and there are big ramifications.
Yeah, sure.
Like maybe Ryan would have played something, but he was playing our counterspell because we held up our mana on turn 4.
Sure.
So there's a lot of things you can signal and represent, and in matchups like Murktide Region, that stuff matters a lot. So it's a very interesting deck and a very interesting wide way to play it. There are players who, like myself, played Eternal Witness with Ephemerate for a long time as an
Let's
end game. But then there were people that did Traverse stuff, and then there were people that played Elementals. And so online, there are kind of these camps of people that play different versions of different people's 4-colors. And, it looks like today Jason had kind of a mixture of a couple builds, which is some of the cool things, too, where it's like it's 80 cards.
Yeah.
About 65 are locked in, but you have some playroom with that.
Yeah.
And 15 is a lot of cards, not even counting your sideboard.
Sure.
So the deck has a lot of play to it, and because of all the colors, can answer almost any matchup. So it's a really powerful, really exciting deck, and really the biggest thing that prevents it from doing better is that it is very hard to play.
Yeah.
Because of all of those choices as well.
So what are some recent meta choices that you've been making lately?
So one of the big things that's been going on in the 4-color community is how do we win the mirrors the best without giving up the most? So people like Jerry Thompson have promoted playing Risen Reef, which is an elemental that says when it or another elemental ETBs, look at your top card. If it's a Lampert in play, otherwise draw it. So in the mirror matches, that's a good way to get up a bunch of cards because it's all about trading and it's a card draw engine. Some people have decided to play Traverse the Ulvenwald and play a much more Delirium focused
I was about to say, how are you getting Delirium in
Yeah,
that
so
deck?
you actually add Mishra's Bauble to the deck. So you play Mishra's Bauble and
We're
Dress
changing
Down.
the deck.
Yeah,
Got
you're
it,
playing
got
a
it.
pretty different build. But
Sure.
you get things like Unholy Heat as well, and you get main deck Emrakul. So that's the big game is that, like we saw in round 1, you have the promise into your main deck, and now suddenly you play those mirror matches, and getting a 6-for-1 on your opponent is huge.
Yeah, I remember playing against that card in Standard, and I was like, okay, I just don't want to play this game anymore.
Yeah,
sure.
It's same in Modern,
Sure.
And that card's surprisingly good against things like Murktide Regent. So it has a lot of small edges that be gained in a lot of different places. So that's been a lot of the innovations that we've seen in 4-color is that sort of stuff, along with some sideboard things like we've seen that Lavinia has gone up in stock a little bit. Magus of the Moon has been adopted by the 4-color deck.
I guess I don't know Lavinia.
Lavinia is white-blue 2/2 from the most recent
Oh,
Ravnica
yeah,
set. Yeah, where you can't cast spells if you don't have
Yep.
that much mana spent or that many lands.
Yeah, I
so
remember this.
living in, it's a problem. And then Amulet Titan, it makes it so they can't use the bounce lands.
Is that even still in a?
Amulet
in the
Titan
format?
is actually got a big resurgence. It is good against 4-color. The matchups favored them. It's not heavily favored like it is Living End.
Sure.
And they have a decent matchup versus things like Hammer and Death Shadow and things like that. And so they're able to kind of win those games and then beat up on the 4-color deck, but have a problem with the Murktide Regent, which is
Gotcha.
really the the unholy problem with the format is that both Murktide Regent and 4-color are the best decks, and every deck that beats 4-color easily loses to Murktide.
Yeah.
Because structurally, they have to be all in linear decks to
Right.
do the same thing over and over again, and they can't interact with the board. Nothing
Sure.
to worry about 4-color. Murktide Regent's all interaction, all cheap things.
Yeah.
So kind of an interesting push and pull. The more Murktide players there are, the more 4-color players there'll be, which creates this vicious cycle.
Right.
Yep.
Cool.
But I think that's going to do it
Yeah.
for us in this round, and we'll be back here in about 15 minutes with the round 4
Round 4.
of the RCQ. We'll see you then.
Thanks. All right, well, welcome back. We are in round 4 of the RCQ here at the Next Level Games. We're glad that you're here. I'm Ronnie. Was on last round. We've given Mason a little bit of a break so he can go grab some food. But I'm joined with me with James. How do you pronounce your last name, James? Hieronymus. Better known as Hippo. You heard Mason call him a million times in round 1. But we're in round 4. We've got an 8-whack player going against a Living In player. Living In is a deck that James is well versed with. Obviously, we saw him on the feature match round 1. Tell us a little bit about it.
It is trying to do one very specific thing: put a bunch of big dudes in the yard and revive them all with Living In. That's the game plan.
That's the game plan. So we are waiting for them to resolve the mulligans. But here is Christopher as well as Stymac. We are glad they're here. Let's go and check out the game table. All right, so we have started off Goblin.
It is a Foundry Street Denizen.
Tell us about it.
It's a 1-drop 1/1, and whenever another red creature enters the battlefield, it gets +1/+0 until end of turn.
It's pretty good. So is there any chance that Az here can pressure Chris at all?
I don't know the list that Az is playing, but I'm sure he can put down some damage, and if Chris doesn't get a natural turn 3 Cascade card, then he can definitely put the screws in on him.
Yeah, so we're seeing, I guess, just a cycle from Chris to try to draw into something relevant.
Yeah, all he needs to do is just cycle 2 to 3 cards into a Living End, and the game is pretty much over at that point.
So all the cycle cards that are in Christopher's deck, they are creatures, I'm assuming.
Yes, every cycling card in the deck is a creature.
Gotcha.
The only card he doesn't want to see, basically, at this point, is Street Wraith. Street Wraith is the worst card for him, because it just is the cost of life.
Right,
to cycle.
And Az is pressuring his life, so Az is on 8-whack, that we know that to be true. So.
He has just played a Legion Loyalist, which gives the Foundry Street Denizen the +1/+0 that it has from its ability, and then the ability of Legion Loyalist, if I remember correctly, is going to be whenever it attacks with 2 other creatures, it gives all your creatures trample and first strike, and all your you cannot be blocked by tokens as well.
That looks like a goblin grenade here, doesn't it?
That appears to be a goblin
negation.
grenade.
Feels bad. Sacrifice your creature, but get nothing.
And he has forced that, pitching a Colossal Sky Turtle. And he has pitched a Waker of Waves. This is exactly what he wants to be doing.
So Waker of Waves is the one that allows you to pitch something, pitch a creature card, I'm assuming?
No, Waker of Waves is look at the top 2 cards of your library. You may put 1 into your hand and 1 into the graveyard.
Oh, okay. I just did not look that up correctly earlier. Yeah, this is the one. Okay.
Yeah, Waker of Waves. That card is huge for the Living End deck.
Which is interesting. So you're never casting it.
On the rare occasion you will, but 99% of the time, no. You're just gonna pitch it and find another good creature off the top and some way to interact or another third land off of it, and then hopefully win the game on the following turn.
Did you happen to see if Chris here had a Cascade spell?
I have not. I assume that he is going to let all of these things happen because he probably has a Violent Outburst. He would not shock if he did not have a Violent Outburst here off the Steam vents. Yeah, he's got the Violent Outburst.
There it is.
He's going to put in, it looks to be, how much? So there's a Waker of Waves at least, and there's a Curator of Mysteries. I have not seen the other creatures that have gone to the yard. I think it is a Colossal Sky Turtle, so that is a total of 17 power that he's going to put into play.
What a dumb deck.
He's also playing a Titanith Rex. You want to know what that one does?
Yeah,
absolutely. So you 1 in a green, or you can pitch it for 1 in a green. It gives a creature a trample counter, and it is an 11/11. So a trampler itself. So when you bring it back, you get a nice big 11/11.
I guess there was some confusion on whether or not he wanted to put the cards on the bottom of the library.
No, he's just whether he wanted to shuffle them or not.
Right, sure. All right. It's not going well for Az here.
No, and his life total is very high at this point, and he's got some huge dudes to put back into play. So this is probably going to lock up the game, especially because he's able to just attack for say that's 17 power. And if he as chooses not to block, and if he has another violent outburst, that is also just lethal damage.
Yeah, sure. Because there's what, 2 other, or at least 1 other. No, there's nothing in the graveyard here. So what does violent outburst say then?
Violent outburst itself is actually just
+1,
a
+0.
+1/+0 combat, easy combat trick. But he's just going to go for the safe attack of just the Wicker and the Curator of Mysteries.
I wonder if there's any way that Az can get out of this. I mean, because the Goblin deck really just wants to go quick, and obviously if the board's clogged, then he's not going to be able to do that.
He's facing potentially lethal damage coming across.
Yeah, there it goes.
Yeah. I was like, he has a lightning bolt in his hand. I'm pretty sure he had a lightning bolt in his hand, and the Mog Fanatic would actually kill the Curator of Mysteries. But yeah, he's just still coming across for way too much damage.
Yeah, so we are going to game 2 in this matchup. So talk a little bit about, because I know for me, like, I've never played against Living In. Obviously, it involves a lot of creatures, a lot of cycle creatures, I'm assuming.
Yes.
And then you're just basically hoping, I guess, that your opponent doesn't have anything in their graveyard so that you can bring back all your good stuff while they get to maybe get one or 2 creatures back.
That's the general plan. Yeah, and most of the time the creatures in the format, yours are going to be so much bigger than theirs overall, because you're putting 7/7s and 6/5 flyers and so on and so forth. So generally your creatures are going to be bigger.
Are there utility creatures in this deck that like the I think of, because I play Commander myself, so I think of like nimble obstructionist and stuff like that. That's like,
love that card.
it seems really rude though. Yeah.
I think I've played that actually in my board at a time.
Nice.
Just because I
Stifle. Whoops.
I just needed a card to play. I was like, this card's fine. It's also just a 3/1 beater.
Right.
It works.
In the air too.
Yeah, especially. So yeah, some of the utility creatures they get to play. I'm not exactly sure of the list he's playing. My guess is he's probably playing it. He's playing 2 Sky Turtles main deck, so he's probably not playing the Borrower because he is also playing the Titanith Rex.
And the Borrower is just Brazen Borrower.
Yeah, it's just Brazen Borrower.
Right.
I assume he's not playing that because we'd also get to play Otawara and Boseiju as your points of interaction in your lands,
Right.
which is super nice.
What's the turtle do again?
The turtle itself can do 2 different things. It is 1 in a blue to pitch it or channel it, and you can bounce target creature to its owner's hand.
Oh, okay.
And then the
so that's fundamentally playing the Brazen Borrower.
Yes, the only thing about
I
you said the Brazen Bar was just there to answer hate pieces, really. Things like Teferi and Chalice of the Void. But its second ability, also super relevant, it comes up a lot, is you can pay 2 and a green to channel it and return a card from your graveyard to your hand. Any card.
Yeah.
Be a land, be
Very relevant.
a Cascader,
Very relevant.
anything like that. Yeah, this is very relevant. And then
Seems a lot better than Brazen Bar.
yeah,
right?
Brazen Bar, and it is gigantic. It is a large creature. And then post board, I don't assume that Chris wants to do too much here. He may bring in some pieces of artifact hate. He may bring in like a Foundation Breaker or 2, but there's not a whole lot he's really going to want to do here. He may bring in Leyline as well, Leyline of Sanctity specifically.
Right, so that he can get around the bolts.
And I assume Az has some amount of graveyard hate, be it like a Tormod's Crypt Relic of Progenitus.
Right.
Yeah.
Which would be not irrelevant.
No.
I just wonder. I wonder if this deck can keep up with Living In. That's the concern that I have.
I could say if he was playing something like Burning Tree Emissary, then there's a chance he can get a super quick start and deal like
Goblin. What's the Goblin that gives a +1/+0?
Well, both Bushwhacker and Reckless Bushwhacker. Goblin Bushwhacker and Reckless Bushwhacker both doing the same thing.
Yeah.
So yeah,
basically Zoo.
Yeah, it's basically a Zoo deck. But I like the fact that he gets to play Goblin Grenade. That presents a lot of damage out of nowhere.
I mean, I don't know that single Goblin Grenade changes the game. But that being said, it doesn't.
It actually helps against the Living In deck because you can just sack your own dude and put it back into play.
Which is not irrelevant.
No, not at all. Not at all. Especially on something like a Mog War Marshal.
Yeah.
Specifically would be great.
Are there other splashy goblins that would be in this deck?
In the mono red version, I don't think so. You are looking for things. The best goblin against the living end deck, I know coming from like the red black goblins matchup, is I don't remember the specific name of the card, but it is a 4-mana goblin with a 1/1. Comes in, it makes 2 1/1 goblins, and you can sacrifice a goblin to get to drain your opponent for 1.
Oh, okay.
Which is huge.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah. So looks like Az is going to be mulliganing down here to 6.
I assume he's just probably looking for a graveyard hate card.
That, or he's looking to just get on the board really quickly and smash face. I mean, that's what this deck wants to do, right?
Yep.
Ideally, he's playing his hand on turn 1 and 2 and just be gone, right?
Yeah. He just wants to apply as much pressure as he possibly can in the early turns and hope that Chris stumbles and doesn't find a Cascader or even draws all of his living ends. That's a possibility.
Oh, he mulliganed down to 5. I didn't realize that he was already mulliganing. No, it's not Mason. It's James.
It's a ley line. Opening game actions of a ley line.
That's pretty good.
So he can't goblin grenade him.
Ouch.
That's pretty rough, and he also can't Tormod script him if that was something he could bring in as well. So he starts off with the Foundry Street Denizen, just getting some easy beats in, playing that Legion Loyalist like we saw last game.
Yeah, I'm just so unfamiliar. It's odd. I'm not familiar with Living End. I don't know Bushwhack.
Wow. This is a really aggressive play. I'm at off Chris's side. He just wants to stave off as much as he can in these early turns, just so he can develop a nice graveyard. And he's starting off with a subtlety on that Legion Loyalist.
That seems, I think that is the right word, is aggressive, because the reality of it is that he's saving himself some amount of life with the ley line.
Yeah,
right?
and say the only thing he's pitching that Waker of Waves, not getting a Waker of Wave in play is huge.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, he may have a second one in his hand. I don't know.
So that's the concern, not the fact that the subtlety was just an early. It's that he exiled the Waker of Waves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it is 2 mana to do, so it is hefty on a turn 2. That's you're committed to that play, but that is kind of surprising that he pitched that one specifically. Also, because the actual text on the static text on Waker of Waves is huge against this matchup. It's all creatures that your opponents control get -1, -0.
Right.
That's huge.
Especially when they're all beaten in for 1 or 2.
Right. So he's going to take an easy 3 here. It's not too bad for him. And he's probably going to let this go another turn. He's probably just going to cycle a bunch on the end step and put just a ton of power into play.
Do you think that Az brings in some amount of Blood Moon or anything like that? Is that even good?
It is good against the Living End deck because they only play the 2 basic lands. I play a Singleton Forest and a Singleton.
Charlotte.
He's just going to go for it right now.
He's going to win.
I mean,
With
he's only getting a subtlety off this. This is 5 power. This is a nice clock on the back because I think Az only has 2 cards in hand, and he has no creatures to bring back off of this Living End.
Get aggressive, yeah.
He did. So I did see that Chris brought in the Foundation Breaker because he is concerned about something like a Tormod script or a Relic of Progenitus, something. I like that.
What a funny deck. What a funny deck.
Yeah. So say just a value Living End, just putting in a little 5 power worth in total. And you can do some cool tricks with things like Subtlety and Grief, where you can do some stuff like on the stack.
That's not how that card works.
No, you get to put that. Charlotte's Agent.
Right.
Yeah, the Charlotte's Agent doesn't actually resolve until the Living End resolves.
Oh, okay. So in that case, he was able to put the Charlotte's Agent.
No. The Charlotte's Agent it should be in play.
It should?
Yes, the Charlotte's Agent should be in play.
I'm going to go let our judge know that.
Yeah, the Charlotte's Agent should still be in play. Oh, no, he subtletied his own Charlotte's Agent so he could do it again. Okay. I see what happened. Yeah, that's as I said, you can interact on the stack with things like the subtlety. So, it's all good.
That was something that we saw. Was it in your game?
No, I think you guys saw him play against the Ponza deck where he something with an Arbor Elf. With an Arbor Elf, yeah. He can actually subtlety his own thing because it is still on the stack. So he can put it back on top of his deck if he wants to, just as a value play. And I've definitely done that. you can say being able to even violent outburst at instant speed to do subtlety tricks, to do grief tricks, like doing it on their upkeep, so you can control, make sure that all your things are safe and nothing's gonna go away. So yeah, he's just gonna get I assume a bunch of cards in the yard on this turn. He pitches
here's a
there's an Architects of Will pitch to that, so he can.
Wow. So this deck is like really interesting, right? Because basically, if you can get a Shardless Agent resolved, you can just keep doing this cycle here, as many as you have.
You can. I mean, you can say most Living End players are playing 3 in the main deck. Some, if not most, people have gone to playing the 4th in the board for the chances that you draw many copies of them, or you get hit with a Ragavan.
Right.
Yeah, things like that. Another thing that Living End players have been doing is starting to play lots of copies of Endurance, so you can start to Endurance yourself and put these Living Ends back in your deck. So what he's going to do with the Architects of Will is he's going to look at the top 3 of Az's library and put them back in any order.
Basically, he's going to leave land on top.
He's just going to leave him with
the worst
with trash on top of the deck.
Worst option. Yeah.
There's I assume a Goblin Grenade, a land, and
another Goblin Grenade.
Is it 2 Goblin Grenade?
I think it is. It's rough. So he's going to draw.
Well, he's got that ley line in play. He's not particularly concerned about the Goblin Grenade.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's a bad couple draws for Az here, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So, are there any bad matchups when it comes to this Living End deck?
Yes. I don't think any of them have been on coverage today, but some of your bad matchups are one that I actually played earlier today was Blue-White Control. Blue-White Control is pretty awful for you. You have to just fight through so much counter magic, and then once and they also have Teferi, which is a beating for you. Cascade you can't cast anything off Cascade, and then post board they get even more counter magic. They also get Chalice of the Void, so you have to fight through so much stuff off their side of the board, and they can just sit there and just play a land and say go. That's all they have to do. And then things like Grixis Shadow is awful because they have things like Hand Disruption, counter magic, and cheap creatures that are really big. So yeah, things that pressure your life total or have a lot of counter magic is not what you're looking to see.
There's almost an argument that Az shouldn't be targeting his creatures here, right? Because they go to the graveyard, and the whole point of this deck is bring back your graveyard.
Yeah,
I bet that's a challenge when you're playing in a like for me, if I were playing my Jund deck versus this deck, I would be like, well, how do I balance that? Removing your threats that you have on the field, and also understanding that I have to progress my board.
You do.
Well.
So and that you're one of the decks like say getting to play like the Thought Seizes and stuff. So that being able to just keep them off of a fast Cascade hand, just so that they have like only one Cascade card in their hand, and you're able to if you're able to get like a good Tarmogoyf down and start pressuring them. Also being able to pitch your own creatures to your like Lilianas and stuff like that. Yeah. Also is a good plan.
I know in decks that have a lot of removal, there has to be some decision making there, right? There has to be some.
Yeah, at some point you almost start to you may even like terminating like your own creatures and stuff like that at some point in the game.
Oh, they're really backing up here, huh?
The bouncing of Charlotte's Agent and Subtlety, that interaction can get messy.
It's probably just a concession here. They didn't back up. They just.
He's looking at the top 3 of his own.
There wasn't a mistake.
I don't believe there was a mistake made. He's just continuing to do this Subtlety Charlotte's Agent loop just to keep his life total high enough.
Right. He's basically just saying, "Hey, this game is over." But I'll go through the motions for Az.
Yeah.
Because it's very over.
Well, he's not attacked for any damage. He's only got 8 power in play.
Only.
Yeah, it's only 8 power in play. I mean, he can. And the cool thing about this Living End deck is if the games go long enough, you can just start to hardcast your creatures. You're just hardcasting 6 and 7 drops. It's great. I love it.
Oh man, modern.
It's one of my favorite things. I've played Living End off and on for probably 10 years. I played back when we were playing really bad cards like Jungle Weaver and Deadshot Minotaur.
So why did you choose to bring this deck with you today?
So I've been playing this deck most of this RCQ season. I think it is extremely punishing. If your draws are, if you draw, the good points of interaction when you need them, like Griefs and the Force of Negations, you are the most rawly powerful deck in the format.
Sure. When you're recurring stuff like that.
Yeah, you're just putting so much pressure.
So what did Chris just do?
He just put
Another dude.
Yeah, he just played another guy. He just played like a natural, because I think Az double killed 2 creatures in play. So he's just casting a Foundation Breaker just to put a creature on the board. He's just trying to get the game over with.
Wraith, yeah. Because he's about to living in.
No, he doesn't need to living in again. He just needs to put. He's just putting
The nail
creatures
on
into.
top of it.
Yeah, he's just trying to cast creatures to play for their game, and then he can keep putting big creatures like the Striped Riverwinder back into play, and these whales. He's just looking to close the game. That's all he's doing.
Thomas says that you almost convinced him to play this deck today as well.
I did try to convince him to play the deck today. I think it is strong, but he is clearly doing much better with with Hammer Time today. I'm glad to see him playing that because he's running the tables today.
Let's go.
A little Mog War Marshal.
There it is. We finally see it.
Yeah, that's where the old Goblin Grenade would be good.
Yeah. Too bad there's a ley line. You think he has any answers to ley line?
No, he has 0 answers. The mono red deck has 0 answers to a ley line. He's just gonna Goblin Grenade, kill a creature.
Oh yeah.
Which is, like I say, good with the Mog War Marshal. That does do some cool things.
I mean, Az is doing a good job here of at least mitigating his life loss.
Yeah,
I think
I'd
that's
say
the best way.
so. Chris is
explain it.
6 lands in play now. Yeah, if he draws any land in his deck, he can just start to cast every single one of his creatures, other than the black creatures in his deck.
All right, top deck it. Can't be a bolt.
No, that's
Oh,
another
that's
War
pretty-
Marshal. I mean, that puts a fair amount of pressure on Chris.
Yeah.
He
Just
blocks one,
yeah.
take one, get 8.
What's the power and toughness of that?
Of the Foundation Breaker,
Yes.
it's just a 2/2.
Okay.
It's just a 2/2 disenchant that you can evoke. Note that is not evoke for free like the other elementals.
Yeah.
This one is just the original evoke for
We're
paid
doing
mana.
it.
Yeah,
got
he's about to put a
lot of
ton
graveyard.
of power back into play.
This game is so over. Sorry, Az. We love you. Az is one of our store employees here, so it's sad to see him lose like this. But at the same time, it do be like that sometimes.
It do. He's getting messy with that.
Golly.
That
doesn't
you
matter, I
gotta clean
guess.
that up a little bit.
What is he doing there?
He's just flipping cards off the top of that. He may not actually have a living. I think he's cast. Doesn't he cast all? He's cast all 3 of his living ends. He actually can't do it. He's just putting a 2/2 into play. Yeah, he's.
Wow.
He could just have simplified that and go, I'm gonna flip my deck over.
He was just showing that he can do this. So I mean, he's not won this game yet. Then.
No, this game is not over. Az can fight back in it if he just.
I was thinking he was about to put 20-something power into play, but that's
He's already cast all 3 living ends because that was the thing he was doing. He was subtleting his own Charlotte's Agent a bunch, so he's just cast all of his living ends. If not, he's put a copy in his hand.
Okay, so Az sacked his Mog War Marshal to draw a card.
No, he just sacked it because it has an echo cost on it.
Oh, I was like, what just happened?
Yeah, it just has echo. That's an aggressive attack. He must have a blocker. He has a Striped Riverwinder in his hand. That's gonna brick wall the whole
Everything.
board.
Yeah, everything.
Yeah. I'm not sure that I like that block there. I think you let that go.
Yeah, it's 2 damage. I mean,
Yeah.
you're at 10. You
Chris's
represent a lot,
Chris's life total is so much lower. I think you let that 2 power go. And he's just gonna cut. Now the striking.
Yeah.
Now this is bad because he's got the Striped Riverwinder, and that thing will block the whole deck of Az. That thing's huge. You can't kill it.
How big is it?
It's a 5/5 with hexproof.
Oh, that's hexproof, of course.
Yeah,
It does.
that card's
So
gross.
even if you could Goblin Grenade it, it doesn't matter.
No, you can't. You can't grenade that one.
Blocked it.
Yeah, he wouldn't have. Chris wouldn't have been able to make an attack there if he had just not blocked the previous turn. I don't think not making an effective attack.
Because he would have been at 2 at that point.
Yeah.
Or Or he would have been at 3. He would have been at 3. Oh, he's giving him +1/+0.
Yeah, he's just
There you go.
violent outburst for lethal damage.
There it is.
That's a nice little trick you can do there. Make sure the game gets over.
He could have done the deck flipping up the deck.
He could have flipped the deck over if he wanted to. He's like, I'm just gonna kill you.
We're gonna resolve the cascade trigger before I kill you.
Right.
I love that.
It's like, I know when I do that, I'm just like, if I flip into a living end, I'm not gonna cast it. I'm just going to kill you.
Yeah. So I mean, we saw a deck that wants to kill very quickly on the board, as well as a deck that obviously wants to kill kind of quickly, but much different, right?
Yeah, they're
very
both
different.
they're both looking to do different things. And yeah, I saw. Oh, he did bring in Blood Moons, and he brought in a.
Tormod.
I can't. Is that a Void Mirror? It may be a Void Mirror.
Oh yeah.
I think that's Void Mirror. Yes. So he did bring in triple Tormod script, double Blood Moon, because yeah, he has a very hard time if he does not get his basics down. Blood Moon will lock him out of the game.
Yeah. So well, we are gonna wrap up with round 4 here. We may bring back one of the people there. I guess it might be nice to hear you guys talk about the Living In matchup. Obviously, if he's interested in doing that, we can do that. In the meantime, it's going to be a lot of time left. So.
I believe he has never played the deck prior to today.
What?
Yeah, he's
Well,
never
look
played the
out.
deck prior to today. I think I did hear him say that.
I think he just played into top 8 at that point.
I
so.
believe he can lock himself into top 8. Yes.
Well, let's go. Well, we will be back with round 5 in just a few moments, or an interview. Just stay tuned.
All right, everybody, we are back with the winner of that last match. I have Chris with me here. So how do you feel about that matchup?
I think the match was really good in my favor, just because he's a creature deck and I play Living End.
Yep, that's exactly what I said. I was like, he just wants to play every creature matchup in the format. That's basically what the plan is.
Yeah.
So what inspired you to pick up Living End today?
So it was an audible on the last play. Yesterday I was supposed to get a blue-red Breach Murktide deck to play the Thassa Oracle Kill, and then
Oh, the Breach deck.
the Breach deck,
Yeah.
with Ragavans and everything. But I didn't want my friend to search through his cards, and he already had Living End built, so
Gotcha.
I was just
All
like,
right.
I'll just play this.
How do you feel Living End's position today in this tournament?
I think in the tournament it's really good because there's no, from when I was like scouting and everything, there's only one 4-color Yorion that I saw, I think.
There are two.
Two?
There are
Okay.
two.
didn't
I
see
played.
that
I
one.
played. I played one round one.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I didn't see nothing like that was horrible matchup-wise for Living End, so I was very, very happy with it.
So I think matchups you're trying to avoid in this room today. There is a blue-white control player.
Okay.
I'm not sure exactly how he's doing.
Oh, that's Randy. Yeah, he's gone. Randy dropped.
No. There's another blue-white control
Oh,
player.
no, I don't want that.
My opponent from round two. He's playing. He's playing blue-white control. That's a really bad one. And then you're not looking to play against these Grixis Shadow players, I think.
Oh, I didn't know there was.
Yeah.
So I didn't scout very good, so I'm very lazy.
So I saw some interesting card choices. Do you have any insight on why that you're playing things like Titanith Rex?
The deck is not mine.
Okay.
I actually didn't even look at the deck till I got here.
Okay.
So I was here, got in the mall about like 11:40, and I spent about 15 minutes trying to find a place.
Gotcha.
And then as y'all were doing the first rounds, I was writing my deck list down. So
Gotcha.
I didn't even know any cards in my deck besides like the standard Living End stuff.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, so I was really like tweaked about there not being any endurance in the board. So there's like too many ley lines in the board. Like there should be like minus a white and a black. Just
Are you
you
pla-
don't want to draw them. I would rather run endurance for like mirror matches or anything.
I agree with that. I also decided to register a bunch of endurances in my deck today. So it looks like you're 3-1. So you're just hoping to get like a draw in this last round, I think.
Yeah, I think like I just want to like just draw it in or whatnot. Honestly, if luck happens and somehow I make it to top 2 or I make it to top 8 and I have like very good luck on my side, I don't play Magic on Sundays, so like I'm just gonna give the guy that probably win.
Okay.
Just for let him get the RCQ
Okay.
invitation win. Just because I'd rather just go to church and everything and then just not worry about playing on Sundays.
Gotcha.
Because I used to play competitive Magic.
Yep.
But it just, now I just want to play for fun.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Hey, man, if you're having fun, that's what it's about. And if you get to win on the side, that's even better.
Yeah. Fun. Winning is fun. Winning is fun.
All right. Well, thank you for coming in and talking about the deck you're playing today.
All right,
Hopefully you can crack that top 8.
Thank you. Appreciate
No
it.
problem. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to round number 5 of the TNLG RCQ for Atlanta's Dreamhack. I'm your host, Mason, joined by James, who we saw in round 1, now joining us in the commentary booth. He held down the fort last round.
Yep.
Feeling good?
Oh, yeah. I'm having a great day.
Awesome, great. Well, you know who else is feeling good? All the people who drew in the top 8. Unfortunately for our heroes, Rayton and Brian here, there were so many people that were alive for top 8 that all of the X1s have to play. So this is our top-seeded X1 battling it out with Death Shadow on the right here from Brian and Murktide Regent from Rayton on the left here. I was about to say Black-Red Murktide. I don't know why, and I got my head stuck, and here we are.
So it looks like Brian starts off with a Thoughtseize and sees Rayton's opening hand.
Looks like Rayton has an Expressive Iteration, the fancy spell Pierce, counter spell that's fancy, Consider, and Unholy Heat, and 2 lands.
Yep. Kept a no creature hand.
Yeah, I wonder if Rayton knew the matchup and was trying to have just a little bit more interaction / raw cards. What are you kind of feeling on this Thoughtseize here?
If I am the shadow player, I think I just want to take the lowest points of interaction, like some of the 1-mana spells, and also you could take some of the card advantage that Expressive Iteration gives over the course of a game, and that's what Brian has chosen to do.
Yeah, I think both lines make a lot of sense. A lot of tactical play can be made there.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's a really interesting place to kind of see what's going on. And we see Rayton just pass the turn with the Spiral Bluff Canal. Got a lot of options.
Yeah, he's got Consider and an Unholy Heat available to him. He's just going to start off with a Consider.
One of the interesting things about this matchup is just how precise the life total management is from both sides. And how Brian, is wanting to get a Shadow into play ideally early, but can't make it too big, else an 8/8 Murktide Regent will close the door.
Yep. Always has to be. Both sides have to be very wary of what's happening at all times.
Mm-hmm. Looks like Rayton just considered in a turn, liked what he saw, kept it on top, and it is drawn for turn. And it looks like he's choosing to bring in a Steam Vent Shocked over the land. I guess not to give away any information from the Thoughtseize.
Right. Because he knows his opponent knows about the counterspell, so he's just representing that, and he has some other options available to him as well.
Mm-hmm. Now, one of the interesting things with the Shadow deck is that it's a very similar style of deck to Murktide Regent, but it plays a lot more low to the ground here. So Brian not having anything in these first couple of turns and just kind of waiting to develop is probably a strong sign for Rayton here.
Yes, I would agree with that. Rayton definitely, over the course of the game, these Murktide Regents are going to make quick work, especially since Brian is definitely deciding to fetch shock a lot over the course of the game.
We see Brian here, end of turn, casting a Dress Down just to draw a card, trying to maybe find some gas. Brian has a couple tools that matter in the matchup. He has Terminates as a clean answer to the Murktide Regent, but some of his cards also are really high liabilities, like Dress Down, Drown the Lock, can very easily get turned off in this matchup. And so Brian's going to have to be really precise about when to fire those instead of maybe a little more conservative like you do against 4-color.
And another thing he has to be very wary of is the Archmage's Charm, is being able to steal some of these creatures, some of the Death Shadows, because both of their life totals are assuredly going to be under 13 over the course of this game.
Agreed. And we saw how Brian set up the powerful Dress Down, play a Croxa, so it doesn't have an ETB, so now it stays around on the battlefield.
Yep.
And now Rayton has to answer this Croxa. It looks like Rayton, one of his draw steps was Brazen Borrower, so he's going to be able to return that Croxa and not have to Unholy Heat it like Brian was maybe hoping. That
looks to be the line. And this Brazen Borrower can definitely just, like I say, play it at instant speed, which is great for Rayton. Being able to hold up any interaction he needs to, and then just being able to deploy a threat if he feels the need to do such.
Yeah. Also, we saw Rayton pick up Ragavan, and this is one of the interesting points. Because Brian put himself to 13 so quickly, if Rayton hits with the Ragavan and Brian has a couple Death Shadows, suddenly Rayton's under a lot of pressure. Whereas if Rayton chooses not to use the Ragavan, he's really giving up a lot of potential mana usage and potential card advantage.
I think he's just going to play the draw go game for now, because it definitely favors him over the course of the game.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Brian playing the Expressive Iteration into the counter spell
that he knows about.
Yeah, he had the Croxa lined up. I wonder if he maybe has land Croxa and just values getting in the... Oh, he's trying to make land drops. Gotcha. That's one of those harder things about these low land, high option decks is just all the different things you can do, and like which ones do you choose to fight over when, Whoa.
It looks like Rayton missed on his land drop from this Expressive Iteration.
Yeah, looks like he took another Spell Pierce and is going to play a DRC this turn.
Mm-hmm. He's got to get a clock going.
Yeah, it's interesting too because the DRC I believe is one card type away. Okay, it's no longer on the board, but it was one away where Brian was maybe happy to see the DRC for a second if his hand's got enough shadows.
Yep.
If you're Brian, how much are you trying to prioritize getting Croxa back from the graveyard ASAP?
I think he wants to hit his land drops first before he can even think about that Croc stuff right now.
Makes sense to me. Looks like we hit a Blood Crypt and a spell, so we're probably figuring out what spells go into our hand here.
Right.
It might be double.
It's a Dragon Rage Channel.
Oh, Dragon Rage Channel, okay. He did put a card in hand, so he might have had 2 lands. So I guess maybe there was some thought to just put a land there, put a land in hand. Totally reasonable, place to end up being just want to cast all your spells, but
correct.
Choosing to do this and then fetch on up, and we might see a Death Shadow here or a Thoughtseize, and that will all be pretty impressive. It looks like he has another Dragon Rage Channeler in hand, so it's going to have a lot of pressure on the board, and Rayton is going to have to find something pretty quickly that can stop this.
Yep. No, he's got at least one Unholy Heat available to him.
Yeah, I believe Brian also has one, so if we have a Murktide Regent, we need to make sure it's bigger than 6.
Yes, and so he's playing it should be a Death Shadow for 3, because I believe he fetch shocked that Blood Crypt.
Yeah. I believe
he was at 13.
There might have been a missed shock from before. It looks like the players consulted their life totals. They maybe forgot to update the pen and paper.
Gotcha.
If that is the case, that's very interesting that Rayton didn't dash the monkey then. Kind of curious about that now, but
Rayton is definitely trying to dig for for a land and a point of interaction at the spot.
yeah, looks like he found a land and a Consider and a Ragavan. So it's gonna be curious to see if he's willing to just develop the Ragavan and threaten maybe attacking back.
He also has this Archmage Charm in his hand that can definitely steal one of the either the Dragon Rage Channeler or the Death Shadow at any point in this game.
That's true. Yeah, we might see Rayton just put the Ragavan on board and be like, "Oh no, do not hit me, please," and then steal the Shadow after he's fallen low enough, like you mentioned earlier.
He may also just steal this Dragon Rage Channeler because if he can get Delirium on board,
that's true.
That's a super quick clock, especially because believe he has Lightning Bolt in his hand as well.
Yeah, he does, and he has that Ragavan from before, so he might be able to set up a dash bolt situation.
Yeah.
And it looks like we are keeping the Consider in hand, which is pretty strong. It gives us a lot of options on what to do here, and it looks like Rayton is deciding if he wants to do something before playing the Spire Bluff Canal. Looks like he wants.
So he's going to fire off this Lightning Bolt here.
Yeah. What's not Secret Lair? Mystical Archive.
Mystical Archive, yes.
Yes, the very fancy bolts.
Rayton does like to make sure all his cards look good.
Yeah, he's got the styling inner sleeves as well.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we can make him out a little bit if you look at the bottom of his lands.
He's got some flowery Spire Bluffs and Steam Vents in play.
And now Rayton's dropped to exactly 13.
Yep.
Almost enough to steal a Shadow.
He may even just steal a Shadow just to kill it at some point.
That's true. Yeah, he might just be like, I just can't afford to be this much pressure.
Yeah, he's like, I may just steal it just to get it off the board.
Looks like Brian's going to resolve his Croxa now.
Yep.
Maybe a Ledger Shredder first.
Oh, that's even better.
Yeah. Oh, and he's going to hold up.
Does he have Drown on the Lock in his hand?
Maybe he might also have a Terminate. It's a little hard to see. He definitely has the Croxa that we knew about from before.
Right.
He might just be looking to have that card be a Ledger Shredder discard.
And Rayton has drawn a bunch of Spire Bluff Canals after having 3 lands already in play.
Yeah, not a good decision on Rayton. He should draw better.
He should, in fact, just draw better.
Yeah.
Or draw, anything. Steam Vents, fetch land,
basic
island.
Yeah. My kingdom for a basic, please. And it looks like we're going to finally develop the Ragavan, and then I guess their plan is Archmage's Charm to steal the Shadow here.
I would be very shocked if he actually played a second spell this turn. He does not want that Shredder to get any bigger than it is currently.
I agree. Do you think we might see an Unholy Heat and upkeep just on the...
Nope, because he just drew a card. So I'm going to assume no.
Maybe Rayton does not
I
have
also
Delirium
don't think
yet.
Rayton has Delirium.
Yeah, he definitely has Creature, Instant,
And land.
and Land. Yeah, I don't think he actually has...
No, he has Expressive Iteration as well.
Oh, he does. Okay, so yeah.
No, there's no creature in the yard, is there? Oh, there's a Dragon Rage
Just the
Channeler.
Dragon Rage Channeler from 2 turns ago, yeah.
Wait, there is no land in the yard.
Oh, sorry, that's another Expressive at the top. I thought it was a fetch land. My bad.
I'm curious if Rayton fires off this Archmage Charm right now.
Yeah, this is
There is definitely a consideration of firing off this Archmage Charm right here.
Yeah, if you steal the shadow, you're presenting a lethal attack back.
Yeah,
Now,
because it's exactly 8 points on board.
Yeah, obviously Brian has something. He left up his mana. We know he has Croxa, but if he has something, you've got to get through it at some point.
Yeah.
Interesting. Raiden going for the consider.
He's still got this Unholy Heat he can fire off at any point too.
Yeah, maybe looking to bin a land in order to fire off an Unholy Heat on the Shredder.
Yeah. Which he just fires, or he puts a Dragon Rage Channeler in the yard. He found a fetch land, so he can get that basic island he's looking for.
Yeah.
And get Delirium off of it as well. And he's just found a Murktide Regent, which is huge here. He can Murktide Regent and hold up Archmage Charm to protect it.
Yeah. I wonder if it looks like Rayton can make the Murktide not quite big enough where Archmage's Charm still gets Drown Lock, but his other creatures will be good. We might just see the Ragavan attack for 2 and just try and high roll a removal spell for the Death Shadow, and then if that doesn't work, just be like, here's a Murktide Region counterspell and stuff.
He can also be able to get rid of the Ledger Shredder with the Unholy Heat if he needs to.
Yeah.
He has lots of options available to him this turn.
Interesting. Okay, so Brian taking down the Ragavan. Does not want to let anything, this House of Cards fall from underneath them.
Mm-hmm.
I am curious. Rayton can, like we've mentioned multiple times, start with Unholy Heating the Ledger Shredder, and then just move from there. But it looks like he's tanking on how big he wants to make a Murktide and something he can do to stop it. It does feel like a spot where, you can kind of do it all, and if you just lead on killing the Shredder, things can't go that poorly relative to you winning the game.
Correct.
Probably just double checking though. This is we're at the end of the RCQ season. We only have 1 month left.
Yep.
To play events before the next season starts up for.
Correct.
Assumedly the Anaheim one.
Right.
Yeah. So we're gonna have to wait and see, but it is an interesting place to be here with a lot of pressure on the line. Raiden's played in a bunch of these, lost in a bunch of the finals, and
I know our boy Rayton here is he definitely enjoys playing modern more, so he leans a lot harder on these than he to going any of these Pioneer ones available to him.
Yeah. It looks like we're indicating that we do have Delirium for the sake of coverage. We respect that a lot. Now, I see Brian has an Unholy Heat and definitely has a Croxus, so I'm curious what the last card is. Because Brian is taking a big think on it. It's a Heat Croxa. Is that a Mishra's Bauble?
I can't quite see. I definitely see an Unholy Heat in his hand. That's all I can see.
I guess it would be unlikely as a Mishra's Bauble. You know what? Doesn't often end up in the hand for too long.
No, you would usually probably just fire that one off.
Yeah. I wonder if Rayton leads on Archmage's Charm here to steal the Shadow, just to fight over a Drownable Lock. If this is the
because he still has what Rayton's hand is what right now? It's just Murktide Regent and Archmage Charm
and Counterspell.
And Counterspell.
Yeah, that Counterspell we've had since turn 1.
That's okay.
Oh, okay. So we're fighting in the upkeep to tap him low on mana. I like this.
Yep, this seems pretty good.
And this is putting us at an almost lethal Shadow too. So if we draw a Shock Land or a Fetch,
Chris could actually just kill his own Shadow here if he felt the need to. If he felt threatened by anything that Rayton could do here, which is exactly what he does.
So this is interesting. Does Rayton counterspell the Shadow?
I think you actually. I think if I was Rayton, I would probably fire off the counterspell just to have a clock that's almost lethal damage. It's exactly lethal, or one short of lethal.
Yeah, I think I would have too, especially because the Croc is coming, which is going to eat.
It was a Mishra's Bauble. That's surprising he held that for so long.
Interesting. I wonder if he was maybe just trying to set up a double Ledger Shredder turn.
Maybe.
And, just try to do that.
I think this Croxa might be too slow. Oh, Rayton actually was scared of... Rayton, I think, is actually playing around holding the counterspell for the... having an extra card in his hand to be able to protect the Murktide and be able to discard the red card in his hand for the Croxa.
Okay.
He's playing around He's playing around exactly the Croxa.
Gotcha.
So now he's able to play this and protect... he's be able to counter the Croxa on the way back in. So
well, I think he did discard the counterspell, didn't he?
No, I don't think he discarded the counterspell. I think the card in his hand is counterspell.
Then I don't know. I guess Raiden had another card I didn't see. Oopsie poopsie. But this is a lethal Murktide.
This is a lethal Murktide region. He needs to find something like a Terminate here.
Yeah.
Or, because Drowning the Lock's not going to do it.
Yeah. If it does, it's I mean, maybe you can get a Ledger Shredder to block for a turn.
Oh, he found the Giant Lock.
Why does it have the 7 cards in yard?
I don't think he does. Oh no, it's only 5. It doesn't do anything.
Oh, I think those are the exiled cards.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So he must have, because he definitely has 4 at the bottom there for Delirium.
Mm-hmm. No, Rayton still has this Brazen Borrower available to him.
That's true. I wonder if Raiden forgot. It feels like maybe we get that in there a little.
I think we fire off this Brazen Borrower. So Brian has put this Gigantha in his hand because he wants to close out the. Oh no, see, Rayton did remember the Brazen Borrower.
Enough time's gone by. It's time to get Brazen.
Yep.
And
yeah, Rayton keeps his exiled cards on the opposite end of the table.
Oh, okay. So those cards up there are gotcha.
Yes.
So he did have 9
so
cards.
Those are both his graveyard. One is just indicating his Delirium.
Gotcha.
I believe.
That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, that would explain the spell pierce up top.
Yes, those are all his exile cards.
Raiden has land and a spell. I guess he has something, to discard there. And we are at 5 life. The players at the table are a little behind in life total, but not a big deal.
Yep.
We remember they're at 5. So a bolt is lethal. And looks like we've got this Croxa coming down. And yeah, we can escape again, even if we have Counterspell. But honestly, the Brazen Borrower might go the distance. Oh, is that just 2 Scalding Tarns?
I think it is. One's a Spire Bluff Canal.
Okay. So Rayton is at 3. So Rayton needs to draw a Bolt or some way to, answer the Croxa.
Also, there's a chance that Brian has a Terminate here to kill this Brazen Borrower.
Yeah.
And that's just a Spell Pierce from Rayton. So it's not. He just have to present a lethal attack, or what would perceivably be a lethal attack here.
Yeah. Little bread and butter, make sure we don't overthink ourselves. And Rayton's like, okay, all right.
That's it.
And we're moving on. That was an exciting game there. A lot of back and forth.
I wonder how that game plays out differently if Rayton fires off the counterspell on the Brian one.
Brian one.
I wonder how differently that would have been if Rayton fired off the counterspell on the Unholy Heat targeting the Death Shadow.
Yeah, it would have been very interesting, because if you bring the Croxa back, then the Croxa isn't lethal to attack you because you discard a spell, but then your Shadow is lethal, so it eats the Croxa, so you're kind of in this abyss. It's very interesting. It creates like a whole different dynamic, and obviously that sort of play is really weird to make. It is not like a typical play at all. So one of the things that definitely is interesting, and Rayton, hopefully for him, won't be having to look back on that one with a heavy heart, but he can come back here to the pod and check it out.
Yep.
So
there's definitely some tight lines of play on both sides of that match.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of interesting plays and a lot of interesting land situations for both of them. Both are kind of struggling.
Yep, they both fired off multiple expressive iterations to get back in the game on both sides.
Yep.
So what do you think the sideboards look like for both of our players here?
So this is the kind of matchup that both decks are very similar in construction and with the way they play. And their sideboards very much so as well. So we're probably going to see unlicensed Hirsch from both sides of the table just to answer Murktide Regents, Croxas, Unholy Heats, that sort of thing. Pretty basic stuff.
Yeah.
And then we'll probably see a couple mystical disputes and stuff like that from both sides.
Yep. Do you think Rayton gets any bigger as far as his cards are concerned? And I know some of these Murktide players play things like Jace the Mind Sculptor and such like that. Do you think he plays anything like that?
We might see Raiden bring it in, especially since he's on the play. Maybe just try and steal that. And just a card he can draw after they're low on resources that can catch him back up. So I do believe Raiden does play one Jace the Mind Sculptor.
I believe so.
Well, I think we'll definitely see it this game. It'll be interesting to see if Raiden changes it up for on the draw or stuff like that.
Yes.
But we'll probably see something along those lines. And Brian probably has some grindy card of his own, like Torok Dread Cantor. Typically a card we see them bring in against 4-color, since it's pro-white. But discard 2 is actually pretty relevant in this matchup, as we saw in that game.
The old Mind Rot can get there sometimes.
Yeah, Mind Rot really does it. Pioneer players are learning that with Go Blank.
Exactly.
Yeah, and so
I'm probably going to be a Go Blank boy next weekend.
I feel that. No thoughts, just blank. And that is an interesting part of this matchup is how much card advantage do you want to get versus like playing to the board, being proactive, that sort of thing. So a lot of give and take and a lot of pull going on there. So it's going to be interesting. We're seeing Brian here kind of double checking his deck. And Rayton, is just kind of like, hey, I only play Murktide Regent. Back to business, kind of do this.
He plays Murktide Regent in multiple formats.
Yeah, just only a Murktide gamer. And you know what? We respect that.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Brian's someone you've probably seen on the SCG Tour back when that was happening in 2018, 2019. Had a lot of good finishes, a lot of close misses, and someone if you play in the Southeast United States, you see Brian at a lot of tournaments. So Rayton, newer to our area, originally from California, came over right before the pandemic, but over there, well known. I know a lot of California players who know Rayton, so both some of the better players in the room today, and it's not surprising to see them battling it out. If only it could be for the finals.
Right.
So, and as Twitch chat brought up, dashing young lads. Just look at the jersey. Look at Brian's got us as well. But everyone involved today just looking great.
Yep.
Look, Brian over the pandemic did the right thing. He went to the gym.
He went to the gym.
He has a diverse line of gameplay, which is, I either messed you up in the gym or I messed you up in the Magic Streets. I got you covered. So, not like me though.
I understand.
Yeah, we're working on it. But yeah, we're seeing them shuffle up here, and this matchup will be interesting.
I'm pretty sure that Brian will be once again revealing this Gigantha.
Yeah. Do you think he does any weird sideboarding? No Jace the Mind Sculptor?
No. I did hear somebody out there today say they had to remove Gigantha as their companion at one point because they had to board in a card.
Interesting. Okay. I have seen some of that stuff. It's very, very cool when it does happen.
Yep, I did that. I played a blue-white control variant where you have Kahira as your companion, and then in the sideboard you have a full Stoneforge package.
Nice.
Can't have Kahira post board.
Cannot have Kahira. I remember back when COVID first started, Luris, some people were very quickly building their Luris decks for like a modern challenge, and they top-8'd with Blood Moon. Because they forgot about Molten Rain.
Yep.
And they were like, oh, we need a Tron hate card. What do we do? I'll play Rain Blood Moon. Take out my Luris.
Yikes.
Looking back on it, a little yikes.
A little greedy.
Do you think we're going to see more companions here as we're returning to Ikoria and, Ixalan and all these places coming up?
I definitely think that WotC is very hesitant to go forward with something like that again. They know that it has warped the whole game in its entirety. If they do, they'll probably be a little on the weaker side than they are now, because most of the companions are all very, very strong.
Yep. Karuga, am I right? It won a modern challenge.
I mean, it's not being able to cast anything under 3 is pretty rough.
That is rough. It did win the challenge last week, though. So who's to say?
Is that the Blast deck?
The
Blast deck was playing Karuga?
Yeah, Calibrated Blast, because it's free. You just
it is.
Yeah, you just get it on the hizzy.
I mean,
Sometimes just
sure.
Karuga people.
I know a friend of mine that's not battling today would be in here jamming this Calibrated Blast deck. He's been all over it.
Yeah,
he likes to high roll.
You know what? There's nothing wrong with a little gamble.
Nah, he loves it.
And speaking of gambling, it looks like both players have decided to keep 7, and you know what that means? No mulliganing.
Nope. Looks like Rayton's going to start off with an untapped Steam Vents.
Untapped Steam Vents, and it looks like we've got Ragavan in
I see a monkey. I wonder if he wants to fire off the monkey.
Yeah, it is curious. The monkey on turn 1 is such a high volatility play. If your opponents are always prepared for monkey.
I think Rayton kept a 1-lander. That's probably why he just led off with this consider.
What a coward. Should have just known it was on top, Sometimes you just got to believe.
Right?
It's curious, though. So now, like you mentioned, he did keep a wonder. He
did have the Scalding Tarn in his hand.
I think he drew the Scalding Tarn return. Yeah. No, you were right. It was a 1. If it was a second land, it's hiding.
You can say if so. It looks like Rayton tends to keep his cards close to the vest. So.
Uh-oh. We got a little connive action going on with Mishra's Bauble, and if you haven't seen Later Shredder, it's one of the newer additions. It's really the thing that took both Murktide and DRC to that next level to actually be able to compete with 4-color.
Yep. Murktide was pretty good against the 4-color decks. It was really, I think, Death Shadow that benefited overall the most of the printing of Letter Shredder.
Yeah. Both cards is allowing decks to avoid the card Endurance so much more effectively than before. And so,
that card grows way bigger than Endurance ever could dream to be.
Yeah. The Birdman has bigger dreams, and he goes to reach them. It looks like we're going to be going down to 15 here. We might be seeing like a Terminate on this bird.
That's exactly what happened.
Yep. Rayton making, the very precise play of holding his Bauble for after on the opponent's turn. That way you don't get Thought Season, lose your card,
Yep.
Small little things like that do make or break you in the tournament. We talked about that earlier in the tournament with Rodney here. And it looks like Rayton's going to have a clear sign to go for Ragavan.
Yeah, looks to be that way.
Do you think there's anything that Rayton would do instead of just dashing a Ragavan here, even if he could like search his deck? I can't imagine.
I don't think so. I think he just wants to get something on the board and come across with it. Yeah, that seems. Yeah, I definitely think he's just going to fire off this Ragavan. There's no reason he shouldn't. He can even back it up with. I think that he just drew a Spell Pierce.
Yeah, I think he drew a Spell Pierce. He has a Brazen Borrower, and that might be an EE in his hiding on his hand too, which is back-breaking this matchup. You know, the Shadow deck, it plays more threats than the Murktide deck does, despite playing the same deck, same style of deck. But this deck has way more one drops, and it's often a one-sided Wrath of God.
And he can also put it on 2 if he felt the need to not die to Kroxa and Letter Shredders off the other side of the table as well, because his Murktides, those are 7 mana. You're never going to engineer explosives those.
Oh, it was Unlicensed
Hearse. Oh, that's great.
Yeah, so Unlicensed Hearse, another one of the big additions along with Ledger Shredder, kind of to every format. Just it eats 2 cards from a player's graveyard and gets 2 bigger, and it's just a vehicle.
And Brian is going to have a very hard time actually dealing with this. I believe the only card in their deck is Kolaghan's Command that kind of cleanly answers this.
Yeah, Brian maybe has his own EE and maybe brought it in for similar purposes. Sometimes you see players EE the opponent's EE.
Yes.
So maybe he'll get lucky and something like that will line up well. But this Unlicensed Hearse is going to do a great job of growing and being a big body to attack in. We talked about how, with the Shadow Math, it's so precise and you can get chunked. And that's typically the way you die. If Rayton wants to start Unlicensed Hearsing himself, that's a play he can do, especially if he's able to stick a Murktide early and then turn off Drown the Lock for the remainder of the game.
Yep.
So we're going to have to see how Rayton wants to approach playing this. One of the cool things about both these decks, so much agency over how you play. And
there definitely is, and there is something to be said about that for playing a style of deck like this. I know both these players are very methodical in their gameplay, and they're going to want to give themselves the best chance to win over the course of a game, given the best options available to them.
Rated slamming the
Murktide Regent. That's aggressive.
That's so big, but also Rayton can eat his own spells with the Hearse to grow the Murktide Regent.
Yes, he can.
Oh my goodness! Talk about
and
chunks.
Also just grows the Unlicensed Hearse itself. That just doubling up. It's just so good.
Giant Growth could never do this much.
No.
What a heater! And I think we're presenting. So this looks to be a 5/5 Murktide.
So this
And
saying Rayton can start to put this Ragavan into play solely just to crew this
the Hearse.
This Hearse.
Yeah, and it looks like
he's still holding. He's got an Engineer Explosive. That's an Engineer Explosive.
It is.
In his
Yeah.
hand,
Yeah, and it looks like Brian just concedes.
He's like, that Murktide's too big for me. Can't deal with it.
Too big, and probably just had a bunch of lands in hand too.
Yeah.
It's just like whatever, you got me, man.
The only way I think he's getting out of that one was if he finds something like a Terminate.
Yeah. And, that is one of the strengths to the Murktide deck. It doesn't have as much utility, doesn't have as much versatility and answers to things, but it does its thing and protects it so well that it's sometimes just too hard to overcome a 7-mana body.
Yep, it is just the Delver deck of the format.
Yep. Something we didn't really have in Modern for a long time. Kind of a Modern Horizon block constructed deck in a lot of ways.
Basically. A lot of the cards are. Yeah. It's got Counterspell, Ragavan,
all the threats,
Archmage Charm, Murktide Regent, Unholy Heat,
Force Negation, the sideboard.
Yeah, this is just all Modern Horizons cards.
Yeah, you know what? Playing the good cards, sometimes they all come from the same place.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, and honestly, we've been joking around a lot about the Modern Horizons there, but the other big get that both of these decks got was Expressive Iteration, which has
that is actually what has put these 2 decks over the top entirely, is the raw card advantage of Expressive Iteration. That card is absolutely disgusting. It's so good that it's taking a hit out of Pioneer. It can be trusted there.
Yeah, it's such a card that for so low resources generates you so much card advantage.
Yep.
And then in lower power formats, it's actually backbreaking. Like, I imagine if it was in Standard for another year, we might actually see it banned, as it's one of the most powerful cards in that format, believe it or not. So
if we found a good blue-red deck, it would be the linchpin of it.
Yeah, I guess with Liliana and the Veil coming to Standard, maybe they'd have a chance.
Maybe.
Yeah. But you know what? It's hard to beat. But yeah, this is exciting. We're seeing both players' sideboard. You know what? I saw Raiden take one card out of his deck and put one in his sideboard. Do you think it's the Jace?
Yeah, he's on the draw this game.
Yeah.
He definitely is probably going to want to go a little bit bigger and play. He definitely wants to play a little bit bigger. He's going to want to have a way to just slam a huge piece of card advantage on the board. something that's going to be very difficult for Brian to deal with. The only card I would say is Unholy Heat really is his best way to deal with that, I believe, other than just attacking it. But if Raiden can get it and stick a Brainstorm every turn, it's very hard for him to win.
Yeah, Raiden cannot, beat a Brainstorm every turn. I don't know. I mean, neither can Brian. It is very, very interesting to see what will happen. We're laughing here because it's just so funny how Magic is these days.
I
right?
know.
We were like, for years, Jace the Mind Sculptor just couldn't be in Modern, and we're like,
That card's barely playable.
maybe we have one. I don't really know if we want it. It's a grindy matchup, but it might be a little too grindy.
It might be a little too slow for what we're doing.
Yes. But you know what? That is what it is, and we have the players shuffling up.
Yep.
Crazy thing, we saw Bloodbraid Elf earlier in the day from Devin.
Yes.
Yes, and that card is impressive. Another card that people thought can't have it in Modern. Too oppressive. Does too much for the format.
Stoneforge Mystic.
Stoneforge. Yeah, they know what that one though has.
That
been
one
really
actually is
warped up.
that has been the best one that people were very hesitant about.
Yeah, that card has been really impressive. We saw.
It is unfortunately relegated to one archetype in the format, but it is one of the best cards in that deck.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, it has seen some fringe play in sideboards as a sideboard plan, so it's really exciting. And that's one of the cool things about Magic. As time goes on, we'll get more and more equipment. We'll figure out more and more ways to do it. And Brian just doing a little count.
Yep.
I
know when we were on our way back from Vegas when they announced Stoneforge Mystic being unbanned, and I know myself as a Death and Taxes player could not have been more happy about it.
Yeah, that was it was it's kind of wild to think that it's been that long ago that it's been in the format.
It's been for about right at 3 years.
Jeez, it's so crazy to think about. Yeah, and it's been a player in the format ever since. Varying degrees of success, obviously, but it's still a thing that you'll see. Top 64 events. Top 16 challenges. And if you're playing the local scene, you might have some ringer who just loves Jeskai Blade, and that's the coolest part of Modern.
Yeah,
just get to
you
have
can
that
just
kind of
do you can just do what you want in this format.
Do you remember when Modern Horizons first came out and it was Jeskai Murktide, where they had Blade and Murktide and Cauldra?
Yes,
Oh,
yes, I do.
What a good time to be alive.
I know. I can say I definitely, when Modern Horizons came out, I was definitely jamming some Stoneforge Mystics as much as I possibly could. You had to pry that card from my cold, dead fingers.
Yeah, and now here you are, living in.
I'm on the living in side of things.
Time flies. Looks like Brian is going to 6 here. After he did his little count, he's pretty happy.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like we've decided to keep and go to the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like we have a DRC and I think a Bobble, but it's hard to see. If it's not a Bobble, I think it's a Death Shadow, which I know is very different.
Yes.
But that's my read on the Sitch. And it looks like if it was a Bobble, we must have a Ledger Shredder because we're holding it for a lot of respect. And it looks like we're just going to fetch
and Raiden's definitely respecting the potential advantage that could bring by just going ahead and firing off this Unholy Heat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're seeing Raiden also do this too because Raiden's up a card, right? He's on the draw and his opponent mulligan, and so not letting them have any sort of card selection with the Surveil is often very backbreaking. That's why we mentioned if there was a bobble, there's some serious respect being shown by not bobbling there, trying to figure out exactly what we're looking for.
Yeah.
And it looks like we're just getting a pass back. Brian does have Drown in the Lock live now, so anything that Raiden plays could just be answered. And it looks like Raiden's tanking. Oh, yeah.
He does have Ragavan in his hand. He could think about.
Do you know what? This match has had a lot of Ragavan options with not a lot of Ragavan being played.
That you are correct.
Kind of a weird sort of thing. Oh, it looks like Brian's high in the Holy Heat.
Yeah, he's just gonna heat the monkey. I think Raiden actually has a backup monkey.
Yeah, that makes sense. It looks like Raiden's also representing Spell Pierce, maybe trying to catch like an expressive iteration,
which would be absolutely backbreaking for Brian right about now.
Yeah, it could also be Mystical Dispute, and that would just stop a Ledger Shredder, cold in its tracks. So you have to be wondering if you're Brian, what did Raiden have that he didn't dash? He left it up, and he didn't want to fight over my Unholy Heat. But also Brian might just be like, I got nothing to do. I got to cast this expressive iteration. You got it.
Got to use your mana every turn.
Yep. especially in these matchups. You know,
Yep.
you think about mana like investing,
Mhm.
like Bitcoin to the moon. No, but like if you think about it that way, right? Like if you're not using your mana, you're falling so far behind, and because the decks can do so much,
Off such little mana.
yeah, it's a huge sign, and it's also probably why it's such a huge like warning sign to Brian here. Like, hey, Rayton left a blue.
I think Brian also may be
Ah.
holding up some sort of counter magic
Yeah, both.
to protect this Ledger Shredder.
Yeah. You know, that is one of the nice things about the Death Shadow deck is you can do things like this where you preemptively fetch and shock, and you're like, hey, like, you know, I've got something, but also, like, I need to do this anyway, so maybe you outthink yourself, and I get, you know, to sneak in this Ledger Shredder. And it looks like Rayton has an Unholy Heat and a Ragavan, and then, you know, maybe a Murktide Regent back there. It's hard to tell, but can't really do much. Oh, it looks like
They're just updating life totals.
Yeah,
to
they're
make
updating
sure
life
things
totals.
are make sure things are clean for our viewing audience.
looks like we have an EE on 2.
He could consider an EE on 2 and back it up with a Spell Pierce if he has the Spell Pierce in his hand.
Yeah. It might also be a good Spell Pierce bait, too. You know, just try to
It
get
could
that
be.
going.
No, Brian lets it go.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting because from Brian's perspective, he's so low on cards compared to Rayton here.
Right.
But,
He does have a mystical. I did see a mystical dispute in his hand.
okay, that makes sense. It looks like Brian drew Expressive Iteration. We're talking about how that card just generates so much. We're talking about before Brian's down on cards. Now he's even.
Yeah.
And this is just a huge swing. You know, even if it looks like Brian found maybe 2 lands here, even with that, that's just moving the 2 lands out of the way and working towards casting some real spells. And with Ledger Shredder, it's not even the engine of the world to, you know, hit those lands.
He actually put the land in his hand and put the Scalding Tarn into exile.
Interesting. Maybe the third card was also just a land.
It could have been.
Yeah. I can't imagine you would do that over any spell.
No.
But, you know, weirder
'Cause
plays
I think
I've made.
he's about maxed out on the lands he wants over the course of this game.
Yeah. Oh, and Raiden drew a Spell Snare.
That is going to tag something detrimental at some point.
Yeah, you know, we talked about how Brian's deck so efficient on 1-drops,
Yeah.
but all of his 2s are really good.
Yep.
Flashback Croxa, Expressive Iteration, Ledger Shredder. So this might be a backbreaking play in like 5 turns.
Yep.
And
And Raiden did miss his land drop here.
yeah.
I think he's just waiting to see when he can get the best value out of this engineered explosives.
Yep. Brian playing his land, an interesting choice that might be a consideration for Giganta. Just being like,
Yep.
hey, I've got to get this Giganta coming. I don't really got much going.
Yeah, so Raiden's going to go ahead and fire off this engineered explosives,
Yeah.
and I believe it's just a passing of the turn.
Yep. Let's see if Rayton, what he does with his Ragavan. Ooh, Druid.
I think say
Deer
Dragon Rage Channeler, which is he's going to start off with an Expressive Iteration. He just wants to find some lands off this.
Yeah.
He did
Interesting.
I saw a Hearse come off that, and a Murktide Regent, and an Archmage's Charm.
I think it's another Expressive.
Oh, it's another Expressive Iteration.
It's one of the 2, yeah. Notepad person, what do you mean?
It's, I'm just keeping track.
I think
Rayton took one from the legislature.
No, he didn't. He fired off an engineered
he
explosive.
popped the engineered explosives. Yeah. Yep, you're good. You're all good. Looks like we've been the Murktide. I think we kept a Hearse, which is, I think, makes some out of sense too if you just want to beat Drown the Locks, beat Unholy Heats. But
I guess.
would not be my first guess on that. Like,
I don't think I would have taken the Hearse either.
yeah, I guess Raiden has another Murktide in hand. I just saw it on the shuffle.
Oh, he has another Murktide. Okay,
Gotcha.
that makes sense.
Yeah, so must have drawn one and just is like doesn't want to
Yeah.
get clogged with those in hand. You know, we see some players going down to 3 of that card just because they do get stuck in your hand sometimes.
Yep.
So, gotcha. It makes a lot of sense. And now Rayton has presented a real threat. And a lot of times this is what the game's about. It's a lot about posturing with your one threat.
Just one having one creature in play and just have it dictate the course of the game.
Yep.
And
Alright.
Brian just go ahead and fires off the Unholy Heat on it.
Looks like we drew a swamp. Well, what if we drew a 5/5?
we did in fact draw a 5/5.
All right. Well,
That's gonna be hard. That's gonna be hard for Rayton to deal with.
It
That's nothing to scoff over. That's a big card.
That's a huge card. Rayton's gonna have to get the Hearse going so the Hearse can block.
Yeah.
But
He can also consider firing off a Murktide Regent this turn if he so felt the need to do such.
I wonder if he's just gonna do both.
He very well might.
I could see you going Murktide first, and then
He may also dash a monkey. Does he have a monkey? Doesn't he have a last monkey?
Oh,
in his hand?
he might have had a last monkey. I think it's a DRC. He definitely had one more
Okay.
red 1-drop. So we might see just those two get played. It's kind of interesting. I guess the DRC, if you play it later, can actually block in a situation where it normally can't. So it's gonna be interesting to see what happens here because Rayton might try to leave Delirium in his graveyard so that the DRC can crew the hearse so that you can get across for lethal. But I don't know. We're gonna have to see. Looks like there's a card type count from Brian to see if how big our Unholy Heats are. So it is Spell Snare, Unholy Heat, DRC, and Unlicensed Hearse for Rayton. So Rayton's just going to play his Hearse and his DRC.
And just hold up this Unholy Heat that he still has left in his hand.
Gotcha, that makes sense.
Seems pretty good.
Yeah. Also does a great job of playing around, a Terminate or something like that.
Yep. And I think he drew another Spell Snare? Or he looked at it. Or did he see a second? Did he see a second spell? I can still saw off that.
I'm not sure. He left on top whatever it was, but we definitely have a Spell Snare and Unholy Heat and a Murktide. So, if Brian tries to top deck an Expressive Iteration and chooses to do that over Gigante, we're going to get got.
Yep.
And looks like Brian
probably just wants to fire off this Giganta this turn.
Yeah.
Just to put a thing on the board.
Winning the game, highly underrated by players, very strong. Putting a 5/5 is just big.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, he does have a Terminate in hand.
Okay. So,
Interesting.
does Rayton have Delirium?
I think Rayton does have Delirium.
I think he fires off this heat here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you just fire the heat.
There's very little. I think there's very little reason not to fire off the heat here.
Oh, you know what it is? I think Rayton's thinking, if he drown the locks this heat, do I want to have Spell Snare up to protect my heat?
That makes sense.
Yeah, so I think that might be what's happening here. And then he's also thinking maybe I can,
I think you could have done that in upkeep also to control your draw step.
Yeah, that might have been the way to do it. Actually, is just make sure you get the good draw in.
Yeah, I think that might have been.
Oh, I guess if you think they have drown, attacking is good because they might just drown it.
Sure.
And then they're not on such a bad spot. I believe Brian's hand is just terminate something.
Just to terminate land?
Maybe. He definitely played the swamp last turn. He has played a lot of lands.
He has seen a lot of lands. I think the Death Shadow deck actually just want to max out on about 4 lands over the course of the game.
Yeah.
And he has seen 7.
Yeah. Brian, he was playing to set up Giganta plus it looks like a Terminate for this Murktide Regent. And that's why he played the lands.
He is about to get absolutely destroyed by this Spell Snare.
Yeah, this Spell Snare is going to be backbreaking.
He's just going to dispute it. Actually, that's...
Oh, he did have the dispute forever ago.
Okay.
Oh, interesting. So when Rayton resolved that Expressive, I assumed we were wrong on the blue card. Because I was like,
okay.
You would Mystical
just
Dispute
fire
the Expressive.
Off I think he
decided to play a longer game.
Mm-hmm.
But, sometimes these tactical choices come up and happen.
Right.
And Spell Snare on the Expressive Iteration there is pretty big.
Pretty clutch for Rayton there.
Yeah, and that's the kind of thing you see with these Murktide decks. They're able to play all these different one-of fun-ofs, which give you such a tactical array of different ways to play the game. Do you like that, by the way? That's my new content creator answer. I've been using it a couple times on stream. We've been testing it. A diverse array of plans. It's not really. I'm not really saying anything. I'm kind of just talking.
You're just talking.
It's kind of good though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It sounds like that Mason guy knows what he's talking about.
So it looks like Brian fires off. Brian fires off a Terminate on this Dragon Rage Chandler.
Yeah,
Rayton's going to fire back with a Consider to see if he can find a way to answer this Terminate to keep a creature on the board.
Yeah. Looks like he did not.
It looks like he did not. His hand is Bolt Mishra's Bauble.
Yeah. Rayton did bin a hearse.
Rayton, there's a chance that Rayton almost fires off a bolt at the face just for the sole purpose of finding a card on the top of his library.
It's true. Honestly, if Rayton had the ball in play, probably would do it as long as Brian doesn't have a shadow on top of his deck.
Yeah.
And Rayton drew a Ledger Shredder.
That's great for him. That's a dashed monkey.
Yeah, that monkey is getting unholy heated. I mean, maybe Rayton saves it to hit another thing, but
it's a bolt. But yeah, it'll still get.
Oh, sure.
There's still a removal spell looming for it. It's not going to make it around. That unlicensed hearse is closing up on lethal damage.
Yeah,
It's at 6 right now.
I believe so.
Yeah,
And I believe it's
he's also able to just keep off delirium for Brian as well.
Ooh,
Did he draw was that?
unholy heat.
Oh, he drew another unholy heat.
Yeah.
Wow,
So
that's great.
Yeah. It's interesting too because Rayton maybe wants to save it for a turn where he can unholy heat and crew.
I just had a thought for a card that Rayton plays in his board that might be very, very strong in this matchup. Blood Moon.
Blood Moon. Yeah, maybe that was the thing that Rayton brought back in.
That could be a thing because I think he's more likely to bring that in on the play. I think he probably took it out on the draw.
Sure, that was probably the swap card.
Yeah, that was probably the swap card. He probably brought in something
Sure.
something more efficient or even something just bigger overall, like the chase we were talking about.
Well, Brian drew a land. It's a fire islet though, so he gets a redraw.
What's the redraw? Fires gets a Dragon Race Channeler. Cool.
Okay. Rayton doesn't activate his hearse at end of turn.
Interesting.
A little bit of a misstep, but maybe just Rayton knows the game's locked up.
Yes.
Sometimes we've all been there. You get a little bit ahead.
Get a little ahead of yourself. Trust me.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. But, an interesting place to be.
I wonder what's going through Rayton's head right now.
I think Rayton's beating himself up for not activating hearse. I think that he was then asking for Delirium to make sure he hadn't lost the advantage there. So
Sure.
But we're gonna have to see, and it looks like Rayton's in this interesting spot where he kind of just doesn't want to do much because he just wants to barely get across the finish line. But he needs Brian to do something so that he can trigger Connive and try and actually get a spell out of his hand. So it's a really interesting spot.
He finds a monkey, so he's trying to put just as much as he can on the board to threaten Rayton, but Rayton's just got all of the things that he needs, and he's going to be able to get a Connive trigger off this Unholy Heat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Rayton here a little hesitant to actually do something. He's going to eat away the 2 cards that give Delirium.
Yes.
That way the Unholy Heat actually finishes it off.
Correct.
And then
resolve this Connive trigger first.
We bend the Jace, and that is lethal because we'll crew the hearse and attack.
Yep.
Wow, Jace was clutching that matchup. Good thing we brought that in.
Jace doing all-star of Modern.
Yeah, too strong. He just enables the crewing of the vehicles. That's probably what they were thinking when they banned it originally.
I'm certain it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, that is going to do it for this round. We have Rayton beating Brian. Congratulations to Rayton for making top 8 of the event. Brian, hopefully you have a safe trip home. We'll see another one of these TLG events. Like we mentioned, both these players grind a bunch in the South.
That's true.
So they're used to this sort of thing. We're going to go out there. I think there's 5 minutes left in the round if I can see from the clock on the screen.
I believe something about that time.
So we'll be back in about 5 minutes, and we're going to give you the top 8 breakdown for what decks are there.
Yep.
And we're going to see a battle out for the invite.
Let's go.
Let's do it. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome back to the top 8 of the TNLG RCQ for Dreamhack Atlanta. I'm Mason, your host, joined by my co-host James. James, are you excited to watch top 8?
I'm ecstatic. Let's go.
It's so exciting. So we have Rayton, who we just saw a moment ago, playing Murktide as our first seed, versus Living In on Christopher, who we saw in round 2.
We also saw him in round 4 as well.
Oh, we saw Christopher. That's right. Yeah, Christopher was unable to draw. That's right.
Yes.
So Christopher and Rayton are our 2 seeds. They're both into top 8. And so right now we're just having a minor thing where one of the players needed to re-sleeve their deck. Nothing wrong, just kind of a little bit too old, so the judge asked to get them to re-sleeve. But luckily we have the rest of the top 8 to talk about. So our top 8, 2 Hammer Time, 2 4-color control, 1 blue-white control, and then 1 Bant Soul Herder.
Yep.
Bant Soul Herder, kind of the talk of the town. Feels like the only place to start. We can't just say that and then leave it hanging.
Right. So this is the deck that Aspiring Spike kind of popularized over the last month or so. He's been putting up consistent results with it. He's even playing it in RCQs in his local area as well. I know he's been doing very well with it. And he has inspired one of our players in our local area to play it.
Yeah, Eric Foreman here chose to play the deck. If you haven't seen the deck, it plays Soul Herder, which blinks a creature every single turn and grows a little bigger. But kind of what it's really doing is that's ephemerate numbers 5 and 6, for lack of a better term. I guess technically the way this deck plays, it's ephemerate
5 through 8.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then you have the Time Warp combo, which we saw 4-color
Yes.
used to do, which is just your Eternal Witness picks up the Time Warp, you take a turn, you do it again, and eventually you win.
You will eventually take all of the turns.
Yes, and so that deck's very exciting. He is playing a game. We were waiting on the receiver one out there. He looks to be up, so we might get to see Eric in our top 4 later today, which is really exciting. All of our players are definitely waiting to try and get that spot for Dreamhack Atlanta, so we're going to have to see there. Hammer Time, that's the next kind of, I think, exciting deck. Well, we do have a cool blue-white control deck. Hammer is very, very innovative deck that has seen a lot of innovations recently because of the banning of Luris.
Yes.
Now they have to fight the 4-color menace. What do you think about these decks?
So I know I worked with one of our competitors on his build of this deck for this event. He has chosen some interesting numbers for some of his cards. I know he's on, you can say, 1 Mem Knight and 4 Ornithopter, but there's been different splits of those 0 mana artifact creatures. Some people play 0 of some of them. Some people play the full 4. Some people play like a 3-3 split. Like I believe,
that's what our other
I think
competitors
I
play,
believe
3-3.
Mr. Ryan here has chosen to do a 3-3 split. Outside of that, he isn't doing anything else too weird. He is I think the differences from them are Ryan is playing a Nettlecyst, and I think where he's doing that, I think Thomas is choosing to play like Ginger Brute and what's the blacksmith skills?
Blacksmith skill. Yeah, like he has 2 blacksmith skills main, while Ryan, who we saw earlier make his win in top 8, has 3 in the sideboard.
Also, it'd be known they're actually neither of them are playing Spell Pierce in the main. I think they're all their Spell Pierces.
Yeah, it looks like all the spell piercers on the sideboard, and that's something that's like pretty different between all the decks.
And that's been changing too. So people have found that just wasn't good enough in the main decks. They've just been moving them over to the board.
Yep.
And a lot. I think the boon to playing the blue-white hammer deck is for all of its extremely hateful hate bears and Teferi and Spell Pierces in the board, versus the cleaner mana base of the mono white version.
Yep. Yeah, a lot of differences going on there, and a lot of still things to figure out, which is really exciting. We have blue-white control also in our top 8, and this is an exciting blue-white control. This is not your sit there and do nothing blue-white control.
No, this is one I had to play against earlier today. I did not exactly know what he was doing. I only saw one card to hint at what he was doing. I only saw an Ephemerate out of him, which actually I was really confused because I thought it was just for subtlety and solitude, and then I learned later that this individual is playing 4 copies of Mulldrifter in the modern format. Yeah. He has that's brave.
Yeah,
I'm here for it, but that's brave.
Yeah, we're playing 4 Mulldrifter, 4 Ephemerate, 4 Subtlety, 4 Solitude, and then a variety of removal spells and counter spells and planeswalkers. But basically, really leaning in on the pitch elementals and the synergy with Ephemerate. And then if you have that, Mulldrifter's pretty good.
And he also, because he's playing all the elementals, he gets to register Kahira, the Orphan Guard, as his companion.
Which is very strong.
It is very strong. It's an easy pitch for a Solitude.
Yep.
So yeah, that's all great for him. And he nothing too crazy in the board for him.
Yeah, Ashiok Dreamwinder is an old favorite.
That's probably the most notable one. The 4 Spreading Seas is an interesting one.
Yeah, kind of a harken back to older days, right? Yep. Where that was kind of the way you'd answer Tron and big mana decks. Also really good against Hammer, which traditionally this deck destroys Hammer time.
Yeah.
but we're missing a lot of those key cards that have grindier cards that
Yep.
beat 4 colors. So
And-
might end up biting them in the butt in the finals here.
Yep. And then say we have the
Two
the
four
two
color.
4-color decks.
Yes.
One of these individuals was brave enough to register Ragavan in.
Yes. We have one Ragavan player, and then the other player looks to be playing a pretty generic list. Actually looks to be playing my 95 from the RC -1 change. Oh, yeah, my deck designer on one of them is actually my name. That's quite funny.
But
does have Ragavan,
and
yeah.
I know you're not a Ragavan.
I'm a Ragavan hater in 4-color.
Yep, I knew
Yeah.
you were.
It just doesn't quite. And we could go on a whole spiel.
Oh,
about
I'm
this,
sure you could.
But it doesn't quite line up with the game plan. But you know what I will say is
that?
that if you stick it early in the mirrors or that sort of thing, it is something that does steal the game.
Sure.
And so it's a very high volatility card,
Yes.
but its payoffs are game winning. So
Yep.
some real pressure to playing that in the main deck. And this other deck, despite not creating me, looks to be exactly my 95 from Dreamhack Dallas, including the sideboard options, except for one Boseiju.
Looks to be paying off well.
Yeah, it looks to be going well. I have to say that Mason Clark guy, really good deck
You know-
building. Just something about 4-color in that guy. He just kind of gets it.
He seems to know what's happening.
Yeah, I just don't understand it. His is the only deck list that ever wins the big tournaments. I don't know if you know that, but Mason Clark's tournament or deck lists are the only ones that have won big tournaments in North America.
I hear that they go well for a lot of different individuals.
That is true. And I hear a lot of hate about them, yet we're still there. Yeah, we're top 8 is about to start. We have a re-sleeve situation happening for one of our players. We'd already decided who the feature match was going to be ahead of time, and when the game started to start, the judge noticed. So the other players already began their match, so we couldn't put them on camera. So we were just talking about the rest of the top 8 deck list here, and I see that one of our players, because we have a little studio set up over here, one of them is shuffling, and it looks like we're just going to need to get the other player with the new sleeves. Just a couple extra shuffles. You all know how it goes with new sleeves.
I believe he's thrown on the old Batman sleeves.
Oh, the Dark Knight. I love the Dark Knight. Had I known that the Dark Knight sleeves were here, I might have bought them out.
I knew you were a big fan of those for a while.
He is my favorite superhero. And those sleeves, surprisingly good.
Well, they're dragon shields, right?
They are drag. That's so
That's
true.
why.
That's
why.
so true.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Normally, art sleeves, not what we're looking for. But as you'll see here, we have Christopher doing a little counting, making sure our main deck is exactly 60 cards.
Yep.
And but let's talk about these two deck lists here. Let's start with Christopher. I know you're a Living End expert.
Yeah.
What do you think about Living End and his style of main deck here? Anything to note?
So nothing too crazy here. He is really just leaning on his griefs and force negations to push through a resolve Living End. There's not much to be said except game one. Game one is favored to the Living End player most of the time, unless Rayton has just a grip full of counter magic. Things that Chris does not want to see. Chris does not want to see a turn 1 Ragavan. Ragavan is how you lose on the Living End side of things. If you basically any other creature is not what you're really worried about. You're just worried about the mana advantage that Ragavan provides over the course of the game. Being able to hold open multiple pieces of counter magic in one turn is brutal. And would you like to talk about the blue-red side of this?
Yeah, so Rayton, we talked about this earlier. There's a lot of one-ofs that really produce a diverse array of game plans.
Yep.
And Rayton has chosen to go with Spell Snare as one of his one-ofs,
Yep.
along with Brazen Bar. So Spell Snare and Brazen Bar, not super it in this matchup.
You're
so
not
down some
really.
cards. He does have 2 Spell Pierce, and he does have, I believe, 2 Archmage's Charm in the 4 counterspells. So we still have 8 counterspells for it on there. And then post-board, as we'll talk about later, Raiden has a decent number of sideboard cards for the matchup, so he should be able to fight pretty well, but winning game 1 is one of the most important things in this matchup.
Yes, if Rayton can stick game 1, it is much in his favor.
Yeah.
But that's what the living in deck here for. It's here to punish people and keep them honest.
Yep.
Make sure they have exactly what they need when they need it.
Yep, and one of the things we talked about earlier, I think it was actually during your match, is this deck kind of comes with Living In and says, this is my game plan.
Yep.
I hope it's good enough. And the sideboard doesn't say, oh, here's a new game plan. It says, no, my game plan, really.
Yeah.
And so we're going to have to see if, Christopher is able to win
Yep.
with that going on.
Yep. Well, the good and some of the good things about I know Chris's list actually that most of the Living In list normally play is that Chris is not playing any main deck subtleties, which is good for him here. That card's not what you really want to see in this matchup. And as I stated before, What Chris does not want to see is a turn 1 Ragavan.
Rayton has Bobble in hand, didn't play, I think, as a Ledger Shredder, but also has Counterspell, Spell Pierce, Lightning Bolt, and an Odawara.
Yep.
So, interesting that Rayton didn't play the Bobble, but...
I think he didn't want to get griefed. I think that was the plan.
Yeah. And he's also probably just been like, well, if I draw a Ledger Shredder, it's really good.
Yeah.
I can afford to take one card. I already have this. And, most likely both of these players knew what they were playing in top 8. Small field tournament. Christopher here had one round to draw and kind of walk around, so he probably saw, hey, Rayton's playing Murktide. I'll remember that for later. He's in a jersey, pretty easy to remember.
Yep.
And now we're seeing, how is Christopher going to fight through this? I assume Counterspell's the take, right?
Yep. And just game 1, yeah, you're just looking to fight through these counterspells. You're looking to keep them off of probably the most mana efficient ones, just things like the Spell Pierces and the counterspells. Making them tap out for an Archmage's Charm is good news for you.
Awesome, sounds good. Well, Christopher's done that and now has a land for turn, and no turn 1 play. Weird. No 1 mana play. It's going to sink a little mana there. That's unfortunate.
Wow. I bet you he does something with that mana on the end step.
We'll see.
We'll see what Rayton has in store.
Rayton could cascade with the Shardless Agent right now. He can play the Shardless Agent. Should he play the Shardless Agent?
I'm going to go with no.
I want to play the Shardless Agent.
I know you do, but I think Rayton knows what's up, and I'm sure Rayton's going to be like, no, I think I want to cast the Shardless Agent into a counterspell.
Well, no, you cast the Shardless Agent.
I know.
And then you have a body on board.
No.
It doubles the clock.
No.
Oh, man, I don't know. And if he hits a bolt, what else can he hit? He can hit bolts, Ledger Shredder. All right, that's about it. He can hit another bobble. I'm doing it if I'm Rayton. Oh, he can bobble himself to no. If it's good. If it's like a DRC or something, he'll definitely do it. This is exciting. I hope Rayton plays it because he's not doing anything like.
Sure,
Christopher isn't going to.
He's not going to do anything until the following turn, or
exactly
2 turns later. So yeah.
So
I mean, I still don't think Rayton plays this. I think he just holds up all the things he can. I mean, maybe he wants to get a quick clock. I don't know. I'm not Rayton.
I think
I always joke when I'm on the living inside and I get hit with this Ragavan. It's like, oh, you want to cast that card?
Yeah, our graphic overlay has a small problem there, but it is a live event. It is not a pre-recorded event from before. That would be very funny though if we had pre-recorded it and still made you wait between rounds and games.
That would be hilarious.
We had an authentic event. Come on, Rayton, play the We're playing the Shardless
He's going to
Agent.
play the Shardless Agent. That's exciting.
The value cascade. Will we hit something big? Murktide. 2 mana normally doesn't count.
So he's just going to hit this Consider. He's just going to fire off a Consider.
Yeah.
That's good for him.
Yeah, he's pretty happy about that. And like you mentioned, there was the Nightmare.
I think he found the Archmage's Charm too.
Oh.
So he's just finding more pieces of counter magic. That's like I said. That's how you beat the Murktide or the Living End deck round 1. Just having multiple pieces of counter magic.
Yep.
I mean, because he didn't have. Well, he still has the Spell Pierce in his hand. I'm actually surprised that he took the full counter spell here. Honestly, I think he would have probably. I think I would have rather taken the Spell Pierce just for mana efficiency purposes.
Sorry to Shrink Clog. Maybe Christopher was hoping to play a longer game, but
I don't think you can afford that when your opponent went turn 1 Ragavan.
I tend to agree. But Christopher is the Dark Knight, and that's some pre-planning that we just can't quite comprehend.
Right.
But you know what? Rayton has presented 4 power on board, so if Christopher fetches again, it's a 4-turn clock, and we have 2 counter spells. We have 1 turn where we can't get countered. There's a lot going well for Rayton.
Note that he did not cycle on the end step.
Oh, he didn't.
No, he did not cycle on the end step.
We saw Christopher do this in the earlier round, in one of the ones that he played, where he was willing to keep some hands that were light on cyclers but high on the free spells.
I had that come up a lot today as well, where I had a few cyclers. I actually had a game today where I got to cycle all 4 street rates on turn 1.
That's exciting.
To find my 1 land.
Heck yeah, that's sick.
It was sick. I did that against Rayton, and it did not pan out well.
Rayton's on top 8.
Rayton's on top 8. Look at my poor decisions.
And Rayton getting here. Also, this is one of the things that we talked about earlier, where some part of this matchup is just beating the living ends.
Yep.
If Rayton ever high rolls a living end, it's a huge game blow.
Yeah, I know. I frequently have an issue where I end up with all my living ends either being drawn or hit off the top with a Ragavan or countered.
Yeah,
any combination of that. And that's why, because I know a lot of living end players are trying to play the 4th in the board. It seems that Chris is not playing the 4th in the board today, though.
Yeah. Yeah, and Christopher isn't playing the black land either, the filter land.
He's not playing a Sunken Ruins.
Sunken Ruins.
Yeah.
some tech we've seen from some players. So just to spin the living in, game goes on.
I decided to register the Sunken Ruins today. Just casting those griefs is natural, and casting those Architect's Will is natural.
Yep.
Works, and you can also just do the suspend living in.
Yep.
I've played living in off and on for about 10 years now, and I have won exactly one game ever by suspending a living in.
But by golly, you have access to it.
Now I have access to it. It was my opponent's fault. They gave me Urborg.
Oh,
they
jeez.
Urborged me, and I'm like, it's on. Let's go.
Speaking of it's on, Christopher's fetched, so now it is a 3-turn clock.
Yep.
So this, he doesn't know that Rayton has the Archmage's Charm. He knows Rayton does have a Spell Pierce.
Correct.
So we might see, a Violent Outburst here just to be like, hey, I've got to fight through these. I might as well start now. But he might be have a rude awakening with what happens.
I want to be noted. He actually did pitch the Titanith Rex off this Waker of Waves when he discarded it.
Titanith Rex is an 11/11.
It is an 11/11 with Trample. It is large.
Yeah.
It is the biggest card that you can cycle.
So one interesting thing that can come up sometimes is you'll be stuck with the Cascaders on the bottom of your deck. So if Raiden's paying attention, he saw that one of the Violent Outbursts went to the bottom. Now, that wasn't enough to make any probably big decisions on, but still a very important play. And
so Chris is going to fire off the Force Negation on this Spell Pierce that he knows about, but he does not know that Rayton has this Archmage Charm to back it up.
Yeah, and Rayton just being like, well, my friend, I cascaded into this card. And, Rayton making sure to counter the Force Negation so his Murktide Regent will be bigger later in the game. And then hitting with the Ragavan, down to 8. We have 2 turns to go, but we're out of counter spells.
Yep.
We do have a Bolt in hand, so we're very close to, if we draw another Bolt, that'll be lethal, or if there's a fetch that happens from Christopher. So, kind of a tight race here. I think Rayton's also holding an Odawara. So if we do get everything back from the graveyard, we might be able to,
bounce this Titanith Rex back to hand.
Then they can
which you can actually give your Waker of Waves a trample counter.
Yeah. I love trample. They're basically stickers.
They basically are stickers.
This is huge. So we've played the fetch land. We have the Bolt in hand. So this fetch itself, probably not a lethal fetch. But if he does not present enough blockers, this Lightning Bolt is going to do what Bolt's been doing since 93 and win games.
Yep.
Is Christopher... It looks to me like Christopher is signaling a 4-mana play. Like by fetching in his main phase.
I think he just wants to have a cycle on top of being able to cast a Cascade spell.
Oh, sure. That would make sense. Okay. And he's just out of basics for that fetch line. That makes sense. Okay.
You would have just gotten a forest there if that was a Misty Rainforest or Wooded Foothills.
Yep.
You would find no reason to shock there.
Yeah, and he only has 1 island in his deck.
He has, yes. Most living index play of the 1 island and 1 forest.
It's a Curator.
Oh, he's just hard casting, baby. Let's go.
Rayton, if Rayton casts the Bolt at the end of turn, he beat Force Negation.
Yep.
And so Rayton
also
has
just has the
Otawara.
Otawara. So he's just going to move that out of the way. Because he's only paying 3 mana for it because he has the Ragavan.
Yep.
And he's got the Bolt for lethal.
Yeah, and
so game 1, we'll be going to Rayton.
Yeah. Unless there's a Force Negation in hand, that last card with the blue. And then we have the Bolt.
Chris is going to scoop it up.
Right.
This is the game that Chris really wanted to win. He's going to have to fight back pretty hard post-board. Some of Chris's ways to do that include some of these Foundation Breakers and Mystical Disputes to kill some of... for the Foundation Breakers are specifically for things like Unlicensed Hearse. And then he has got some soft counter magic and Mystical Dispute.
Yeah, it looks like Rayton's bringing in... He has a Flusterstorm, which is obviously great for countering the Cascade spells. He has Unlicensed Hearse to fight the graveyard. And we might even see Blood Moon come in.
I know Rayton actually brings in Blood Moon in this matchup, just from having personally played Rayton a few times. He loves to lean in on Blood Moon in this matchup.
Yeah, it makes sense, too, because Rayton has so many cards that are really teched for the mirror and 4-color that are just kind of dead in this matchup. Like we mentioned, Spell Snare.
Yep.
Typically not super great against the Cascade deck.
No, I don't think so.
So, yeah, we're going to see Rayton probably bring those cards in, and, probably going to end up cutting some amount of our Unholy Heats and our techie cards and kind of move in.
And on the living inside, there's no general consensus on what the correct cards to board out in every matchup are. I know most people end up cutting some number of Architects of Will. It's just the weakest card in your deck overall.
And when you do that, do you cut Grief as well because you're down black cards?
No, because you end up drawing so many cards over the course of the game anyways. Sure. The only reason you really have it is because it pitches to both Grief and force negation.
Sure.
So you're looking for things. You're just looking to get rid of like a couple of those, a couple of striped river winders, and maybe like a waker of waves.
Gotcha. Okay.
Because you're still looking to maintain as many pieces of interaction as you can with like the grief and force negations. And then he's bringing in, as I said, some of these like mystical disputes, and then probably all 3 of these foundation breakers, I would imagine. He may choose to bring in Leyline of the Void, because I know a lot of people have been playing Endurance in that spot, just because it does fight the Murktide deck on a different axis that they're not ready for.
Yeah.
He may choose to bring in Leyline of the Void. I don't think I would, because it's only good really against the Murktide region itself, and I don't think you want to bring in 3 copies of a card you can't cast against 1 card in their deck.
Do you think Raid's going to bring in EE to make treasures for 4 mana?
I'm gonna go with no.
You passed the commentary check.
I'm gonna go with
that was your
no.
test. You're staying in the booth with me. If you said otherwise, I was gonna go out there. I was gonna grab somebody, but you passed the test, and we're gonna have to see what's going on. Both players looks like they've basically finished sideboarding, or just shuffling up here.
Yep.
Which is exciting because we're gonna get to see what happens. Also, one of the benefits of us having to wait on the sleeves is we might not have to wait that long between rounds.
We probably won't. I assume that one of these hammer matchups will probably be over pretty quickly.
Yep.
And we'll know at that point.
There is a chance that the 2 4-color players played each other. That might lead us into the abyss, but we'll see.
That would be the worst line that could be taken.
That would be the darkest timeline.
If that is the case, which player do you think is favored based just entirely based off the list?
Just based off, I think the player actually without the Ragavan is favored because the other person has a little bit more early interaction than the average deck does, and they have the Ephemerate Eternal Witness loop, which if the game goes long, trumps every late game out there. So that is the ultimate late game. Nothing really beats Ephemerate Eternal Witness loop. So that is probably the case. So as long as the Ragavan, if they play the Ragavan and it connects a few times early, they might just win.
Sure.
But if it goes super long, E-witting back a spell, then ephemerating it, probably going to be lights out. And yeah, I mean, this list is very nice.
I wonder why.
Someone put a lot of hard work and thoughts into that, and definitely played no leagues or any moto before playing it. But that's how we do it as we go into here.
That's true. That's true.
Why test, they say, when you can just nail it?
Just win.
Do you think Picasso has any paintings he didn't show the world? No, he did just his perfect paintings. That's all he had. He had no rough drafts.
Most of the world didn't see his paintings while he was alive.
That's a shame. Did you know Picasso actually made it really hard to find some of his art galleries near the end because he owed money?
I can imagine such.
Yeah, and so since he owed money, he made these weird directions so the debtors couldn't find him to collect on the debts. It's a fun little thing I learned the other day.
Why are we trying to unban Primetime? It's legal.
Unban. You know what? Rakdos, I agree. Unban Primetime. Get rid of Dress Down. Let me play my Primeval Titans.
I'm sorry. I'm going to veto this decision.
Well, it could have gone either
I'm
way.
I'm an anti Primeval Titan person. I just can't get behind that card ever.
Well, you know what? It is just the best draw spell.
The one time that I decided to register that card, I made some very poor decisions that led to a miserable day.
It sounds to me kind of like a summer love when you're young, and it wasn't really that you two just didn't work out. Y'all just made some bad choices.
We definitely made some bad choices.
But
yeah, it turns out you should pay for your summoners packs.
Yeah.
I played that deck before the pack rule got changed, and I lost to it.
Nowadays, you just do whatever you want.
I know. You can. It's the Wild West out there.
Card doesn't say lose the game; it says pay for when you would like.
When you would like, yes, exactly.
Yeah, wild place to be. But we do see Rayton and Christopher here presenting their decks for game number 2, and I wonder how aggressively Rayton's going to mulligan for some interaction.
I know when we played earlier, he didn't. He kept a hand that was very light on lands and had a lot of interaction, but it did not pan out because he got ruined by grief.
Sure.
So if he tries to keep tries to keep hands that are entirely dependent on one or two cards, he may just get just kind of eaten alive by these forces and griefs out of Chris's hand.
Yeah, and it looks like Rayton kept as well as Christopher on 7. And it looks like Rayton has a turn 1 Ragavan or DRC available to him.
He is going to slam that Ragavan so fast.
Yeah. There must be something else in his hand that he's considering over it, but probably just going to play the Ragavan and whatever. Christopher subtleties it, so be.
There are some cards that some of the Living End players have chosen to, such as Dead Gone, which is very good against these Murktide decks, specifically just to interact with Ragavan, and if the game goes long enough, you can interact with the Murktide region if you need to, off the Gone side.
Return to the hand. It looks like Graydon drew his second land.
So Chris cycles an Architect's Will in the end turn.
Looks like Rayton did keep a one-lander, but found the land.
He
I think that's why he was tanking, because he had DRC Bobble. So he was thinking maybe I need to find the land versus guarantee it versus Dead Gone.
Interesting. He kept in Brazen Bar where post board.
Yeah, maybe he decided not to go with the Blood Moons or something. Or maybe he just decided to cut all of his Unholy Heats and Bolts.
No, I think you keep in your Unholy Heats. They do answer some of the cards that come back after post Living End.
Sure.
So it's not bad.
Yeah, I guess with Unlicensed Hearse, you answer parts of Living End, not
Yeah,
the whole.
and then you can answer some of it with, you can say the rest of it with usually like Unholy Heat.
Gotcha.
Some of the smaller things like the Griefs, the Curators, things like that.
Makes sense. And Christopher, no cycle. Again on turn
I am
2.
interested in what his hand is. If he's not finding any, doesn't have a 1-mana cycler or a Waker of Waves on the turn 2. Interesting.
Must have force and negation type stuff, and like
He hasn't fired off a Grief yet either.
yeah.
But he's not winning the game by just bringing back a 3/3. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, this is one of those things where Rayton might let it resolve. Where he's just like,
Yeah, I think he would actually be completely fine with that.
yeah, sometimes the best way to counter a spell is
so
just to let it resolve.
Actually, this actually may not be bad from Chris. He actually is just doing this as a way to wrath the opponent and just keep himself alive long enough to get a better one later.
Yeah.
I think that's the plan.
I think that is the case. I do wonder if Rayton's just going to let that happen. Also, I've seen a decent number of the free spells go through there. I'm going to take a look at while Rayton does.
Rayton definitely heads up. I know when he and I play, often he definitely likes to look at every card that's been cascaded through just to know what he's kind of playing around and the odds of opponent having it in hand.
Yeah, Christopher had 3 of the subtleties there.
I'm surprised he brought those in.
Yeah, so that is going to make it so your Murktides are very likely to resolve. And looks like Rayton is actually going to counterspell this Living End.
That is surprising to me. I think I would have almost let that happen.
Yeah, it looks like he is tanking. I wonder if
he's just going to fire up just actual counterspell on it.
Yeah.
He's going to get a Dragon Rage trigger.
You know what it might be is that Rayton's like, hey, this guy didn't cycle on turn 2. Even if this is like a bait one, he would have cycled if he had it.
Yeah.
I'll just counter this one, and I'll keep the pressure on. And, if he wants to fire it off on his turn, that's cool. No problems. I get my treasure.
Yeah.
So.
And he gets a card off the top of Chris's deck.
There's also a chance Rayton maybe just hits the Living End. And then, now there's, one less Living End to fight through. Looks like we're resolving an expressive iteration. Probably looking for lands and hearse here.
Yeah, he's looking for lands and or Flusterstorm, too.
Oh, yeah, Flusterstorm's a big one.
He did find the Flusterstorm and the land.
Oh, sometimes everything comes up Millhouse.
Yep, so he's going to bottom that Dragon Rage Chandler and just keep open this Flusterstorm, which is basically most likely just going to seal up the game if Rayton can just apply pressure for the next couple turns. Yeah,
this is what we kind of saw what happened in game 1, right? Where we just countered and then hit them a few times.
Yeah.
Often good enough. And we see Christopher's drawing a good amount of lands and only has 2 cards in hand. So, even if he has Cascade plus Protection spell, he can't do it right now.
Right.
And even if he does, once again, it's just the 3/3 coming back. So, kind of an interesting place to be right now if you're Christopher. And, Rayton salivating. He can sense it,
No, he loves the position that this game is going towards. Because he's able to just keep open this Flusterstorm protection. Living in, that is one of the hardest cards for Living in to fight through is exactly Flusterstorm. You're fine with the actual hard counter magic. It's the soft permission of Flusterstorm that just becomes overwhelming.
And we're seeing Rayton actually sort of almost bait the Cascade spell. Like, hey, if you don't have this here, it's going to get a lot worse for you to ever get it.
And I don't even know that I would fire this off with just a single Architect's Will in the yard. Because it's not, unless your plan is just to start hard casting creatures, I don't love it.
You almost have to hard cast creature, right? Because we have
you're getting to the point
Living End left.
You're getting to the point where you're just hard casting him. And he has no way to put them back in his deck either. He doesn't have the endurances to put him back in his deck for later.
Yeah, and it's not like, in some decks they play Endurance to stop Living End, but it has some added
Yeah.
side effects.
Mhm.
Also, that's Delirium for Rayton.
Yep. So that makes this as a 3-turn clock. If Ray can just keep this up for another 3 turns, he's got it. And he's still got this expressive iteration that he's yet to resolve. And he can find a couple, even or just another piece of counter magic that's probably going to seal it up.
Yeah, Christopher here fetching to 15 to get the land out 14 to get the land out of his deck. And we're going to see what happens. Raiden still has an expressive iteration to resolve with all this on the stack.
Yep.
And Raiden can't do much this turn, but he could find something like Unlicensed
Yep.
Hearse, and then the game would be, I don't want to say
Almost
over.
unattainable for Chris at that point.
Yeah, it would take Raiden,
He's
going
got to fight through counter magic and a hearse. That would be just, I think, almost a bit too much for the Living End deck to overcome.
Yeah. Yeah, and Rayton actually just has Brazen Bar. So even if we resolve this Architect of Wills, it's not going to,
No.
super matter.
He's just going to attack over for 3 every turn with the Brazen Borrower.
Yeah.
You can just bounce it back to his hand and then untap and instep cast a Borrower.
Yeah, so a lot of different ways there. And now we're losing Waker Waves, and Rayton, doesn't have any counter magic this turn. He does have a Consider that he can fire off in response to Living End if something happens to try and find a Flusterstorm.
Yeah.
But
I think he's still safe anyways. I mean, Chris is still only going to get back a 1 singleton Architects of Will, and that's the least scary card in the matchup.
Well, Rayton also been the Murktide.
Yeah.
So, if we cast Living End,
You still have a 3/3, and then on the following turn, if you just happen to actually cast a Murktide on your own accord, your Murktide already in play gets just gigantic.
yeah, Christopher drew a Forest. Probably not a game-winning draw.
I'm gonna go with no.
Probably not it. Rayton does have Ledger Shredder.
The world is Rayton's oyster right now. He has a bunch of different pieces of interaction. He still has another expressive iteration in his hand
Yeah.
that he could go to if he needs to.
Yeah, and Rayton's just okay.
Firing on all cylinders right now. This is exactly what the Murktide deck wants to be doing in this matchup.
And he's down to 4 for Christopher.
Yep.
Hit a Violent Outburst. Big hit.
Yep. Means not available for Chris to cast.
Cascade into Hearse. Cascade into Hearse. All right, not the same as Shardless Agent, but
That one doesn't attack.
yeah, that one doesn't get the beats on.
No.
But we do see Raiden has 2 treasures here, so we have Brazen Borrower plus Archmage's Charm up. Plenty go on, and we have a Bauble resolving on our opponent's upkeep. So I don't know what Christopher can have to really do anything. Maybe Oda Warred instep to return the DRC, and then you draw a body. But it's looking bad. It's looking bad.
Yeah, it's not looking great.
Raiden considering casting the Cascade. It worked out so well for him last time.
I can say Rayton's just sitting on so many cards. I just cannot conceive of a series of draw steps that gets Chris back into this. I did just see a subtlety come off the top of Rayton's deck. That is, I'm curious as to what that's for.
It's for subtlety. Grief, probably.
Yeah, you subtlety the grief. You can subtlety a grief if you needed to.
Yeah. I mean, maybe Raiden just decided.
Maybe that's
to go
where
with-
he conceded the Blood Moons. Maybe not what he wants to do. He just wants to find the subtleties instead for the griefs.
Might be a play draw thing where Blood Moon's better on the play.
Yep.
And so on the draw he brings in the
The subtleties
subtleties.
to beat the griefs. Yep.
And,
And Chris can't beat all the pressure and that Rayton had to deal with.
Yep.
Rayton had on board. So.
Yep, and we saw Christopher there showed Foundation Breaker in his hand, and that's one of the things we talked about earlier in the tournament, actually during your game, was sometimes you bring in this array of answer cards, and they don't line up with what's going on in the game, and you're just down a card.
It is very hard to accurately predict what your opponent is going to bring as far as hate pieces are concerned on the Living End side. So, looks like Rayton will take that down. He's going to move into our top 4.
Yep. And we're going to go out there and see what's happening. They probably should be starting the top 4 matches.
Probably.
So we're going to go quick to break and we'll be back in about 2 to 3 minutes. Hello, everyone, and we're back for the semifinals of the TNLG RCQ for Dreamhack Atlanta. We have got our top 4 decided. The players have decided to split the money, but we are playing for the invite. You can't really split up an invite.
No, it's kind of hard to do that.
Yeah, I can't play some of the rounds. I'll play some of the other ones. But we do have an exciting top 4 match for you. So we have Rayton, who we've watched the last 2 rounds on Blue-Red Murktide, versus the Blue-White control deck we spent some time talking about last round that plays 4 more Drifter, 4 Subtlety, 4 Solitude. He is 4-0
and 8-0 in games. He has not dropped a game all day.
Yep, double drew into our top 8, and the players are shuffling up right now, and so we're going to jump into that in 1 second. But this is an exciting matchup. Some crazy.
I was like,
games.
there's a lot of things. This would be a very interesting one. There's a lot of things going on between the two. The one thing that the normal blue-white control deck that has an edge up in this matchup is that it normally gets to play Supreme Verdict. So Scott is chosen to play this, you can say, really weird version of the blue-white deck. You can say he's chosen to play a more tempo-oriented version with the Ephemerate package.
Innovative.
Is it the innovative?
The innovative version.
Yes.
Yes.
So I am curious to see how this works out for him, because he doesn't have the safeguard of Supreme Verdict anywhere in his 75, actually.
Yeah, it looks like so Scott's, when you're building a deck like this, sometimes you'll do things like just have Verdict, because that's traditionally what they do. And sometimes it works out in spots like this. You play Murktide.
Yep.
But Scott's been playing this deck for at least 3 or 4 weeks now, and I think he's done some innovating where he realized the Verdict was a little too much clashing with his creature package. And so he cut it in the hopes that, hey, I have 4 Ephemerate, 4 Subtlety, 4 Solitude. I'll hopefully just handle the Murktides that way.
Yeah.
Which does work a high percentage of the time. And so it will be interesting to see how that all plays out here. I know Scott and Rayton are both methodical players that are very much going to be precise in their game plan and trying to play it out a certain way. So it's going to be interesting to see how it goes. Once again, Rayton is our first seed, so he will be on the play. Powerful spot to be as the Ragavan player.
Yeah, that's definitely what he wants to see. So Scott's going to look to keep some hands with things like some prismatic endings and the fire ice to make sure to have a good, clean answer for these Ragavans.
So, and Scott, once again, these two know each other.
Yeah.
We've hit the point where everyone knows what everyone's on in the top 4. For what it's worth, our other side of the matchup is 4-color versus Hammer.
Yep.
So we had a 4-color mirror, which is part of the reason why it took a little longer, but luckily the game did end swiftly. So.
Yep.
All right, well, we're in, and it looks like Scott did take a mulligan.
Yep.
But Raiden, I don't think, has a turn on Ragavan.
That is good news for Scott.
Yeah.
Also, did Rayton mulligan as well?
It
looks like Rayton also mulliganed.
Yeah, Raiden has a DRC that he's holding. I assume to play around Prismatic Ending.
That is my guess.
Yeah. He does have a Spell Pierce as well.
He does know that his opponent has been playing what his opponent's playing at this point.
Yeah,
so.
I do wonder because they've played a little bit. We all play at the same LGS and we battled. We have a little invite only tournament there that we played in before, and I think these two played. I wonder how much of the uniqueness he knows about this.
This is not the same list that he played at that event.
He
played a 4-color general whatever.
Oh, so it's evolved even so because he played this the next day against me on Sunday,
yeah.
so I thought it was the same.
Yeah, no, he played was the general that spits out 4/4s whenever you cast multicolor. Yeah, that General Kudrow deck. Not General Kudrow. That's the black-white human.
Who knows? If we say it with enough confidence, they'll believe us.
I'm sure.
No, but the general from H2, and we are going to see the DRC come down with the bobble, and we're holding up Spell Snare and Mystical Spell Pierce. Sorry, so.
And he also has an Archmage Charm in his hand to hopefully re-gas up later or counter or something like a Teferi.
General Farah Rocha says DC in chat.
There you go. Thank you.
And here we are, and
Ferrero Rocher.
Ferrero Rocher.
General Ferrero Rocher.
Farah Shaka, Do Re Mi, Do Re Mi.
Farah Jaka. I Jaka.
Oh, I don't know what that means. I'm not going down like that.
Furious Rockrick.
Sounds like a made-up word to me. Furious? No one can be furious.
No, Ferris.
Ferris Bueller's Day Off?
Yeah, it's a classic 80s movie.
Wow. That card seems unbeatable.
Bueller?
Probably timeless.
Bueller.
Heck yeah. Well, I'm kind of curious. I'm looking at this deck list. We actually don't have many hits for Spell Snare outside of Fire Ice and Counterspell, but it looks like we do have some powerful ones there, and that is really, important in this sort of matchup to be able to have something for your spell snare. We saw that was almost, game losing for Rayton in the top 8 against Living End, but luckily he was able to pull it out if you're a Rayton fan.
So it looks like Scott has a counterspell in his hands. He's going to look to fight off something, basically any threat that Raiden tries to play at this point. He's just going to fire off a counterspell on. He may even fire it off on something like an expressive iteration. He'd love to get value off of a counterspell like that.
And we see Rayton here.
Rayton held back that Ragavan, actually, because Rayton's trying to play around all these 2-drops that Scott can have. Specifically, I think counterspell and fire ice are the other cards he's looking to fight.
Yeah, it's an interesting too because Rayton has a spell Pierce for the Teferi that we know is coming down, but Rayton doesn't know this in his light on lands.
Yes.
So we might, it looks like we are going to see him spell snare, potentially this counterspell, and hope the spell Pierce is good later.
I think he will.
Yeah.
So Scott just looking to use his mana efficiently every turn until he can get some sort of advantage with one of these pitch elementals.
Yeah, one of the things we've kind of seen happen in Modern, ever since the MH2 era with all the interactive spells hitting the format, is that just making your land drops and getting to the point where you can start hard casting the pitch elementals is so powerful in these fair matchups.
Yep.
So Scott's really just looking to trade cardboard as aggressively as possible, and then he's hoping his 2-for-1s get there. And with the 4 Ephemerate in his deck, he is going to be definitely getting a lot of value from that.
Yeah, if he could find something like a Solitude and an Ephemerate in this turn sequence, that would be really, really powerful for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when I played Scott last, I believe he had 2 Wall of Omens in his deck, so he had like a little subtleties in play in that. I can kind of get
I think he's just going to fire off a Teferi here, though.
Yeah, looks like he is just getting a Teferi.
Yeah, which is going to be pretty backbreaking for Rayton right now.
Mm-hmm. And
I think he actually is supposed to tick this up.
Yeah, because then he can protect the Teferi for a while.
I think no, he chooses to bounce the Ragavan to make Rayton commit more mana on the turn.
Mm-hmm.
But this Teferi is gone.
Oh, and Rayton drew the land, so Rayton has this interesting moment where he kind of maybe needs to dash the Ragavan into the Teferi just to make sure the Teferi dies. The player on Solitude, sorry. But he chooses to just go for it and kind of just call the bluff of Scott. And that was, a really...
Well, he does have... I think he's just looking to min-max what he can here because I think he's just operating on such few resources right now.
Yeah. We might just see Rayton just pass despite, having a Ragavan to play.
I think so. Because Rayton can just fire off an Archmage Charm and draw 2 at any point that he needs to.
Yeah, it's kind of curious. He also has actually just slam Murktide Regent, hold up Spell Pierce for a second Teferi.
Yeah.
Kind of a lot of options, and this is what we mentioned before. The Murktide deck.
But no, there's still a Jace the Mind Sculptor looming in Scott's hand for later.
Yeah, and we know that Rayton doesn't know how many Mind Sculptors we have. It looks like it's just the one.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit of our fun of coming up here.
Mm-hmm.
But if he slams that to try and get the advantage, Rayton's Spell Pierce is going to be a backbreaking.
I think Scott is going to fire off something like a Muldrifter plus an Ephemerate here.
Yeah, a little draw for try and find a Solitude.
Yeah, I think that's his plan because he's going to draw 2 regardless of how this plays out.
Mm-hmm.
But we can also just get the added value of being able to block like a Murktide Regent.
Yeah. Let's see what happens here. We drew an Archmage's Charm and
a Scalding Tarn.
Scalding Tarn, yeah. So if he goes for the Ephemerate here in order to get his little, 4 more cards if things go his way, it's going to be a spot where Rayton probably has to Spell Pierce.
He's definitely going to fire off a Spell Pierce here. There's no reason not to. He's just going to use his mana as best he can for every turn going forward.
Yeah.
Because he's just holding on to this Archmage Charm for dear life right now to hope nothing terribly goes wrong.
Yep, and Rayton also knows that, with the Ephemerate coming back, things like Solitude are potentially these huge problems. So he has to kind of fight the fights that he can.
Yeah.
And, Rayton's looking, I think, to present a 2-turn clock here, especially if Rayton draws a Bauble and can surveil away the right card, he'll be in a great spot.
Well, Rayton just drew the best card in his deck.
Expressive Iteration.
He did just draw Expressive Iteration.
And he is slamming it. He is not worried about Archmage's Charm at all. I think Rayton's kind of got the read hey, you don't have Solitude, nor am I respecting it.
Yeah, I think that's the plan.
Yep. And it looks like...
Well, Scott does have a second Muldrifter, so he couldn't actually just draw the 5th land and just cast the whole Muldrifter for 5. You love to see that.
Yeah, a little value town.
Big fan of that one.
It looks like Rayton is considering dashing this Ragavan, which is a pretty interesting line of play here because it would, Rayton's just now starting to get out of the mana hole.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looks like that's what he's doing. And
He's just trying to get this game over with.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be an attack for 8.
Yep. 4, 5, 6, 7. No, it's 7. 4, 5. Yeah, 7.
7. Oh, sorry. I thought that was a 2 on the Murktide.
Nope, that's a 1.
But we hit a Plains. Little A, little B. And, yeah, we have another Expressive Iteration and Archmage's Charm in hand. So, if we can untap on this next turn with the same board we have now, we're going to be good. We know in the booth that Jace the Mind Sculptor is most likely getting slammed here.
Yeah, I think you're pretty priced into firing this off right now.
Yeah, even
Also, he may get to the point of the game where he may want to fire off some of these Archmage's Charms, just stealing some of Ragavan or Dragon Reach Chandler.
Yeah, that is an interesting point. Yeah, he can just Archmage's Charm the DRC on upkeep, and then if Rayton doesn't have any counter spells, that can block the Murktide region and buy you a whole other turn.
Does Scott have Delirium right now?
I believe Scott does. I could be mistaken. I thought he had land creature and a sorcery.
Well, his land instant creature Planeswalker.
Yeah, so yeah, he has a backdoor Deliriumed. And, maybe that's the case. I think, though, Scott's in a position where, his hand is so mana hungry that Jace the Mind Sculptor answers the Murktide problem for a turn, and then also kind of, if they don't answer the Jace, kind of takes over the game. But it does look like he's flicking the Muldrifter to the front. Maybe it's just going for a hard cast in the hopes of preventing the Ragavan from hitting him as well.
I think that's the play he's considering, because everything else is so mana inefficient. I think that's what he's looking to do. He may also brainstorm. He may brainstorm and try to find land plus Solitude, maybe.
Yeah. That
He could put some of these Archmage Charms back on the top of his deck, because they're not doing anything right now, it looks like. He can, because he also has a fetch to put away some of these cards he doesn't need.
Yeah, it does look like maybe that is a line we're considering. It's interesting, if he goes for the Archmage's Charm on the upkeep, Rayton can charm back, and it looks like we are going for the upkeep, take a DRC line. We might do it, later in the turn, hoping Rayton taps out.
He's chosen to go through the upkeep and draw step.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely one of those hard decision spots, right, where it's like, do I let them get the card versus control their draw step with the Surveil?
Yeah.
Really hard tactical choice, and it's really hard to know which one's going to pay off, and often you're kind of splitting the 6s and hoping you're 0.5% better.
Right.
We do see Raiden here, though, is tanking on Expressive Iteration.
He probably just wants to fire that off and get as many cards in his hand as he can.
Yeah, he might also just be looking to get a Delirium.
He may also be looking for a Delirium, and be able to find up another Murktide to quicken the clock up.
Looks like, okay. Ooh, that the Bolt and Unholy Heat.
That's
quite
good.
So yeah, Raiden found the
And the
bauble for
bauble, too.
Delirium.
So that's 4, 5, 6, 7. He has lethal damage, actually, if he attempts to go for all of this right now.
Yeah.
I don't think he'll fire off any of that right now, but he could.
Yeah, he's definitely going to go the bauble.
Yeah.
That's the
That's
freebie.
easy.
Yeah. And then so I believe Rayton will have Delirium once he sacrifices the bauble, which is an interesting moment of, I'm attacking you for 5. Would you like to do anything? And Scott might be like, oh, well, 5 isn't enough for me to care. And suddenly, pow, we go up to 8.
Yeah, and then Rayton has the ability to fire off the Bolt and an Archmage Charm in the same turn, so he is presenting lethal damage.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a lot Scott can really do about it.
Yeah, he has the charm, but we have the mana to fight the fight.
Yeah.
It is one of those interesting things where we saw players cut Lightning Bolt from the Murktide deck almost entirely. Some players play as low as 0 these days.
Yep.
But we've seen time and time again how Rayton has played the game, and to be fair, his build is different than the ones that play no Bolt. But he's playing the games, getting them to the point where he can use Bolt to get across the finish line.
Yep.
And
just having that reach can be really important sometimes. Sometimes you're not able to attack. Sometimes ensnaring bridges occur.
That's true. Plan beats no plan every time, and Rayton has taken this sort of stance of like, hey, my deck can control. I'll do that if I need to. But by default, I'm going to be a bit more proactive than the average bear.
Yeah.
And we're seeing that kind of pay off for him. And we're going to see here, Rayton will fight over it with the Archmage's Charm. It's a pretty
clean. It's clean for him to do this.
Yeah.
That means
the only thing Rayton could be afraid of is Solitude.
And or another counter spell.
Yeah. Yeah, he might be afraid of actual counter spell. But Rayton, probably will come to the conclusion of, if he has another counter spell, I'm in trouble no matter how this goes.
Yeah.
I can't really anywhere. We're double checking the text on Archmage's
I
Charm.
think if if actually Scott makes it through this turn, he has a much better chance of coming back into it.
Yeah, I agree. I think Scott, this seems like the turn where if Rayton just kind of says all in on these two,
Yep.
he will win the game. And
Rayton probably senses by how long it's taken. Rayton is really just considering whether this Archmage Charm matters over the next couple turns.
Yep.
And he's just gonna counter back on the Archmage Charm with his own, and get a nice surveil of an Unholy Heat off the top of his deck.
Yep. And, with that being the case, we're probably going to see Rayton fire off the bolt here once damage gets across.
Yeah.
He wants to make sure, that there's a Solitude or something. But now that he's hit, he was like, well, if you had Counterspell, you probably would have countered the DRC.
And you also probably would have fired off a Solitude in combat.
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't want to go to 1.
So
yeah, he's just going to fire off the Lightning Bolt.
Bolt, Surveil, and we're moving with Rayton up a game over Scott. Scott's first game loss of the entire tournament.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
All right. So look at the boards here. On Scott's side, what do you think he does in this matchup?
So Scott has kind of an interesting sideboard here with a lot of different small packages. It looks like he's going to probably bring in Chalice of the Void, Path to Exile for the Murktide Regents, and then I could see these Mystical Disputes and Flusterstorms coming in just to fight some counter wars.
Yeah, I also think he may want to move towards something maybe like the Wandering Emperor, just to have more interaction as well.
Yeah, we could definitely see him do that. Just more things that beat the card Murktide Regent.
Yeah, that's what's gonna kill him most of the time.
Typically, the funny thing is the Ephemerate decks move away from Ephemerate post-board against Murktide.
I definitely think I don't think he's looking to Ephemerate much here. He's looking to just kind of play the fair game plan of like the actual normal blue-white control decks. These Moldrifters may move out of the deck too.
Yeah, we might just see ourselves, as lame as it is, move back to traditional.
Yeah.
What do you think Rayton's going to do, though?
Rayton is looking to do, he's playing some Flusterstorms, Mystical Disputes, Jace the Mind Sculptors. He may even look at something like the Hearse, because he doesn't know his opponent doesn't have Supreme Verdict, and that's a card that can beat Supreme Verdict, just because not having to have a creature at all, its sorcery speed is good.
Pretty big play. Yeah, it also, some of these deck plays Memory Deluge, so Rayton might just bring in one Hearse and be like, hey, beats a Verdict, beats a Memory Deluge.
Because he's looking to board out things like Lightning Bolt in the matchup, probably Brazen Borrower. But that's about it from Rayton's side. Yeah, I think Rayton's just looking to bring in. Actually, he may consider subtleties of his own.
Oh yeah, just because of how heavy this is.
Yeah, because he also knows he has to beat things like both Teferis, and he can if he thinks Scott might keep in on this Ephemerate plan, he can definitely get him with some subtlety.
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, there's both Teferis, there's Jace the Mind Sculptor too, so yeah, we're probably going to see, just those light permission spells come in and the subtlety, just a bunch of, tempo positive plays.
Yeah, I agree.
Awesome. Well, we're going to have to see what exactly happens here. Both players are sideboarding. Looks like, we got a little overhead view for a second, Scott had like 5 cards laid out. He had them
also, you could talk about Dress Down if you wanted to from Rayton's side, because he knows Scott's trying to play this Ephemerate game plan. And if he thinks Scott maintains the Ephemerate game plan, he could consider bringing in these Dress Downs as well. He doesn't want to overboard in the matchup, but I definitely think he's boarding in. He's definitely boarding in these subtleties because I think that works way better against what Scott's game plan is. And he's definitely bringing in this Jace the Mind Sculptor for sure, and these Mystical Disputes.
I could see Dress Down over Jace just as hey, I'm on the draw. It's gonna be a little harder to establish my thing. Just make sure I don't get Solitude out of this game.
Yep.
I like where your head's at on the Dress Down. That makes a lot of sense. And, that's, one of those things where, hey, we're talking to you. We're looking at the deck list. And, we didn't even catch the Dress Down on the first pass. We didn't even catch the Subtlety on the first pass.
Yeah.
And that's something that just totally happens. I missed the Wandering Emperor here. When you have such a different deck list, sometimes these heuristics you've built up in practice in order to make the tournaments easier actually end up biting you in the butt. So, kind of an interesting place to be here going in to our second game of the top 4. And yeah, these two are just kind of chit-chatting right now. Once again, they know each other.
Yeah.
I'm seeing the 4-color gamers in the background playing on the side here by the judge. And
no, that's 4-color versus Hammer.
4-color versus Hammer? Okay. Yeah. And, it is
There's definitely a lot of positions that Rayton could take on boarding because he doesn't know exactly what Scott's going to be doing post board because he could be hard on the ephemerate plan. He could come off of it entirely and play a completely instant speed game, not dealing with slow things like the Mole Drifters and stuff like that. I think that may probably actually benefit Scott. Because he can also, these Chalice of the Voids become way better if he could take out these ephemerates as well.
Yeah.
Because most of Rayton's deck is a lot of 1-mana cards.
Yeah. Scott's deck, while being a blue-white control deck, typically would have the advantage versus Rayton's deck.
Yes,
but
I agree.
He is kind of House of Cardsing it with Ephemerate and kind of leaning in on having these more explosive games that are easier to be picked apart, and that is something that Rayton, the Demurktide deck, does a very good job of, is picking things apart. So, that matchup was close, and typically, though, that's a matchup that is not close.
Right.
And, Scott would win on traditional blue-white pretty easily.
Yeah, you can say, and a lot of that has to do with some of the things that Scott would normally play, like something like Supreme Verdict. Supreme Verdict is just absolutely huge against the Murktide deck.
Yep.
It's the cleanest possible answer you can have. But yeah, him making that concession to play a more tempo-oriented version of the deck is something to be commended.
Yep.
He's definitely trying some innovation, this weekend.
Yeah, and we're seeing Scott mulligan.
Yeah.
He's like, nah, this 7 is not it. And Rayton's going to keep... We've seen Rayton keep a lot of one-lander Ragavans. I wonder if we've done it again. All I saw was Steam Vents. I have no information. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think Rayton would do it? On the line, Dreamhack?
Rayton is definitely going to be willing to keep some hands he thinks are good again in the matchup because I think he probably has a lot of just smaller pieces of interaction, like something like these spell pierces and counter spells just to back up.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. I didn't see the Kahira last game. Maybe it was hiding down there.
He may have declined to reveal the Kahira.
Didn't want him knowing.
I don't think that would have been something he would have done.
Yeah, not intentionally at least.
No, not intentionally.
And Scott here, fanning them out. Let's see if we have a better 6. Uh-oh. I'm seeing some expensive cards in our hand.
I see some Teferis that are going to go to the bottom of the library.
I think we have 2 Fire Ices, though, which is a little bit of a back-breaking play for our friend Ragavan.
Yeah, that's not good for him, especially with Scott being on the play this game.
Mm-hmm. And let's see here. Rayton with turn 1 DRC. No debating this time. Twitch chat saying it was there. We just missed it. Thank you, Twitch chat. If I've learned anything from my time on the internet, it's Twitch chat's never wrong, except whenever I'm right.
That's exactly how that works.
Mm-hmm. It's important to know that.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to go grab our Triome. No tanking. Scott maybe doesn't watch Rayton as much as we have here today. Yep. Maybe wasn't paying attention as much in the first game. But Rayton, when he has multiple 1-drops, really tanks in those early turns.
Yep.
So you can probably get the feeling that, hey, if I Fire Ice here...
He definitely just wants to take advantage of every piece of, that is available to him. So he's going to think about how turns are going to play out over the course of the game.
Yeah, definitely good. But it's also a bit of a tell, though.
Yeah.
You know that, typically maybe you save this Fire Ice and maybe you end up getting counterspelled. But now you're like, uh-oh, he didn't do anything. What if I just go 1-1? Call it a day. So we'll have to see how Scott's feeling about that. That sort of thing, sometimes comes back to bite you just because of the draw step, but also...
Also, there's this. Scott just picked up a Mystical Dispute, which will probably come up if Rayton has a land light hand like he does.
Yeah. Oh, also Rayton drew Ragavan off the bobble. If we dash here,
and he gets got by this Fire Ice, that is back breaking.
Yeah.
If I have ever seen it, and Rayton's gonna sit here and think about it for a minute because he doesn't want to. He wants to maximize every card in his hand.
I'm curious.
I think he may end up going for this, and that would be absolutely brutal for him because he does not know that his opponent has Fire Ice in his deck.
Yeah, as far as we know, he doesn't know that.
Yeah, he's just playing. Looks like he's just playing counterspell.
Get ready to Twitch clip it. We're coming in for the dash. A little divination in the old Fire Ice. A little draw 2 kill spells. That is kill things.
Oh yeah.
And let's see what happens here.
At least that's what we're anticipating that Rayton's going to do here.
Yeah, maybe Rayton doesn't consider after a fetch in order to try and get Delirium online.
Did Rayton? Is that Blood Moon in Rayton's hand? Is that third card from the left Blood Moon?
It's either Blood Moon or Bolt. I can't tell. But you know what? Rayton has the fancy bolts.
It's not. It's that's not Bolt. I think that might be Blood Moon, and if so, that is greedy.
It is greedy, but also it might just win. I'm looking here.
Scott has 5. Scott has 5 basics.
He has 5 basics, But so far, we don't know Blood Moon's going to come in. I wouldn't expect Blood Moon if I was him.
I would.
It's hard to know.
I don't think I would, as the blue-white control player, expect Blood Moon to come in.
Yeah, not unless I'd played Rayton and he had done this before, and I was
Yeah.
like, this guy goes for the Blood Moon.
Rayton picked up a counterspell off of this Consider here.
I like how Scott holds his finger up like 1. You don't want to get any delirium.
There is a Blood Moon in his hand. I did see it. Oh, now he can fire. This is actually even almost better for him because he knows he's gonna get, like, he's guaranteed. Nothing can go wrong here for Scott off this. Though he might get the way this is crazy. The way this game is played out, Rayton thinks that Blood Moon is going to take over this game because he has this Ragavan available to him and he slid it under a counterspell. He thinks.
Yeah.
But the way that this is going to work, I don't think Rayton may not even want to have this Blood Moon available at all.
Yeah, this might just be it over because if Scott Fire Ices here and plays a Teferi 3 and pluses, the Blood Moon is nothing.
Yeah.
And that's definitely a Teferi in his hand. And then we got a little radical sign.
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
Yeah, put those in the graveyard, friend. You do have Delirium for the next one, though, so congratulations on that.
For sure. He picked up a Flusterstorm. Scott picked up a Flusterstorm this turn.
And I think this is going to be a Teferi 3.
He definitely should just Teferi Plus here. I can't think of anything else that he'd rather be doing this turn.
Yeah, it looks like he...
This is the opportunity in the game where you get to resolve this unbeatable card in the matchup.
Yeah, Teferi does so much in the matchup where, in this game, it's going to invalidate... Oh, he's minused.
Wow, I think he's actually looking for a land off of that.
Oh, yeah, maybe he was out of lands in hand.
I think he's out of lands and trying to look for a land on the
turn.
turn.
Maybe playing around Unholy Heat as well.
Yeah, he's like, I'm gonna get
some
some value off of it while you can.
Yeah. And
now Rayton doesn't have another land in hand. He's going to probably have to fire off one of the expressive iterations to find a land.
No,
he has 2 lands in hand.
Yeah,
they're hiding in the back.
Yeah, he holds his cards like most people put their lands up front, and Rayton puts them in back.
He's like, these aren't important. My spells are important.
Yeah, no respect for his lands.
No.
But I think, interesting.
So he does fire off the expressive iteration this turn because he's not getting it counterspelled by anything from Scott's side either.
This is really interesting. I think.
He still may go for this Blood Moon.
Yeah, he's gonna go for the Blood Moon on the next turn, I think. But I think this was Rayton's turn to slam the Blood Moon, and just be like,
"This was yes."
Yeah, just be like, "Hey, I have Blood Moon now. You have no lands. Go." And like, sure, this Teferi's a problem, but
Scott also picked up this fetch land off of this for the turn, and hopefully. If he anticipates Blood Moon at all, he may want to go for it, but he chooses to play the Celestial Colonnade right now, which means that Rayton can, which means I think he has counterspell available to him for this Blood Moon if Rayton so chooses to cast the Blood Moon this turn.
Yeah, he'll be a little light on mana there, but
it looks like Rayton is probably not going to fire off this Blood Moon.
Yeah, Rayton's his commitment.
He has no creatures in his hand. This is
Scott's counterspell is holding it up over here. Rayton
obviously so there's nothing that can go wrong. He can't counter back. He can't even counter back because of the Teferi in play.
Yeah.
So this is I think this is Rayton's. If Rayton wanted to slam the Blood Moon, I think this would be the turn to do it. I don't think he's going to. He's just going to fire off this expressive.
Him playing the land first is such a kind of like
tell.
Punt. Well, it's a tell, but also such a punk move, right? Like not like he's a punk, like he's trying to punk his opponent.
Yeah.
And he's like, hey, I've got counterspell. And the opponent forgets they have Teferi, they're going to be in a bad spot.
Fire off this Mystical Dispute on this expressive iteration.
Yeah, and Rayton has to just pass the turn.
Rayton can't do anything about it, so he's just got to go. And Scott picked up an Archmage Charm for the turn. So he's just cruising. He's not looking to do anything right now other than just play draw and go.
Yeah.
And it's getting to the point where if Rayton even decides to play this Blood Moon, Scott can just put it back in his hand with this Teferi.
Yeah. So
he did pick up a Ragavan for the turn, which is good for him.
Yeah. You know what? I think Rayton has to fetch a basic.
Yep.
Play a Blood Moon, get it countered, and then dash this Ragavan because things are getting out of control, and I don't know Blood Moon's going to actually solve the problem.
Yeah, and you can say Scott having double counters as well is just kind of backbreaking.
Yeah.
He should definitely go get. Oh, he definitely went. He's picking up this island, which is
It's funny.
He doesn't know that he's playing around Blood Moon, but he needs to play around this Blood Moon pretty hard.
Yeah, this is the weird. Oh, I get to play around Blood Moon without thinking about it because I drew 4 gold lands. You know, like,
Yeah.
I'm good to go.
Hey, look, this man's brave. He's registered Azorius Guildgate in his deck. Isn't that awesome?
Yeah, that's pretty impressive, especially considering the Mole Drifters. Just truly addicted to value, but I respect the addiction to value. I've been there myself.
Oh,
I wonder if you're rating if you're supposed to concede here.
Just to hide information.
Just look at the way Scott's played the fetch lands. Just be like, hey, on the play, Blood Moon's going to be good enough.
Yeah, there is a chance. But I think Rayton thinks there's a slight chance he can get back in this game if he finds something like a Murktide Regent. Because Murktide is huge, and he knows that his opponent doesn't have something like a Supreme Verdict. And if he can back up the Murktide Regent with like a counterspell, assuming post this Teferi being on the board, that he might be able a chance to come back in this game.
I wonder if Scott just takes a turn off and just adds Kahira to hand, takes up the Teferi so he doesn't lose it to the Blood Moon and passes.
Yeah, there's a chance he could do that too.
And so that's, I mean,
he is going to fly the fire in this Blood Moon, I think, for this turn.
Yeah, Rayton is. I mean, he just has counterspells.
He's
going to do anything.
Yeah, and I don't think Scott can let this happen.
Yeah, Scott
is forced to just counter this. Yeah, because he can't do anything on the following turn. He has to resolve this Archmage Charm on this Blood Moon.
Yeah, if Scott let it resolve and takes up the Teferi, he is opening himself up to get God.
He draw a Wandering Emperor for a turn, I believe.
I think so.
Yeah, he drew a Wandering Emperor for a turn.
Yeah,
that is disgusting for him. I do not think he can lose the game.
Yeah, he is in a great spot. And Rayton just has lands and counterspells, which is not a
play against the old Teferi. He's gonna fire off this Wandering Emperor, make a creature.
Rayton's gonna concede.
Rayton probably should concede. This is getting out of hand for him. He's the tempo deck, and he has not done much tempoing this game.
Yeah, and it's hard to know. We have caster rage and everything, but I do wonder about if we had just slammed Blood Moon on 3, how different
this game would have gone. Yeah.
Yeah.
I honestly think. I mean, Scott still had a counter magic for it.
Well, he was tapped out that turn.
Oh, was he tapped? Oh, he was tapped out that turn.
Yeah, it was the turn he played Teferi and bounced the creature.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
if Rayton just fired off the Blood Moon there, I think he may have had a chance in this game. But I think now that that's happened, he is out of running for it.
Yep, these are our 2/2 Samurais with Vigilance as our backwards magic cards.
Yes.
And
I guarantee you, those are the infamous
rock paper scissors
tokens.
We're drawing a card again with our Teferi.
That is, I can't tell what that is. Is it a March?
It's either a March or an Odawara, which I know is a wide range, but it might be.
I want to say that's a March.
Yeah, maybe he brought in March for.
Oh, he has the one main deck. He may have just left the one.
Oh,
in.
sure.
I don't think he brings in another one.
Yeah, I would be surprised if he brought them in. I think Rayton's probably just drawing until he like.
He wants to get at this point. He's going to get as much information out of Scott as he can.
Yeah.
He's going to continue to play the game until Scott actually wins the game.
Yep. So we'll have to see what's going on here. I mean, Scott can Flusterstorm and Rayton can pay. Oh yeah, Rayton can pay. So.
Yeah, he can if he wants to.
I mean, this is good.
What else? I don't know what else he's firing off this Flusterstorm on, so I guess he just fires it off now.
Yeah, try and make the thing bad.
Oh, there's his Engineer Explosive, so Rayton can buy himself some time, but he's not doing anything with it.
Yep.
I don't know what he's buying time to, except exactly Murktide Regent, but that's not even good enough at this point in the game.
Yeah, I think Rayton has to go, like, draw a Expressive, it resolves for some reason. Draw a Bolt, kill the Teferi, it resolves for some reason.
Yeah, he's just going to play this.
Do stuff.
Yeah, he's just going to play this Engineering Explosives for 0, and hopefully gets there at some point in the game.
Yeah.
Which is really heads up that Rayton brought Engineered Explosives. I did not think he was going to bring Engineered Explosives.
You know what? It's probably a hedge towards Chalice of the Void.
It is very likely a hedge. Well, he doesn't. Does he think his opponent has Chalice of the Void with the way that the Ephemerate happens game 1?
Maybe not, but maybe Rayton's just afraid.
That is a March. It was a March, so he did March and kill it. Rayton's just going to pick up the cards.
That was enough. Yeah, there we go. We're back. Yeah. Ooh. Minor technical difficulty there. Hopefully that wasn't bad for anybody. But yeah, we are moving in for game 3. We're seeing the players just shuffle. Doesn't look like anyone's going back, so we're hopefully back in the field soon.
Yep.
And it's got me thinking, what's going on that we brought in the EE?
Yeah, he brought in the engine explosives. Didn't Scott bring in something that we didn't anticipate as well?
There was one March already in the main deck.
Yeah, we knew that.
And so there was that going on, and I believe
We saw the Fluster Storms. I wasn't entirely sure that he was going to bring those in.
yeah. So it's kind of curious. Like, was it the one March, or did he go up to the 2?
Yeah, and that also makes me wonder if he even brought in the Chalice or not. Because if he brings in Flusters, I mean, there's the Storm part of it, but Fluster and Ephemerate get way worse.
Yeah, I wonder if almost he's just not playing Chalice. I mean, if he had it, it was definitely game 1, right? Where you can Chalice on the play.
Yeah, I definitely think I know from some of the experience I've played, from playing Blue White Control, you definitely want Chalice in this matchup. It is absolutely breaking if they don't have an answer for it. So yeah, I'm
Very
curious.
Interesting.
Yes.
Very interesting. I do not know what is going on there.
Yeah, I don't know. Ingsay, and then Rayton did commit to the Blood Moon, or commit to having Blood Moon post board. I think he definitely, as you said, wanted to gauge how well the Blood Moon worked in that game, and how Scott fetched his lands.
Yeah.
To know how good this Blood Moon will be later. But now that Scott has seen the Blood Moon, he will definitely fetch more accordingly in this last game.
It is one of those things, though, where Rayton might just go Ragavan on 1, Blood Moon on 2.
It is entirely possible.
And we can't fetch around that too much.
Nope, not a lot you can do about that one.
Curious game.
Yeah, I'm interested to talk with both of them once this is done and see how they kind of approached boarding in their matchup.
Yeah, I wonder. I guess Scott just not bringing in Chalice too, because he's definitely brought in the Path, because the Path's great against Murktide Regent.
Yeah,
well, that's the funny thing. Path is great against Murktide, but it's just so bad versus the rest of the format. We don't see it anymore.
Yeah, it's not great. I know the only other deck that really plays is like the Hammer deck, just for pure efficiency of what it does.
Yeah,
it's there to move things out of the way.
Yep. So we'll have to see what's going on there. And it looks like Scott's actually going way back on the board. We have another monitor where we can see. I'm looking at him. He's got like 3 cards pulled aside right now.
Yeah, he's definitely in the tank on this one. I think there's some things he wants to consider. Looks like he's taking out some of these like thicker pieces of interaction, like Archmage Charm. It looks like he's taken all of his Archmage Charms, actually.
There's a Chalice in the sideboard. You put a Seldy back in his sideboard.
That is crazy to me.
That is an interesting play. I know. You know what it probably is I think Scott's trying to lean on the Ephemerate half of his deck to really force through, and he is just having some issues with the amount of cost of cards in his deck.
Yeah,
against the efficiency of Murktide.
His deck has some thick mana costs attached to it.
Yeah, I think the average CMC of the deck is 3.
Yeah,
which is very high for Modern.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
It reminds me of a deck in Pioneer.
Yeah,
it's like mono 3-drops, isn't it?
Best deck in the format. Baby.
It is the best deck in the format. It's mono 3-drops.
Mono 3-drops, black red mid range.
3-drop tribal.
We do be loving it, but
so you're telling me 3-drops aren't good enough for Modern?
I would argue, off his results today, maybe they're too good for Modern.
Maybe
lost 1 game. Teferi here at Dominaria. You know what I'm a little surprised by, but not super surprised, is it feels like a lot of these decks, and I get this is a very different style.
Yes.
They've moved towards Days Undoing and Narset.
I have seen a lot of that going around.
Yeah.
I know some people have been successful with it. Even some people, they're streaming their events so they can let the world know how it's going for them.
Yeah. Waffle Topla, I believe, did pretty well with it.
Wafo's playing it. I believe Nassif is playing it as well. Both of the French Titans are playing this blue-white Days Undoing deck.
Do you know what the goat's called in French? I took French in high school.
I also took French in high school, but enlighten me.
Oh.
I don't remember.
It's Nassif.
Hey! Nice.
But no, that's the best joke I got, honestly.
That was pretty good.
It's pretty good, right?
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Again?
No, we're good.
Okay. Oh, it just flickered for me. My bad. But yeah. Sorry, my brain just completely broke.
Your joke was so good it broke you.
I just had a palette reset.
Yeah.
It's good. It's that, and I think a large array of tactical game plans. And we're getting into here. Congratulations to Speakeasy in the chat for winning.
With Blue Affinity. That's awesome.
Yeah.
5 Yorion decks with so many Yorions.
Yeesh. They meant to put GG. And we have a turn 1 Ragavan. Is the Murktide coming? Is the Murktide? I mean, is the Blood Moon coming? Oh, wait for Prismatic Ending.
It's Prismatic Ending, so there's no Blood Moon on 2. Also, Rayton's hand, I don't think allows for such a Blood Moon.
Yeah, but maybe he would still.
I mean, Rayton's an aggressive individual.
He'll go for the sneaky little Blood Moons. Does he have? Oh,
He has so
Subtlety.
he does have subtlety. So we were questioning that, and he does have the subtleties.
Yep.
His subtleties can fight the opponent's subtleties.
And fetching the island.
Yep. I had that happen he had that to me today.
Salty.
No, he subtletied a grief of mine on turn 1.
Are you griefing over that?
I am experiencing grief. I did not win.
Much like Twitch chat with our jokes.
Oh yeah.
But okay, EE is back in our hand again. It's got to. I think Raiden knows Scott has Chalice of the Void or something. Maybe he saw Scott playing against Living End or something.
Yeah.
And thought he'll bring it against me. Now we know Scott didn't do that from we saw him sideboarding, but it might end up working out still.
Yep.
You can also EE on 3 with a treasure for Teferi.
Scott. So the cool thing is Scott actually has a basic island in his hand, so he can actually fetch a plains off of this Arid Mesa if he so chooses to do such.
Yeah.
Because I think Rayton also has the second island in his hand,
Yep.
so he could, in theory, play this Blood Moon if he thought it was good enough. But I don't think he's just going to fire that off into Counterspell.
Yeah, I also don't think he. I think
Also, his hand doesn't have does it have a creature in it?
I don't think it has Blood Moon. I think it has DRC. But I could be mistaken. There's some red card.
There is a
DRC.
Dragon Rage.
Yeah.
And there's an Engineered Explosives, and there's a Subtlety.
And then there's an
And there's
expressive.
some and some lands.
Yeah, so I think we're just kind of doing the old, am I supposed to go expressive or am I supposed to go DRC, get the Surveil for the expressive on the next turn? Like, what am I supposed to be doing here?
I think he's going to fire off this Dragon Rage into the Expressive.
I agree.
Now, let's see if Scott has anything to say about this. I see a Solitude looming in his hand. I don't think he's going to go fetch a basic off this, if I had to guess.
No, we saw the Blood Moon last
Oh, he
game.
did. He's actually going to go get a basic. He's going to be conservative and play around Blood Moon.
Yeah, I think Scott's mana is good enough, too, that, even if there isn't a Blood Moon, he can still cast 2 spells a turn pretty easily. So the main problem really is going to be having the lands.
And the
for
good
Scott.
thing is he actually boarded out. He was heads up and took out all his Archmage charms, so this Plains is not going to just destroy him on a turn.
True, good point. And now Rayton does know also there is no Archmage's turn for him to worry about for a couple turns.
Correct.
So big information on both sides there.
Yeah, he doesn't have to play around cards if you know that it can't happen.
Well, looks like we're just passing the turn. We're just fetching an instep just to make sure we don't draw a land. Nothing wrong with that. And, Scott plays his third land, and
She can still go get a basic off of if he so chooses to do such.
he also could have put Kahira in his hand.
He could. I think he just wants to be able to fight on the stack this turn with something. He can cycle this Rogran Triumph, which is actually using his mana if he doesn't find a point to interact on the turn.
I agree.
I got a feeling at some point in this game, this Subtlety is going to be pretty back-breaking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of tactical plays on both sides where we're trying to position the game around certain things.
Yep.
And sometimes that leads to some unconventional lines.
Yeah.
Much like I think Blood Moon here, as well as just the losing of the Archmage.
So Rayton's going to fire off 2 Expressive Iterations this turn.
Interesting.
I think he probably should. He definitely should if he's putting an exile. Otherwise, he'd just put it in his hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just going to fire off double Expressive Iteration this turn. Get another Surveil off the Dragon Rage Channeler. Does Rayton have Delirium?
He's got to be getting close. It looks like there's a Murktide, an Expressive, and a Bauble in there. So.
Oh, surely that's very easy for him to get at this point. So he does have the Blood Moon in hand, but I don't think he can really play the Blood Moon. It's not good enough anymore because Scott has already got the basic planes out. Scott can fetch the basic island here, and then what he doesn't know is that Scott's got another basic island in his hand.
I wonder if this turn Rayton's obviously only getting 1 card from Expressive, right? Like if we hit a Bauble, we're very lucky, but we're casting this Expressive iteration really as burn 1, draw 1.
Yep.
I wonder if Rayton, we're going to see him maybe take like Mystical Dispute here and try and like present a Blood Moon, have the opponent fight the Blood Moon, say resolve, and then dispute something like Teferi.
Sure.
It's kind of like the only play that Rayton really has because, like you mentioned astutely, Blood Moon's not doing anything.
It's
right
not
now.
going to do anything over the course of this game because Scott can just play around it entirely.
Yeah, but it can make the Fear of God in Scott.
I don't think Scott's scared of it because he has
The basics?
all of the basics that he's
Sure.
got. I think, yeah, Scott's not at this point doesn't need to play around anything extra. He just can play a normal game at this point. I'm curious as to what's going through Scott's head on this turn
Yeah, I don't know.
because Raiden may have done this as well to try to bait Scott into casting one of these pitch elementals, like specifically Solitude.
Yeah.
But he's just going to use his mana, like I said, to cycle this Triome. He found a March, which is quite good on this with just having a Dragon Rage Channeler in play is the pressure.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, the only point of pressure that Raiden has right now is the subtlety, or does he have a Murktide Regent in his hand?
I think he just has a subtlety, which will be strong, if he can get other threats down to protect his main
Yeah.
threats. But that is kind of a card that's
Okay.
best at protecting other things.
Yeah, Raiden is definitely not interested in this Blood Moon anymore because it is not doing him any favors. It's actually hurting him.
Yeah.
It actually increases the count for Prismatic Ending if that were to come up.
Sure.
He can actually Prismatic Ending this Blood Moon right away.
Yeah. That is a funny little side effect. And Rayton is now, there's a point in these games against Control where your job is just to present a threat and keep presenting enough pressure so they can't do what they want to do.
Yeah.
And this is the point where Rayton needs to do something now to present pressure. Otherwise,
And he doesn't
over.
have it available to him. His hand is Lands, Subtlety, Blood Moon, Explosives, and the Mystical Dispute.
yeah, and I think what's going to end up happening is Rayton's probably going to play his land tapped,
Yep.
pass the turn, and then he's going to need to hope Scott does something like Teferi 5, and he's going to slam a subtlety. And
Yeah,
just-
if he can slam a Subtlety on anything at this point, he would be ecstatic to have something as a point of pressure and get some value out of it.
Yep.
So chat was saying the Archmage Charm is great in this matchup. I think the way that the games are going to actually play out, it's just too intensive on Scott's mana to be efficient enough in the game. Because Scott needs to lower his curve a little bit to be able to fight with what Rayton's doing. Because Rayton also has such a low curve on his deck.
Rayton's played the Blood Moon. I'm curious.
I think Scott just lets this resolve.
I think Scott lets it resolve, but I think there's worlds where Scott loses because he can't hard cast Solitudes anymore. Scott's deck, Rayton doesn't know this, but Scott only has one
Oh, I know.
Plains.
Yeah. I don't think I've seen a blue-white control deck in
Years.
the years play a second
Sure.
planes.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, this does turn on Prismatic Ending, so this isn't a hard answer. But if Rayton can trade that Blood Moon for a Prismatic Ending,
Yeah, and Scott just let it happen because I don't think he is too worried about it.
yeah, I think Scott can win from this spot, but it is a thing too where it's like,
He should put Kahira in his hand. Yeah, he does.
yeah,
Because he does have the Solitude.
yeah, he has the Solitude and he has a counterspell here.
The problem is that now Scott actually cannot present any threat in his deck other than Muldrifter and the subtleties of his own and the Jace.
And
the Teferis.
Yeah, so really Scott can't do anything besides Teferi that can win the game. Like
Yeah.
Muldrifter maybe does something, but like,
Maybe. I'm just not feeling it.
yeah, if anything, Muldrifter is finding the other Teferis.
Scott. So Rayton is still just looking to position himself with this Dragon Urges Channeler.
And it looks like Scott let the DRC resolve, thinking this might not be a huge problem. I have
He's
the
like, this is a
Solitude.
bait spell.
Yeah, but I think the bait spell's good for Rayton.
Yeah, I think so.
I think we're gonna see an Evoke a Solitude, and then
I wonder if he only card. Oh, he has double Solitude in his hand. That's actually good for him.
yeah,
That not having Rayton not know that he has a second Solitude is pretty huge here. Rayton is going to absolutely just fire off this subtlety right here. I think
well,
he is likely. He may actually just does he hard cast Mystical Dispute here.
yeah, he's got a lot of weird plays available to him where
That's so
Rayton's
bizarre.
pretty sure. Like Rayton has to know counterspells up, right? There's been a
Yeah,
lot.
because
of
Scott will
pausing.
definitely because if he Mystical Disputes here, Scott definitely fires back with an Archmage Charm, or sorry, a counterspell, and then Rayton can get him with the subtlety, or he can't subtlety here. Never mind.
Yeah, but he can.
But
Subtlety
but
later.
But Scott is probably assuredly just going to fire off this counterspell here.
It would be weird if Scott didn't fight the counterspell here.
Yeah, because he left himself open to doing such a thing, and I think this is the best place for it.
Yeah.
Because now it's not. So Rayton has no pressure. Like, this is still like fair game on both sides. That was a Teferi, and Rayton has no answer for it. Rayton cannot Archmage, or Rayton cannot Subtlety it because he does not have a blue card, and he cannot get enough colors in play to actually kill it with an Engineered Explosives. Scott should absolutely just slam this Teferi in play and ride it home.
Well, you know what? Scott has Jace, so I think he's trying to figure out.
Oh, if he wants to Jace too. Jace is also absolutely backbreaking. Either one of the Planeswalkers that he wants to cast this turn is absolutely backbreaking.
Yeah, I think
He
Teferi's better, but
because Teferi is good right now, and it will be good over the course of the game. And there's only one Jace. You can get that basically at any point that you feel is necessary. He just passes the turn.
I think he has Subtlety in hand.
Did he draw Subtlety too?
Yeah, I think he's had Subtlety.
He did have Subtlety. You're correct.
I thought it was an Otawara, the full
Oh,
one.
that is absolutely getting Subtlety right here. He definitely fires off a Subtlety right here. Because there's nothing Rayton can do about this.
Yeah, it's so awkward. If Rayton had the...
I think Rayton is supposed to... Does he bottom that? I think he's supposed to bottom that. I think he needs to find like a Murktide Regent.
I think the thing is the Letter Shredder, he can...
Oh, he just drew another Subtlety.
Yeah,
this is backbreaking. There's not a whole lot that can go wrong for Scott here.
That is probably all she wrote.
Yeah, I think Rayton's going to have a real hard time. There's not a lot he can do. This Blood Moon didn't do anything this game. It is just, it's not cost him the game, but it is not like hindered Scott in any meaningful way. And now Scott has just got a 2-turn clock. Basically, it's a 2-turn clock. Rayton, yeah, this is not looking good for Rayton.
Yeah, this is one of those spots where I feel like Rayton made a tactical choice in Game 2 to Expressive over slamming the Blood Moon. And we've seen how Blood Moon in this game has, not been great, but there's been 3 basics involved.
Yeah.
But it actually did keep Scott off quite a few things.
Yes, he cannot cast any Solitudes this game by normal mana means.
Yeah.
But I think this is just gonna put it over the top for Scott.
Yeah, it looks like Scott does have a Solitude.
And if he needs the Solitude something he can. I think he should just play one of his Planeswalkers here though and just kind of seal up the game for himself.
Yeah,
because he knows the top card. Nothing can really go wrong here.
Yeah, your opponent has no counterspells. They haven't fought over the Subtleties when you've been tapped out.
Yeah, because if Rayton had a way to fight over the Subtleties, he definitely would have just done such a thing.
Yeah, and also Rayton have the same cards because we keep settling him.
I think Scott's just going to fire off this Teferi here, which is just going to absolutely put it over the top for him.
Yeah.
Yep. He's just going to fire it off.
So Rayton has to go Ledger Shredder, play EE, find an interaction spell.
I don't think it's good enough.
It's not good enough
I don't
to
think
probably
it's
win,
good enough.
but it's good enough to buy a turn.
Sure, you got me there.
Oh, we're minusing. Scott really loves to minus his Teferis.
The man has no fear. I respect this.
Yeah, are we minusing on a Subtlety?
I don't. Is that the play? I don't think. That's
I don't think that's the.
I think he's just supposed to just draw a card.
Yeah, I think if he had the mana to cast Subtlety, you should do that. But
yeah, and there's nothing that really can go wrong for him here. Rayton has to kill the Teferi and kill both of these Subtleties. Yeah, it's not looking good for Rayton here.
The one good thing about what's happened is that with the Teferi going down, if the Ledger Shredder, it forces the Solitude, right? Because it will actually block these Subtleties.
So Rayton needs to find like exactly Unholy Heat here.
Yeah. It looks like he
found a Murktide Regent. It's just not good enough at this point.
Not
because Scott just has this Jace that can just unsummon it.
Oh no, Rayton discard the Subtlety, which means I think Rayton, because he has to discard something, right, to make the Letter Shredder bigger.
Yeah.
But now he cannot get the Murktide down this turn because he doesn't have the mana from his Blood Moon, and now the Solitude in hand can just clear the way, and it's still a 2-turn clock this way.
There's also an ice that just sends it down too.
Yeah, the ice is. So it looks like you could play
You could play. Scott could just play blindfolded at this point, honestly.
Well, it's funny. He can Jace, unsummon the bird, and then fire thanks to the Blood Moon.
Yep.
And kill Rayton.
Oh, yep, that does work.
Yeah.
You're correct.
And that.
The Blood Moon actually killed him.
Yep.
That's crazy. And fire it off. There you go. That's it.
Yep.
All right, Scott is on to the finals.
Awesome. So we're going to head on out there in just a second here, and we're going to find out what's going on with the other match, let you know. I believe I think the other 3 players are all waiting to go to Atlanta as well. So,
Yes.
Everyone's going to be battling out here. So we're going to have Scott for sure.
Yep.
In
And
our
then we're
finals.
either looking at the
We're either looking
hammer
at
deck or one of the 4-color decks that were in the top 8
Yes, the other 4-color deck right here, the Ragavan 4-color. So
Yep.
one of those 2 is making it to Dreamhack Atlanta here in just 2 months. We'll be back in 5 minutes to cover that match. We'll see y'all there. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the finals of the TNLG RCQ for Dreamhack Atlanta. Last round,
Yep.
last situation. We have Scott once again on Blue White Control. We just saw him beat Rayton in the top 4.
Yep.
And then we have Thomas Gunn on Blue White Hammer.
Yep, he's playing the hammer deck. He's done very well with it all day. He say both our players have the same record. They're both 5-0-2 going into the finals. This should be a great matchup.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I'm excited to see.
Yep, like we mentioned before, the players split the cash playing for the invite. So, you know, they both walked away with $125, which is
$250.
$250. Sorry, my mistake. So, you know, very good prize split, all things considered, especially, you know, for a little nice little RCQ on a Saturday.
Oh, for sure.
But we have one more match to be played.
true.
High stake match. The
It is.
RC. This is the first one back. Pretty exciting. Not only that, he got the Teferi promo. That's like $50. You make it to the Pro Tour. That's thousands of dollars. There's a lot potentially on the line here. Winning the RC gets you to Worlds, Hippo.
I know.
Gets you to Worlds. It's exciting. We're playing for a spot at the World Championship in Atlanta.
That'd be sick.
It'll be super sick. And one of these players could be there, and they'll be battling it out in Atlanta, which, you know, we're all Tennessee-based here, so it's a pretty quick trip, just about 3 hours.
Yep.
So
Just cutting a little over 3 hours getting to Atlanta from here.
Yep. So not a bad place to be if you're one of these people. You're looking in a prime position to have a potentially great weekend after already having a great weekend here.
Yep.
So we're going to have to see what's going on as the players are shuffling up. I believe Thomas was higher seed than Scott. I could be mistaken.
He was second seed going in. So yes,
Okay.
he is on the play, which is what the hammer deck wants to be doing. Let's talk about this matchup.
Traditionally, this is funny. Blue-White Control, when the format was first started in MH2, was Murktide and Hammer are the best decks.
Yep.
And then Control came in,
Yep.
stamped them out. Then 4-color came in, stamped out Blue-White, and we're
Yep.
back to where we started.
Yep.
So, once again, Scott traditionally favored this matchup, but Scott doesn't have the Chalice of the Voids in the heavy numbers. He doesn't have the Supreme Verdicts in the heavy numbers. So he is, while still structurally a favorite with things like Fire Ice and the counter spells and Archmage's Charm able to steal things.
He is definitely leaning absolutely incredibly hard on Solitude.
Yeah.
He could not lean harder on that card if he tried. And if he can get it to go with that Ephemerate, that's exactly what he's looking for. Thomas obviously is looking just to have a blisteringly fast start that Scott can keep up with or get through with counter magic. It looks like Scott is considering his opener and considering keeping a 5-lander with a March and a Solitude, I believe is the hand.
I think so. Thomas was considering Aid, Hammer, Ornithopter, 4-land. So if both players had kept, we would have been very quickly done.
Yes, we would have.
But they're both decided to mulligan.
Both were grown-ups and decided they should mulligan.
Both players really excited to be in the finals here.
Yep.
I know Thomas was saying, I can't believe I get to play. It's going to be super exciting.
Yep.
Scott's a little in disbelief that he's only X1 on the day when it comes to games played. Undefeated in matches, but only lost a singular game.
Exactly. I know I helped Thomas test for a little bit for this event, and he definitely has put. I can assure you, he's put in the work this week with Hammer. He we strayed a bit. We tried to get him to play Living End.
Sure.
I'm glad he did not. Glad he made the proper choice for himself and played the Hammer deck. I think that deck is underrepresented from what it should be. I think people are too scared of the Solitude decks, honestly. Solitude and like Fury are like what keep people off of playing the Hammer deck.
Yeah, the Hammer deck consistently does well in Moto. It's so good against the Murktide deck.
Yep.
It does have a bit of a Solitude problem, but, you know, like you're mentioning, there are ways to beat that. Like we see today, Thomas has 2 Blacksmith Skill main, 2 in the sideboard.
Yeah,
that card is backbreaking.
Also, not only does he have that, he has something that's even worse. He has Hushbringer, which is even absolutely worse for him. Lavinia, also disgusting against Solitude. Like, he has got the answers for Solitude today.
Wow, yeah. Having Hushbringer in the sideboard, especially with Scott's build of having Muldrifter, Subtlety, and Solitude all at 4 ofs, is a very
he is very
place.
ready for the pitch elementals today. He came packing.
He really did. And, you know, Scott here has been playing this deck, like we mentioned before, refining it for a little bit.
Yep.
Pretty exciting to see kind of, you know, the innovation, the work, and starting to pay off, and hopefully he can get him across the finish line.
So something to note also from the Hammer side of this matchup. Not only is Urza Saga absolutely disgusting in this matchup because they have no way to deal with it game 1, it just presents threat after threat after threat after threat that Scott has to deal with turn after turn. Not only is Thomas able to cast these super efficient, 1 and 2 mana creatures, being able to back it up with the Urza Saga is one thing, and he also just has the sneaky Inkmoth Nexus that he can get in with, and hopefully present some lethal damage.
Yeah, it looks like Thomas decided to keep a 6, and Scott is going to 5.
Yep.
Thomas looks to have a 6 that kind of has some spells
Mhm.
and a Stoneforge Mystic to find a hammer, but we're still looking for the Equipper.
Yep.
Which, sometimes you just have to do, and the Stoneforge Mystic is the good half of that to have.
And I think this is a matchup where he has a little bit of time to give, and
Oh, sorry, he has another hammer in hand, too. Oh, interesting.
he has a Shadow Spear, so he can equip something at least.
Yeah. What we might see is
He also probably gets the Stoneforge Mystic goes and gets a Cauldron. I would bet a lot of money that he just slams this Stoneforge Mystic on 2 and goes and gets a Cauldron.
especially with Scott going to 5, you're just really hard to have a lot of solitudes
Yeah,
and ephemerates.
he can't have everything.
Yeah.
He can only keep so much.
So we're going to have to see what exactly happens here. Looks like Scott's debating kind of molding his hand.
I do see an Ephemerate and a Solitude in his hand, I believe.
Sure. And he has at least a Celestial Colonnade. So
Yes, I think he's looking to pitch 2 of these lands. Wow.
interesting. So
He's
he has
gonna-
Charm,
he's
2
gonna-
lands.
I think he has Charm, 2 lands, Solitude, and Ephemerate,
Yeah.
I believe is his hand.
Yeah, it looks to be the case. So
Crazy.
all right, and a Shadow Spear on turn 1. And we drew another Archmage's Charm.
Archmage Charm, something to consider in this matchup. It is very good. Obviously, it steals most of your creatures that you're gonna end up swinging with. I think this Inkmoth Nexus might be a bit sneaky in this matchup.
Yeah.
It might get Scott tripped up a little bit. Now, there's something to be said. I know we're still in game 1, but something to consider post-board is those spreading seas we were talking about earlier that we haven't seen come in yet.
Mm-hmm.
Those are definitely something we would probably see come in this matchup. They just eat Thomas's mana base alive.
Yeah. Not letting you get spells and instantly killing Urza Saga is so good.
Yep. Agreed.
Looks like we're going to see Scott fetch.
He's probably just going to go for this Solitude on this the Stoneforge Mystic while he can.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if he'll maybe wait for his turn because he could draw Fire Ice,
He could.
and so that he might be able to sort of high roll his
He
way.
he also just might want to find a second white card so he can actually not have to pitch his Ephemerate to it.
Yeah, that makes sense. So we'll have to see here what's going to happen. Pretty low cost to wait, but sometimes you just got a feeling, and you just got to go for that feeling.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And we drew another land, which is not exactly what we wanted when it comes to cleanly answering the Stoneforge Mystic,
No,
but
he can get rid of it, but it'll be costly to him.
yeah, it is costly. And now we have fortunately for Scott, unlocked Archmage's Charm. So
Yes.
now we're going to be able to cast that in order to start taking hammers, taking threats.
He can also just start drawing too if he doesn't feel like he's in any dire
Yeah,
threat of his life total.
Yeah. Yeah, and we are going to see, just prismatic ending.
Oh, so it wasn't an Ephemerate. It is a prismatic ending that was in his hand.
Gotcha, okay.
They look very similar.
Yeah, they do look very, especially, the foiling.
The foil retro border, they look very similar.
We drew a Sigarda's Aid, which is
sneaky
huge.
for exactly this Inkmoth Nexus. I think
He's playing it now, trying to just get in underneath counter spells.
he's gonna. I think that Inkmoth Nexus might go the distance this game.
Well, Scott, though, might just main phase the Archmage's Charm,
He-
steal the Aid.
He could. I don't think he will though. I think he'll actually just play this Teferi and bounce the
The Aid.
aid,
That makes sense.
or he could also just wait because he has the. That means that's not a Solitude in his hand then. I literally cannot tell what that is.
He has 2.
Oh, is that a Scalding Tarn? It's so hard to tell. A lot of his deck is in those retro old border foils that are hard to see.
He definitely has some Archmage's Charms.
I definitely
he
know.
has a Teferi.
Yeah, he definitely has Archmage's Charm and Teferi. I just can't tell what that last card is because that could swing his decisions on whatever it is he's pondering.
Yeah, it's interesting. If your opponent does what they have right now and they animate up the Inkmoth Nexus, flash in a hammer, you just get to steal the Aid, and then the hammer resolves, and
Yeah.
nothing happens.
Yeah.
So it's kind of an interesting spot where Scott can do that, or he can counterspell the Aid and try and move through there. But if Scott does this and Thomas draws a land, he doesn't notice, but the double hammer
Double
is
hammer's
going to
get him. Yeah.
Yeah.
This Nexus is going to go in for the kill.
And, whenever you're making land a great draw step, you're often in a very good spot. And Thomas is looking to really kind of take that heuristic home because top deck of Plains here, and it's probably game over.
He drew exactly a Plains. The game is over if he goes for it.
Yep. And, we might see something from
I
Scott,
think,
like in response to the animate, activate Archmage's Charm to steal the aid. So there's still a little bit of time from Scott here, but he might not play around the double hammer.
I don't think he's going to play around double hammer here. Not a lot he really can do about it. I think Thomas would absolutely just go for it because there's
Thomas passed.
Whoa.
Thomas put a hand forward. Yeah, it was a pass. It was not a.
Wow, that's shocking. I cannot believe he just let that turn go.
Yeah.
I don't know what is going through his head. I'm curious. I will surely be asked.
We'll surely talk about it later.
I will surely be asking him later.
Probably my guess is that he thinks there's something like Solitude in the way, and he can maybe wait a turn to try and set something up. Would be my guesstimate.
I think he's actually just trying to find a creature that's on the board instead of just the Inkmoth Nexus.
So here, I was gonna say, is Archmage's Charm drawing 2 or stealing the aid?
It's just gonna draw 2.
Just drawing 2. Okay.
Which is still just drew lands. Good lord.
Yeah. An interesting play. I wonder.
And he drew another Teferi.
Yeah.
Which is still not good enough.
Yeah, honestly, if we.
And I think Thomas has another opportunity. He could just go for it, and still be fine.
Yeah, because if Scott thinks like, hey, Thomas has a hammer, then playing the Teferi doesn't do anything.
What is the last card in Thomas's hand other than the 2 hammers?
I think it is a Stone Fortress.
Oh, it's the Cauldron
Oh,
that he got off. We knew about that.
Yep. And this is game over. Assuming Thomas goes for it, Scott can bounce the 8 here, but Thomas has enough mana to animate and still go in for it.
Yep.
Interesting. Scott historically loves to minus. Did not minus.
Now he
here.
didn't minus.
Yeah.
And say, I think Thomas should. Now he should just absolutely go for it. Thomas is definitely considering playing around this potential Solitude. He just has to go for it here. He can't not go for it.
Yeah.
He should do this pre-combat so he doesn't lose to the Teferi.
Yeah, I was gonna say there might be some amount of.
There you go.
Getting a little too cute.
Yeah, he's got it. That's it.
Yeah, and that is game. Scott's cleaning off the top of his sleeves, as far as we can tell, unless there's
something.
Unless that's
unless that is exactly a prismatic ending, which I can't see.
The problem is if it
the
is
prismatic
ending,
does still lethal damage.
Well, no. So because Teferi's in play, we can actually kill the 8 still on the stack.
I don't think he's going for it.
Well,
I mean, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting spot where, so Scott's gonna let that resolve. He's gonna equip it here, and then Scott might be like,
yeah, that has to be a prismatic ending. And there's no way he would let this go.
Yeah, I mean,
otherwise, if Thomas is actually heads up about this, he could actually just fire off the second.
Yeah, Thomas should fire off the second hammer here.
He's not going to, but he should have fired off that second hammer here. Now I don't think Thomas can win the game.
Yeah, Thomas has now gone from an
unlosable standpoint to I don't think he can come back in this game.
It's kind of like a tennis match. Scott had it rolled up and he served it over to Thomas. Now Thomas is serving it back. But these things do sort of happen, and we get 1 poison. We will keep track of that here on us. Don't you worry about that. It looks. Oh wait, we got a little dice.
We actually have I think there's a section for poison counters on our stream.
Oh, interesting. Well, don't worry about it, production person. We'll keep track of it. Most likely, it's going to be in a chunk of 10.
Yes.
This won't really matter, but we have that little dice.
Wait, there you go.
Yep.
Yes, poison counter of 1.
Yep.
Sick.
Boom. Scott has a 1. It might look like he's up a game. He's not. He's infected.
Nope, because we got that game countdown below it.
That's right. And Scott is going to now minus on the Sigarda's aid and take a little card draw. And we drew another Archmage's Charm.
He is flush with these Archmage's Charms.
Yeah, and we do have a Hall of the Storm Giants coming in tapped here. And next turn, though, we're looking at having 2 Charms up. And, Thomas is probably going to run back a very similar play. He's going to be...
Yeah, he just drew a land for turn. Funny. We might actually get to the point where he just starts hardcast this Cauldron.
Yeah, he also might get to equipping the hammers if they're left around on the board.
Yeah.
We're only 2 lands away.
Yeah.
So,
we're not that far off.
One interesting thing about this is Thomas maybe is supposed to hold the land there just to kind of represent having a little more things than he possibly has. But we're seeing Scott here.
Yeah, this Archmage Charm gonna say no to that one.
Yep, and Scott's decided to fight the battle over the hammers and not over the aid. So he's gonna really kind of make it so Thomas can't top deck and do something like a Pure Steel Paladin and take over the game.
Agreed.
Yep. And Scott, is now untapping with another Archmage's Charm and no pressure on that side of the battlefield. So Thomas is going to need to draw something like Urza Saga.
He needs to draw Urza Saga specifically would be the best thing I think he could possibly draw. There was also a big Teferi that Scott just drew. That's disgusting.
Yeah. I am pretty interested to see how this game develops from here because Big Teferi is...
Big Teferi into Archmage's Charm, specifically.
Yeah.
Is pretty gross. Yeah, I can say if Thomas went for it on the first turn, he could have gone for it. He'd have gotten there. There's not much he really could have done about it, but or that Scott could have done about it. But he chose to just wait and try to play safer.
Mm. We have our poison counter.
There we go.
And yeah, we have Teferi taking up and just kind of taking over this game. Did he draw? Oh, he drew another Teferi. Okay. So we might even just see, the Teferi unsummon something again, just kind of move through our cards. But, Thomas is ever so slowly inching forward. And yeah, and we have the mana to equip the Shadow Spear to double our poison counters.
Yep. If this is how this game plays out, then hey, this is how this game plays out.
An honest person's game.
He's playing the hammer deck with the fairest mindset.
Yeah. And now, that puts you to 4 poison. And, 3 more turns of this, and you will lose the game. I am curious to kind of see what will happen.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically since, things like Archmage's Charm can steal the Shadow Spear.
Yep.
And so, we get a little close to lethal. Maybe we take the Shadow Spear, move on with our day. It's going to be a really interesting one to see how it plays out here. And once again, if we do draw Urza Saga, we're going to be pretty far ahead. Looks like we're Archmage's Charming to draw 2 cards again. We drew double Ephemerate. Okay. Well, we have all the Ephemerate, and now we just need to pay off 1 Muldrift. We drew the Solitude.
Wow.
And
powerful magician. The game is over.
Yeah, the game is pretty far out of reach now. We have a Teferi on 6 loyalty. Pretty soon it's going to ultimate. Once it ultimates, I imagine we're going to see Thomas concede. It's typically a pretty unwinnable position.
Yeah, it's just start blowing up his lands, and it's just not going to be a good time for him.
Yeah. But, you know what this does mean? A little garbage time for us. We get to hang out, kind of just talk a bit. We can say some insightful things. Maybe I'll say something about divergent game plans. Who knows? There's a whole array of things that are happening right now. But Thomas needs to draw something very strong here right now.
Specifically, a land would be the best thing he could draw, so we can attempt to slam the Sculptor.
Yeah. And it looks like, unfortunately for Thomas, he drew a spell. And you know what? That's a weird place to be when you're saying, unfortunately, drew a spell.
Yeah, you think he wanted to draw exactly Urza Saga. That's
Yep.
I was like the land. I'm blanking. Yeah, Urza Saga.
Yep, and we see Gingerbrute come in.
Yep.
And now we're going to keep that Teferi from ulting quite as soon. We're going to get in 1 poison. We're going to equip our Shadow Spear to 2 poison. But what we know that Thomas doesn't is that we got a Solitude with Ephemerate coming down.
And it's going to happen right now.
Yeah. Before you gain that extra life, I think that would be really unfortunate. So
I'm gonna Solitude that.
yeah, and then I'm going to Ephemerate as soon as you try to go in towards my Teferi. And then you'll probably concede. Maybe you won't.
I think Thomas will probably hit the concede button there. Probably.
Yeah, there is, we're in the finals of the RCQ. Once again, Thomas has a land draw. Now he needs 2 lands, to be fair, because of Solitude, in order to get out there. But, he's not out of the woods yet. So
Agreed.
We'll have to see what Thomas does here. We decided to give the Gingerbrute unblockable by non-haste creatures. So,
Mm-hmm.
Ephemerate.
I'd like to ephemerate this. Thomas does not concede.
All right, Thomas is gonna fight the good fight, and luckily,
Look, there's no reason for him not to.
no reason for him not to. Yeah, it's pretty easy. Worst case scenario, you burn 15 minutes of your life, but maybe Scott just gets a little more tired, uses a little more brain power than he should.
Yeah.
Winning the match. So Thomas gonna be down this game, not out of the match, of course. If
No.
we do play 2 out of
I can
3.
say his sideboard for this style of matchup is pretty potent.
Mhm.
So yeah, I don't think we can't count him out yet.
Yep. And let's see what happens here, because Scott's got the tick up on the Teferi. We're 1 turn away from that ultimating. And I was going to say, we might just see Scott activate the Hall of the Storm Giants and attack for
I mean,
10.
there's no reason for him not to at this point.
Yeah, he's safe. from
Also,
the-
because he gets to untap 2 lands anyways
Yeah.
with his Teferi.
And so,
So yeah,
Thomas down to 12. Scott up to 17, thanks to the lifelink.
yep.
And we still have the Ephemerate up. And, it's going to be a hard spot for Thomas to get out of.
Yep.
But weirder things have happened in Magic.
That is an Ornithopter drawn for the turn, and he's
Okay.
going to pick up the cards. All right, so post board.
Time to sideboard. Scott here has a couple cards for the matchup, so it'll be interesting to see. Scott, has March of the Light, has Path to Exile, has Spreading Seas, like we talked about, all very powerful and potent cards.
Yeah.
Spreading Seas in particular, killing Urza Saga, which unfortunately Thomas did not draw when he was floating on that last game. Would have been a pivotal game-changing draw.
Yep.
But easily could have happened, so having Spreading Seas there will stop that. Also stop things like the Inkmoth Nexus from being a problem, which, almost stole the game there for Thomas. But there are things like Chalice of the Void that we could bring in order to fight these hammers and stuff. So I'm going to be curious to see how Scott wants to use it. He didn't use it against Murktide, and you can use it just for 0 on this matchup as well to kind of counter some of the early plays.
You can. I think he's still going to want to just jam it on 1. Even if he doesn't get to use his own ephemerates and stuff here, I think it's still better than not having it at all. I think because Chalice on 1 in this matchup is just absolutely disgusting.
He also has the Wandering Emperor in his sideboard. And so, what's going on?
He's trying to show the camera something.
Sure. But yeah, so the Wandering Emperor, an easy way to just remove any sort of problems
Yep.
when it comes to big creatures. So what does Thomas have?
Thomas on the side, he has a lot of different options available to him. He's got a couple blacksmith skills, which are going to protect against things like the Solitudes. He has got some spell pierces, so if he wants to try to cut into these Teferis quite a bit, he can do that. Also protects himself from even shot like Archmage's charms and things of that nature. His slam dunk here is really just Hushbringer. Like Hushbringer is just going to turn off all those abilities of the pitch elementals. And he has got Lavinias, which also work against the pitch elementals as well. What else does he have? He also has his own Teferis if he wants to just slam in, so he can guarantee that nothing can go wrong for him. And I think that's probably about all he really wants here. He's not going to be able to accurately name stuff with Meddling Mage. There's no reason to try to do something like that. So yeah, he's just looking for the skill, the spell pierces, the Hushbringers, and probably the Lavinias and the Teferi.
Yep.
And he's going to board out some of his like just dorky creatures like Memnites and Ornithopters. A card that actually gains a bit in this matchup that he probably hasn't used a whole lot today is this Reality Chip. Just being able to dig deeper and look for more threats is probably what he's exactly looking to do. He may trim down on some of these Springleaf Drums, but he can't. That'd be about it.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be the case. And we have chat bringing it up, and we saw Thomas there kind of show the camera. Thomas has it looks like his sideboard guide sleeved up in a sleeve, written on a little card. And you're allowed to have notes like that written down before the tournament starts in order to kind of pre-plan and have that sort of thing available. And you can even have them on your phone these days. But if that is the case, your opponent does get to see it.
Yep.
So you're allowed to kind of have notes with you in any way you want. Just if there are notes that could potentially change, both players get to see that information.
Yep.
Obviously, 99% of people aren't going to have notes that change or whatever, but written down notes can change.
Yep.
Yeah. So
I know you and I had that come up with the phone thing.
yes, yeah.
I neglected to write out a sideboard guide preemptive to a tournament, and I had to use my phone in our match. And
I asked of you
you
your
are-
sideboard.
yeah, and he is definitely allowed to do such a thing.
Yeah. I've never had it come up before. It was very
Hey,
funny.
well, I'm glad I got to be the first.
Yeah. But now we're seeing Thomas shuffle up here for game number 2. Hopefully, for Thomas's sake, not the last game. Hopefully for us as the viewers, neither as
Nope.
well. And he is going to be on the play here again versus Scott. So Thomas got to really get a fast start going.
Yeah.
And really kind of make him have this.
He's got to commit and just make him have the things. He can't play around everything, especially if Scott starts to keep these lower count on hands, like these 5-card hands. He definitely has got to force him to have everything.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Yeah. One of the things I think happens a lot is players will respect a lot of things, which is it's good to respect players when you can afford to, but when you respect everything and you can't beat everything, you know, you're kind of just letting them have a bunch of it, and it's much better to try and pick the battle that you think you can win and go for it. And a card like Solitude is something you're not going to beat, so going for it sooner than later is probably more helpful.
Yeah, you're gonna have to beat it one way or another. So you're just gonna have to beat it now rather than later.
Yeah, knowing your time to pick the fight is so important, especially in this hammer deck. And we did see Thomas try to sort of fight through that a little bit in the last game, and it just unfortunately did not work out for him. Looks like Thomas is going to take a second to go use the bathroom.
No, I think he's just chilling for a second, just taking a breather.
Taking a little breather, maybe getting a little phone call sometimes, real life happens. I don't know if you've ever heard that.
I'm not familiar.
No,
I only know this card game. What's going on?
Yeah, sometimes people know people outside the card game. It's really cringe. It's just like, what are you doing?
Man, real life, that exists.
Yeah. Not today.
Okay.
Not today.
Nope. Yeah, I think he's just taking a quick breather.
And it looks like we're resolving some mulligans. And Thomas does have Urza Saga Stoneforge Mystic in hand. I think no white lands, though. So close to the perfect 7.
That was very close. Basically any card that other than that Stoneforge Mystic was a plains, I think that hand was a snap keep.
Yeah. Scott cleaning his cards off yet again. I'm noticing he does that a lot.
Does that very frequently.
What's going on, Scott? Do I need to get your Roomba? A little clean up your cards? Could you imagine if you had a Roomba just for cleaning your Magic cards?
That seems detrimental to your cardboard.
Well, you'd have to have a specialized Roomba.
It still seems detrimental to your cardboard.
The Phyrexian Roomba. It's like a Roomba. Just like normal,
we've completed the circle.
Exactly.
We've completed the circle.
Yeah,
we went from Roomba for the floor to Roomba for the Magic cards.
Do you think there will be more completed Planeswalkers? Little side note here. We've got the story going on. Johnny's become a Phyrexian.
I've assumed that there will be some more. Probably.
I think Soren's going to get completed.
I think every one of those ones that they made of the little cutesy planeswalkers. I think someone mentioned that they believe that all of those will get Phyrexianized.
Yeah, so far all the little chibi walkers they sold have become Phyrexians. So and they've only done that one thing, so it's kind of an interesting little hee hee ha ha. Mm-hmm. But anyways, we're back in the game. Enough lore. That's for nerds. We're Spikes, baby, and it's time to fetch it up. And I think Thomas decided to keep a 6.
Yeah, he decided to keep a 6-card hand.
Yep. And Scott did keep his. It looks to be a little land heavy hand.
One thing we've neglected to mention over the course is Giver Runes is actually quite huge in this matchup as well. Just being able to protect your other creatures from Solitude.
Yeah, the Giver Runes just gives you, have a second one.
Yeah, and that's your blacksmith skill that fights through a Teferi.
Yep, so true. And blacksmith skill, was such a pivotal card, so having more of those is so huge. So big card, and we've seen from Scott. Doesn't have as much cheap interaction as everyone else. Has the more bigger explosive ones. And it looks like Scott drew another land. So this could be a pretty easy game for Thomas if he's able to, stick something like a Sigarda's on the next turn and another threat and just kind of go to town with the hammers.
Yep. He's just going to start off with the prismatic ending on this Giver of Runes just to keep the way clear for himself.
1,000.
The Battle of the Hallowed Fountains in the finals.
This is true. Hallowed Fountain's clearly the best land. And we see Urza Saga coming down as well. And it looks like we have 2 hammers, a Marsh Flats, and the third card. The third card, I think, is a Stoneforge Mystic?
I can't quite tell what's in his hand. He's just going to play a hammer out.
Interesting. Okay.
He's looking to lean on something like the Pure Steel Paladin.
Maybe that's what's in his hands, a Pure Steel Paladin.
Maybe, I'm not exactly certain.
That would make sense because over the next 2 turns, his mana will be spoken for, making constructs.
Yes.
Now, Scott rips the Spreading Seas here. Oh, Nelly, it's over.
I wonder if he actually did bring them in. I'm sure that he did, but I'm curious if he actually did.
Yeah.
Because it is backbreaking.
It's backbreaking. Even on the draw here, just put your opponent down a land and you up a card, and such a powerful land too in Urza Saga.
Yep.
So, Scott also has March of Otherworldly Light to blow these lands up.
Thomas drew a Spell Pierce for turn. That's actually probably going to become pretty relevant over the next turn or two.
That is huge.
He's probably going to snag something like a Teferi. Also, I can see a counterspell lingering in Scott's hand as well.
Ink Moth was the other card.
Ink Moth is another. Okay.
Gotcha. The thing that I thought was a 4.
I certainly imagine that this hammer probably, or this Urza Saga probably actually might go get a Springleaf Drum.
Yeah, get a little mana action going.
Yeah, I think you might try to get a second white source in play.
I believe that. And we have Scott here shuffling up. This is like a pretty big turn for Scott. We've skipped our first 2 turns. Thomas didn't have a berserkly fast start, but has had a solid start, presented some powerful cards every turn.
Yep.
And, Scott has kind of skipped the first 2 turns, and if he does not start doing something on this turn cycle, he has just spent too much of the game doing nothing to probably feasibly win, unless Thomas really just putters out. Which, if you're a Thomas fan, is not what you want to see happening. Not something the Hammer Time deck is known for doing. Scott's taking a big think here.
I think he's just trying to find the ways that he doesn't die. Like
Yeah.
there's no reason for him to to do any. There's no reason for him to do anything. He's not facing any damage, right? As we speak, the threats are light.
Yep.
I mean, Urza Saga is a threat, but it's light for him right now.
Yeah, nothing wrong with taking a big think either.
Yeah, no. I mean, he's in the finals. He's got everything to lose right now. So I mean, he's just gonna make sure that he's not losing those things right now.
100%. And it looks like, I think his hand's mostly lands is the problem.
It does look like a lot of lands.
Oh, no. We're just playing a land tapped. We're not doing anything.
He's just gonna make a construct with this Urza Saga, and he's probably just gonna make another construct in the main phase as this Urza Saga trigger goes off. He finds a Mem Knight. That's just gonna help grow these constructs up. So it'll be good for him.
Yep.
Yeah, he's just gonna make another construct token. So they're currently 3/3s. They will probably be, or they'll be a 4/4 upon the resolution of this Urza Saga trigger. Going to search and find what I presume is. It may be actually a Ginger Brute. He may just want to get some damage in here.
I was going to say, if he grabs Ginger Brute, he has land in hand, and he can play Memnite, and he's attacking for, I think, 7.
Wait a second. He's looking at me thinking about this Pithing Needle. I think he should just put creatures into play.
Yeah, maybe he's wanting to
I don't think he wants a Pithing Needle. Interesting. He does Pithing Needle. That's crazy. No, it's never mind. Yeah, I think he's just looking at Pithing Needle Teferi. I think that's the worst card for him.
Yeah, probably a Teferi. 3 is the name here, be my guess.
And I think he should just play this Mem Knight in his main phase and get a swing in for 5 with that construct.
Yep.
This constructor, I think he just wants to draw like running Urza Sagas, honestly, for the rest of this game.
Honestly, that's how a lot of Urza Saga games go. Once you have the first one, you kind of just want to have another one on repeat.
Yeah, T3 Fairy.
Yep. So that's going to make it so we can't unsummon the constructs. Pretty heads-up play there, and we get to go land, Memnite, swing 5, and then Scott's dead in 2.
Yeah. Chad's asking what the split was. I believe all top 4 split for a $250 per person.
Yep. So, nice little grand paid out to everybody here who came out and played today.
Yep.
Pretty exciting.
Yep.
And we do see the land into,
I can say, and he gets to hold open Spell Pierce as well. We can't forget about that. 'Cause that'll probably be backbreaking over this course of these 2 turns. Which looks like Scott might just be facing lethal damage on a potentially next turn.
Yeah, because Scott's going to 12.
And all he has to do is activate an Ink Moth Nexus for the extra count on these constructs.
100%. So Scott needs to have
He needs to have some good draws right now that he does not have.
Yeah, we're going to need Solitudes and
like running Solitudes right now.
Yeah.
Scott, I can say Thomas wants to draw running Urza Sagas. Scott needs to draw some running Solitudes.
Yeah, Scott has not played a spell.
He
yet
did
this
draw.
game.
He did draw a prismatic ending for the turn, which is good for him.
That is.
But there is, you can say, the Spell Pierce, which is actually going to guarantee that nothing else gets played for the turn, if that is something Thomas is interested in doing.
Yeah. So Scott goes maybe like prismatic ending for 1, kill a construct, and then pick up the companion and solitude. That's probably his best line here.
Assuming that he has all those things available to him.
Yeah, I don't think he does. I
don't think there's a solid. I don't think there's a solitude in his hand.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Scott kept. That is the curious part to me because this is a 7.
Yeah, he kept a 7-card hand. I think he just thought, hey, I have enough lands. I think I can get there.
Yeah.
He's just going to Prismatic Ending one of these construct tokens, get it out of the way, decrease the clock by a turn.
Oh,
He has double.
Oh.
He can't. Thomas can't actually effectively spell pierce. That's actually huge on this turn.
Yeah, that is.
That's pretty
backbreaking.
disgusting on this turn, honestly. And he also has counterspell in his hand as well.
So Thomas does have hammer spell pierce.
So if he actually draws, no, it doesn't even do it. Sagardazade does it. Sagardazade actually will do it.
yeah, because he can.
He drew Sagardazade
gets-
for the turn. Wow.
Sigarda's aid
Actually
the
wins.
Memnite
Equip the
attack.
Memnite. Yeah, attack because he's got spell pierce backup. If he just goes for it right now, he's got it.
This is a
He should.
crucial draw step.
Yeah, if he just goes for it right now, he's got it.
And I think unlike the last game, we saw Thomas kind of play a little slow around the hammer and stuff like that. That game he had so many more cards.
Yeah.
And now he is just under the gun.
Yes, his hand I think is actually 4 counter spells or 3 counter spells.
Oh, you think he kept triple counter spells?
I think his hand is literally mono counter spells right now.
Sure.
So yeah, this is his turn. He drew exactly Sagardazade, the one card that was going to allow him to get in this game, and he drew it, and that's lethal damage if he just fires off this hammer right now.
Yep.
He's going to attempt a counterspell, and he's got the spell pierce for it, and he's just going to hammer, and it should be killing.
Boom.
Sick. There you go. Let's go to game 3, shall we?
Yes, and we are all going to Thomas.
That was a sick game.
That was
actually.
yeah. I mean, Thomas really showed him what was kind of up there, and Scott, didn't get to interact much until the final turn. Kept kind of a really reactive hand, and the play draw really matters in this kind of games.
And he did have a very good running series of cards. Double Prismatic Ending on those 2 construct tokens was huge, but Thomas ripped the Sagardazade off the top with the spell pierce backup.
Yep.
Was pretty hot.
Yeah, we're seeing why some players choose to sideboard out counterspell in this matchup.
Yep, because it's just a little slow.
I almost wonder, since Thomas since Scott had so many,
Yep.
if he was supposed to counterspell that Memnite on the last turn, just to save some life points.
Yeah,
because
then he can't afford to get because he can't afford to fire off with the Inkmoth Nexus there either.
Exactly. Yeah. So
He's still down a land.
yeah, so kind of an interesting spot. It's really hard to trade your counterspell from Memnite,
Yeah.
obviously. Not something you kind of normally do, but does kind of come up in these spots
Yeah.
sometimes.
I'm not sure that you would have fired it off in most cases.
Yeah.
I think you had to be really, really heads up and thinking about multiple turns later.
Yeah, you've
for,
gotta
for
be
that
kinda-
for that
Man,
to
a lot
fire
of
off a
mana usage
counterspell.
there, yeah.
To fire off a counterspell there.
But yeah, it looks like these players just double checking their sideboards and seeing they're going to come back in.
Did he have a Solitude in his hand? I didn't think he did.
Maybe he did. It was a little hard to see with the glare. He definitely had 2 counterspells.
Yeah, I definitely saw a lot of counterspells in his hand that were kind of really clunky in that game. All right, at least these players both get to go with game 3 and
Yep.
make it worth it.
Yep, and if you're a big, 4 cards with a land is one of them, and Scott, big game to be on the play. Last game.
This is the game where he can potentially have a Chalice of the Void
Mhm.
on the second turn of the game, and that could close it up almost immediately. Thomas has very few answers to a resolved Chalice of the Void.
This is also just a spot where look at that last game, right? It came down to the wire, and if Scott's
Yeah.
on the play, even if he does as little as he did, kind of stabilizes.
Yeah, and if Thomas had not had exactly Urza Saga that game, he had no business in that game. Urza Saga pulled its weight that game.
Yeah,
Even if it only did 5, it did it exactly 5 damage. That 5 damage was enough to put that Memnite into lethal territory.
Yeah, 5 damage and 8 2-kill spells.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
Yeah, that card did so much. The finals is best of 3.
Yep. So this is the deciding game here.
Yep. One of these players get to go join a bunch of elite players down in Dreamhack Atlanta. It'd be exciting.
It's going to be very exciting.
I know you qualified before the season even started. Look at you.
I did win Dreamhack Dallas. I don't know if you've heard. No, but I won the event, which is pretty exciting. Honestly, though, it was cool, and I wouldn't trade it winning a big tournament.
I know, but you've not been able to play any of these local events.
And I love going and seeing the
I know.
homies and battling, even when you miss.
I know you've been coming out and just kind of seeing how we've been doing too.
Yeah, I went over to the LGS one, and then today I did this, so it was kind of nice, to see a little bit of the grind happening. So
Yep.
I'm sure maybe I won't feel that way if I have to play 4 or 5 of these things in a couple
Yeah,
months. But for right now, I'm missing it. I'm a little jealous.
Ask me how I know.
Yeah.
they become taxing.
I imagine they do.
They do.
Have
We
you
can't.
considered winning one?
We can't. I would love nothing more. I had the opportunity to. I got to the finals against the Hammer deck and decided to just completely punt my win. It was great. I loved
It
it.
happens.
Oh, like 2 hours of sleep the night before.
Oh, that's a magic player.
After playing an F&M RCQ in the middle of nowhere, Kentucky. I decided to get up and jam in Cookeville, Tennessee. Go jam living in there. Got all the way to the finals, but hey, it is what it is.
Speaking of it is what it is, I think Thomas here has Aid, Blacksmith Skill, Hammer, and a 1-drop.
I don't think he can mulligan this hand.
Oh, he has 1 land though, and Stoneforge Mystic Cauldron as the other 2 cards.
I think he still keeps this.
Oh, this is a hard one.
I think he slams an 8 on 1. What is Scott's hand? That actually can. I mean, obviously he's not going to keep a hand based on what he's no business keeping a hand with Scott. He actually mulliganed that hand. That is some discipline. I don't know that I would have mulliganed that hand, but he knows that deck better than I do.
Yeah, that's one of those things. Man, I'm thinking about it. I just don't know. I'd have to ask someone that plays Hammer a lot. That is a hand where you either win the finals or you lose the finals in an embarrassing fashion one or the other. They kind of either they get clowned on, you go home very happy. You rip the Ornithopter or whatever, and it's 0 mana and life's great.
Yeah.
Or you just did nothing and you go, yeah, I got my $250. That was kind of cool though.
Yeah, nice.
But neither of these players are satisfied with 250. They both want the W. And we want to see it here too. So I love the discipline mulligan. I don't know if I could do it though. I'm a bit of a greed lord.
I mean, I've known you to be such a thing.
Yeah. You know what though? It happens like that sometimes.
It does happen.
And honestly, once again, Thomas just draws us Aid in an Urza Saga on land.
So this hand has double Pierceful Paladin, Giver of Runes, Blacksmith Skill, Cauldra.
No lands.
And he has 2 lands. That's a Seacrum Coast.
Oh, the Seacrum Coast.
You're welcome. I put that in the deck.
Nice. Nice to think about coverage.
He is however, that is a 1-lander with a bunch of double white spells.
It just does feel worse than our last hand. But it might
he just drew the lands. There we go. Never mind. Never didn't have it. Yeah, you're welcome. That's a Seacrum Coast
Expedition.
It is an Expedition Seacrum Coast because it's the one that my local game store had, and I wanted to give them some support.
Well, you know what? I love to support local game stores. Also, some of those aren't that expensive. Copperline George, $6 for the Expedition.
Really?
Looked it up last night.
I believe the Seacrum Coast was over 30.
Get wrecked.
I believe so. That sounds about right.
Sounds like you need to play some dredge.
I own Copperline Gorges. I don't need to buy any more of those.
Doesn't sound like you support local game stores. And as it's Scott's turn 2 here, drawing up. Scott does have the fancy Path to Exile, I think, in his hand. I don't even know how Scott got that one. It was during the pandemic. It was like they're supposed to be the GP promo with the angels.
I bought
glass.
it. I bought some.
Oh, you can buy them.
You could buy them, yeah. I bought 4 of them as soon as I could. I was like, those look absolutely beautiful. I think I want 4 of those.
I see you participate in that capitalism. Curious. Yet you won't buy the Copperline Gorges from your LGS as a
I don't need Copperline Gorges.
That's so weird. Didn't need Path to Exile. And look at this. Thomas turn 2 as a Stoneforge Mystic.
That he's going to fire off. There's no reason for him not to.
Yeah.
I think Scott actually might have a subtlety for this one.
I think he. I'm curious if Scott will go for it because I think, with the path you could path the Stoneforge. I'm not sure if you should.
I think he may actually just go over a 2-turn Cyclone Subtlety at first and then path it on the next round because he just is a time walk here.
Yeah. We'll have to see because these subtleties are a little clunky dunky.
And you're just going to want to get value out of them where you can.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious.
Oh, he actually may go for the reality chip here. That's actually
because he has Cauldron in his hand, right?
Yeah, he's got the Cauldron already in his hand. I'm curious. He doesn't want to go for Hammer here because the Hammer's not good enough right now. I think he just wants to play this and start looking at the top card of his deck so he has more information as to what to do later.
Yeah, we saw another Hammer player do this earlier in the day and kind of trick somebody where they grabbed not Cauldron when they already had Cauldron in hand.
Yeah.
And so, they were able to go and put that into play. And, sometimes players just forget, the draw step gives you a Cauldron sometimes. So,
yeah.
If Scott does not answer this Stoneforge Mystic, the game could be already over.
Oh, the good thing is that the Solitude actually he cleanly answers a Cauldron.
That's true. That's a good point.
But the Pierceful Paladin, however, has other things to say about that.
Yeah, and re-equipping the Cauldron to other things is a brutal experience to have happen to you.
Yeah. Have you ever gotten all three equipments in your Death and Taxes deck on a creature?
Once a long time ago.
You didn't have Cauldron then.
Well, I had Sophie Batterskull Jit,
Sure.
like an adult.
So now what we do is we get Cauldra, Batterskull, and the Jitte. The old 7 mana equip onto. I got to do that onto Yorion. I paid a lot of mana to equip all of those things onto this Yorion.
Holy cow!
Yeah, the game went on a little too long.
A grinder.
I was like, I'm just gonna close this out right now.
Speaking of closing out, Scott has no business of doing that right now. Just taking another little thing, trying to figure out how he wants to play out these next couple of turns.
Because he's got, I think, 2 subtleties in his hand, a path, and was it a prismatic ending?
Yeah, and I think we're gonna see a little activate my Stoneforge Mystic.
Yeah, and the path is gonna have something to say about it.
Yeah, the path will answer the germ for Cauldron, but like you mentioned,
Wait a second, is that a blacksmith skill in his hand? If so, that is actually brutal. I think that's a blacksmith. Is that not a blacksmith skill in his
it's
hand?
either Blacksmith Skill or another Stoneforge.
That's possible. I thought there was.
The way we tapped it first made me think we were going to combat. I was real scared. I thought we were swinging for
We're
one.
swinging for 1 damage. I don't think so, friend.
Oh, it's a Sigarda's Aid.
Oh, it's an 8. Okay, that's actually not the worst.
Yeah.
You could actually probably play that post-combat here. He actually just took a hit for 5. Wow,
I think
interesting. He's more. I think he may be more concerned with this reality chip over the course of the game.
Yeah, maybe he's trying to play a game about that. It is one of
He's
those-
also playing. He also has to play around things like blacksmith skill.
Yeah.
He has to play. Yeah, he knows he has to play around blacksmith skill and spell pierce because he did see the spell pierce out of Thomas in the previous game.
Yep. It does feel like a moment where Scott maybe, like we mentioned before, got a little punked by the Stoneforge Mystic tricking us. Said it was our friend, grabbed reality chip, and then Cauldron came down. But it is sort of a thing that has happened to them. And, Scott is in a very awkward position. 5 damage once again means Scott is aid plus hammer away from dying.
Yeah.
And that is a huge thing in this matchup. 11 life is sort of like the dying point. And so you really want to try and stay above that. So Scott's going to want to get a Solitude down, answer the board, and start chipping away.
Agreed.
So we'll have to see what goes on here. Oh, little shuffling.
We shuffling.
All right, let's see what Scott can draw. Looks like a Steam Vents.
I'm interested if Thomas has any interest in being able to equip that reality chip to the Stoneforge Mystic to be able to start playing cards off the top.
Probably going to keep it an open play. It's still equipment, so you can use it on Cigar's Aid.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, he just drew Urza Saga. That's actually huge over the course of a game, especially if Scott is trying to use 2 cards to answer 1 card at a time. That's the card that's going to punish Scott tremendously.
Yep.
This Urza Saga is going to be huge over the course of this game, especially with this the aid that he has available to him now. It's gonna do some work at the end when all's said and done.
And yeah, here's the Pure Steel Paladin we talked about before, just coming down and being like, "Hey, I'm gonna equip this Cauldron if we get some more artifacts on the board."
Yep.
You down?
I think Scott is just considering whether he wants to cast one of these subtleties right here or not.
I think you just have to.
I think you have to, and I think Thomas just puts it on the bottom. I don't think that's a card you're particularly interested in at this point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're Scott, you just have to start pressuring, especially when you see those Urza Sagas.
You also just have to be able to use your mana every turn, because if he just does nothing every turn of the game, Thomas is going to get so far ahead of him.
So true. It was insightful insight. If you don't do anything, you will lose.
You will lose.
I got a follow-up. I feel like you nailed it. And, I feel like Scott is just...
He just said, yeah, it's good. I think he's going to try to snipe this Stoneforge Mystic if it goes to combat.
Yeah, or he's afraid of the reality chip still, and so he's hoping to maybe that thing will come down, and then he'll sell to that. Because he does know the chip there. And like you mentioned, maybe he's afraid of that sort of grinding Thomas, driving him back into the game.
Yeah, I think... And say unfortunate for Scott that he doesn't have something like a Supreme Verdict to just cleanly answer everything that's going on right now. He's having to rely on these engine cards like these Ephemerates and Solitudes.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the worry that he's having to deal with every turn of the game.
Yeah, and those cards are high like volatility in the way they play.
He is just going to just end of turn. It looks like play this subtlety.
I like it. You've got to use your mana, and you've got to get a body on board.
Yeah. So Thomas is going to respond by putting in this chip.
This is the problem with not subtletying the reality chip is that it's gonna not subtletying the thing. You're just never gonna
I'm
play.
fascinated. Thomas actually brought in March of the Otherworldly Light.
It must be for the Urza Saga.
The
Chalice of the Void.
It could be. It could also be if he thinks he can get enough white cards in his hand to pitch to get rid of something in like a solitude in a way, maybe.
Yeah.
But it is likely just for the singleton copy of Chalice of the Void.
Yeah.
I can't think of what else that would be for.
I have to agree. And now Scott's in a real bad place because we didn't Solitude the Paladin. We're one artifact away from equipping Cauldra.
Yeah, and then this Cauldra or this Urza Saga is just going to take over this game.
Yeah.
We're about to see how powerful that card is again.
We need to have like that evoke Muldrifter into Ephemerate into some nonsense.
Yeah, but I don't think Scott kept him Muldrifter post board.
I doubt it as well.
There's no way he can afford the time to do such a thing.
It looks like Scott has Otawara, Subtlety, Steam Vent, something in hand.
Okay, well, that Otawara is probably going to be pretty good at some point.
Yeah.
However, the fact that Thomas can just start controlling the top of his deck, because he does have this one fetch land in play already, is quite strong.
It is a very interesting place to be. I'm curious to see how it plays out. Looks like we have some 2-mana card. Is it a Prismatic Ending?
He may just be Prismatic Ending one of these, this Stoneforge Mystic or this Paladin. I assume surely it's the chip actually.
Okay, yeah, he's really afraid of the chip taking over this game.
I agree with that assessment.
Yeah, I do feel like if we were worried about the chip, we needed to take care of the Paladin by putting it back on top to kind of just control everything else.
I think Scott missed an opportunity for that subtlety to hit that Paladin it could just potentially not be in play, because I don't think Thomas actually would have cared for it to go to the bottom of the deck there.
Yeah.
And now the fact that he just got it in play is pretty strong for him.
Yeah.
He knew the top card of his deck, so he's just going to draw it, which is a second Urza Saga. That is absolutely disgusting.
Yeah. That is a problemo.
It is not good for him. Yeah, that is bad.
And
he has his aid too. He can deploy all of the things this turn.
Yeah, he gets to play his Urza Saga, play his aid. Now when the next Urza Saga pops, it can go grab a hammer, and Scott's in an unenviable position.
Yeah. I mean, this he can't even do anything with his Otawara right now because he doesn't have enough mana, and unfortunately, that subtlety is not legendary.
That is true. Oof, it is.
Yeah. I find it very... Scott has to rip a lot of things correctly to get back in this. I don't know what he can do.
I think it involves spreading seeds to start.
It has to with these Urza Sagas, but I think these Urza Sagas are already doing the damage that they're going to do.
Yeah, I just think you can't let the Sagas pop and win, and so the only way you can draw out of it is going seize into something.
Yeah, and Thomas is actually just considering, I think, pushing this subtlety out of the way with this March. Honestly, I think that's what he's thinking about right here.
Yeah,
he's potentially pitching this like one card in his hand. I think that's exactly what he's doing. 1/1.
And then he needs to spend one more mana, I believe.
Yeah, he spends one more mana. Push this subtlety out of the way. He pitching this hammer.
He's pitching the aid. You have to pitch a.
Oh man, that's right. That's what I meant. There's no hammer in his hand. That's strange because I think he would have wanted maybe to actually have that aid in play once these Urza Sagas go off.
Yeah, I think Thomas was just
But he's actually just like over the course of the next 2 turns, Thomas is about to put in so much power off of just these Urza Sagas, not including anything that they put into play off of the triggers themselves, but he's just putting so many constructs in play. It's going to be very difficult. Yeah. And Scott just drew another land. He just drew a Hall of the Storm Giants. It is becoming increasingly difficult for him to have any position in this game.
Yeah, Part of the problem too is that Metalcraft is online potentially for the Pure Stuff Paladin. So
Yeah, and then you can start equipping that Cauldron around, and it's just
Yeah.
going to get worse and worse and worse as the game goes on.
True.
Scott just drew a bunch of blanks this game. He drew a bunch of lands that are real blanks.
Yeah.
It doesn't even have a creature land to that can like a colonnade here.
Yeah, we just drew the hall, so we have nothing to block with. And
Yeah.
So,
Now, he's still got the subtlety in his hand, but I don't think Thomas is interested in casting another creature spell for the rest of this game.
yeah, I think Scott needs to Odawara this construct token into turn before we get any sort of Metalcraft equipping going on.
Yeah, you're still going to get Metalcraft
Oh, yeah,
on the
because-
turn anyways, because there's another construct going to be made in the upkeep or
Yeah.
in the draw or in the main phase, and he's also going to make another or go get an artifact off of the Urza Saga itself, and then be able to activate the other Urza Saga.
Yeah, and he can equip the Cauldron to a summoning
Yeah,
sick one.
and
yeah,
say,
it's
and
over.
there's no good clean answer like anything sort of like a verdict or anything. He also just drew an aid for the turn.
Yeah.
Not that it's particularly going to be relevant here.
Yeah, it looks like we're making a,
We're just going to make a construct.
And, we have to let Thomas kind of make sure, because we see this and we know it's
Yeah,
over.
we have streamer vision.
But Thomas might want to play around Solitude or something like that. And
I don't think he's going to. There's basically, been given no reason to do such a thing.
Sure, that's a fair point.
Because he could have done it last turn as well.
Yeah,
And I don't think Thomas is going to play around at this point. He's just going to go for all the lethal damages this game.
Yep.
Because there's nothing he can do right now.
Yeah, it is just,
It is pretty over.
we spent too much time not impacting the board
Yeah.
from Scott and just too many lands. A deadly combo.
Did he just illegally draw a card?
The-
Drew a card off the Pierce Paladin. I forget
Yeah.
that card has text.
Yeah. Sometimes
I
it
forget
lets
the
you draw
card
a
has text. I was like, why did he draw a card?
And now we're seeing, the Cauldron get equipped to the new one, ideally.
Interesting. I thought we would. I think you would probably miss that. I think it's not really gonna matter too much.
Yeah.
There's so much damage coming across this anyways. I think he forgot haste existed.
Yeah, I think.
I mean, haste is like almost irrelevant at this point, but I think because that would force through lethal, all sorts of some lethal damage here.
Yeah, if you give it on the summoning sick one, then it's game over.
Yeah, I think you almost attack with this Pure Steel Paladin here. There's almost no reason not to.
Yeah.
Yeah, Scott needs to draw exactly a card that's not in his deck, like Supreme Verdict.
Yeah, and I think we have lethal where if we unsummon the hammer with the Odawara, or if we unsummon the Stoneforge or the hammer, it's still lethal because it's 5 on the Cauldron and then 1, 2, 3, 4 artifacts in play with the ability to make a 5th, which means our Urza's Construct is a 9/9. And it looks like Thomas
Is going to take down this RCQ here today.
Yep, it's going to win the tournament. And that is it. Thomas has done it.
Yep.
Congratulations to Thomas Gunn on winning the TNLG RCQ here today for Dreamhack Atlanta. Well played.
Yep.
Got to cut through the Swiss undefeated, playing
And-
Hammer Time.
Yep, he put in his work this week. I know he did. I think I helped him a little bit with it as well. So he definitely he showed his stripes today.
Would love to see
Yeah.
it. Well, thank you all so much for hanging out with us today on the stream. If you haven't already, make sure to follow the stream. That way you can know whenever it goes live. They do different events over here. They stream these sort of things. They're going to stream all their RCQs going forward. They do a lot of other events here for Yu-Gi-Oh!, Pokemon, Dragon Ball, Digimon, all that sort of stuff, all streamed. So you want to hit that follow button. That way you don't miss a thing. And we'll see you all next time for another RCQ. Bye.